check. One, two, check. Test. Test one, two.
Okay.
Test.
Nice playing that. No?
Check, 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 check.
A very good morning to everyone present today, and a very warm welcome to the second day of the Public Policy Dialogues Conference, Indian School of Business. To start the proceedings of the day, we have a policy and innovation plenary session. This policy and innovation plenary will give an overview about the kind of innovations taking place in our country today. The first discussion is about semiconductors and chip manufacturing in the country, which is a recent initiative by the government and has immense scope. The second discussion pertains to grassroots level innovations that are specific to rural development and social sector. I would now like to call upon our esteemed panelists, Colonel Anurag Awasthi, Vice President, India Electronics and Semiconductor Association and Interim CEO of Electropreneur Park, Delhi, Dr. Anamika Dey, CEO, Jian, Dr. Sapna Poti, Director, Strategic Alliance Division, Office of Principal Scientific Advisor, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Nanandla, Joint Secretary, Agriculture and Farmers Welfare Department, Government of India. Please note that all our panel discussions and plenary sessions are being live telecasted on the YouTube channel for Bharati Institute of Public Policy, and we have our virtual viewers joining us online as well. I would request Colonel Anurag Awasthi to moderate the session. Thank you.
Am I audible? Can you hear me? Deepthi, can you hear me at the back? All right. All right. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think we all live streamed insofar as this panel discussion is concerned. Well, all I can tell you is, firstly, I feel like a pigeon among the cats. I wonder if my professors understand. Look at the gender equality, 3:1. So I'm so happy. Please give us a big hand for that. All right. Having said that, this is as diverse as it can get. It is actually as diverse it can get. It starts with semiconductors and ESDM scenario of a man who's moved from 28, he's in the government, to the corporate sector, understands both sides of the coin insofar as policy is concerned and design. Then, of course, we have the agriculture. Then we have the integration of industry, academy, and startups. And then we have the grassroots innovations. Just look at the diversity from semiconductors to grassroots innovations. So from 0 to 10, 10 to 0, whichever way, look at the oscillation. Now, I think, firstly, I must thank the Indian School of Business and Bharati Institute of Public Policy for putting this panel together to discuss innovations and technology, tech, essentially. Now, what is being referred to as the Indian Techade, so to say. Now, yesterday, sir had spoken something which I saw online, which said, Sarkar, Samaj or Prachar. These are the three pillars insofar as the policy is concerned. Because a lot of people say so. But in our case, possibly, innovations and technology cannot find traction if there are the troika of skilling, the policy, and the platforms are not made available. These are the three major issues. The troika is the skilling, policy, and platforms, in my small little vision. So this, in turn, essentially, when you look at the innovations and you look at tech, gives rise to scalability and proliferation. These are the two major issues. Scalability, of course, when it makes business sense, and proliferation, that it just goes on to the grassroots level. It starts from top, goes down to the bottom, and they possibly are the basic common goals for any innovation and technology. Now, having said that, I will just introduce myself first. I am the Vice President of India Electronics and Semiconductor Association. I look after all policy-related issues, all government-related issues, all major issues dealing with the corporates insofar as the ESDM and semiconductor sector is concerned in the country. Drive policy through all states as well as the center and the industry's voice, so on and so forth, insofar as policy making in semiconductors is concerned. And you're all aware that semiconductors is the new oil. It is a no-brainer, and also you're quite aware that semiconductors is more about geopolitics than more about technology. It's all about the monopolistic hegemonies of a couple of countries, supply chain management, chemicals, various other things like packaging, testing, so on and so forth. So I will not go in detail into that. I will dwell on it a little later. So I will now introduce you firstly to the panelists, and I'll request each of them to speak at least 2 minutes or 3 minutes as to what they do, what is their scope of work, and how exactly do they envision their job in times to come. So I'll first call upon Dr. Sapna Poti.
Thank you. And thank you, ISP, for having us over. I'm from the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Professor Ajay Sood is the current Principal Scientific Advisor. Dr. Abdul Kalam was the first one. This office largely works with, works on progression of research and innovations in India through institutes, through startups, through, of course, industry and so on. So the division that I head is the Strategic Alliances Division. We work very closely with the industries to see if how industry and academia can work together for any kind of social impact using technologies and using innovation. So that's exactly the role that we play. And we also work with about 10 more countries outside, where most of them are interested in some of the specialists that we have, in terms of AI and ML, for instance, quantum, or it also could be semiconductors and so on. So our role is how to bridge that gap between the countries and make them comfortable to do research and innovation in India.
Wonderful. Dr. Vijay Lakshmi.
Good morning. Am I audible? Yeah. Good morning and namaste. Thank you, ISB, for giving this opportunity. I'm Dr. N. Vijay Lakshmi. I'm an IAS officer of 1995 batch, having 27 years of experience in public policy making and also implementation. Worked extensively at the grassroots level in the state of Bihar, also at the state level in various departments, and now I'm presently posted in Government of India, Ministry of Agriculture. Presently, I'm looking after marketing division in the agriculture department.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Anamika?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Anamika De, and I am the CEO of Gujarat Grassroots Innovation Augmentation Network. So you can call it GYAN, as we fondly call it. We basically help innovators who are little or not much educated, but they have done something new. So we complete the value chain, the innovation value chain for them. Right from finding them, because many a times they do not know that that is new, because they have answered an unmet need of the society or their clients or themselves, and then filing patents to getting them into the market, onboarding them, giving them design inputs, getting certifications, testings. So these are the things that I generally do. I also happen to teach at IMA a couple of courses. Basically, that also involves into innovation and creativity and entrepreneurship. And the other thing that I do is very different from what I regularly do. I teach agrobiodiversity. So how biodiversity actually helps you to combat climate fluctuations and ensure nutrition security and very different things. So that's how I am involved into this whole innovation ecosystem. Resilience. So that brings also not only economic resilience, but also ecological resilience into what I teach and what I learn.
Wonderful. Thank you. So 3 doctors sitting next to me. My God, I'm the only one who's a non-doctor here. Right. So I'll first start with Dr. Sapna. I would want to ask you, ma'am, as to what exactly are your views on the startup culture in India. Now, everybody seems to, you speak with anybody. Like I also, in my charter of duties, I'm the interim CEO of the Electropreneur Park, Delhi, and I meet with a lot of young minds who've graduated out of engineering or what have you. And each time I ask them, I said, what are you up to? He says, I want to begin a startup. So there's a culture of startups here. So somewhere down the line, the attrition rate of startups is, you are aware, and all of us are aware, is very, very high. But what are your views on the startup culture as it exists in India? Or do you think there are too many incubators who are wanting to do all this? And how do you propose we galvanize all these efforts as one, under one body, which looks after this entire culture, or possibly becomes a repository of knowledge as well as the furtherance of the startup culture?
So I think there are pluses and minuses when it comes to startups. I always like to think positive. So let me start with the pluses. During the pandemic, if you realize, we actually got saved because of a lot of startups who came up with so many innovations. They lined them up and they said, we have ventilators, we have oxygen concentrators, we have masks, we have PPEs and so on. Where would we have been without these startups during the pandemic if we didn't have them, right? So almost all of them, we are obliged to them today because of the quick manufacturing, the quick thinking, the quick innovations that they came up with. And of course, they were supported by a lot of institutes and so on, but there were quite a few who did not have any incubators or institutes. Let me give you an example of MyLabs. MyLabs was the first startup which actually got their testing kits in place, and ICMR kind of approved it. They had literally no incubators. They can be called as grassroots innovators. And they were the ones, of course, then we identified them, gave them NCL Pune Venture Network and so on to mentor them and so on. But these are the startups who are working from home, youngsters who are thinking for India. They are not in the government, they are not in any NGO or any academic institute. They are single individual youth coming together with other youth to do something for India. So I think this culture is beautiful and we need to encourage that. Now the second part is that every basket has some bad eggs as well. Startup today has also become a way of making quick money.
Absolutely.
So they come, they take the funds and they disappear. So that is a cause of worry, because then what happens is that the credibility of various good startups which want to do work, we are losing out on that. The third element is that we need to differentiate between startups which are working in deep technology, like you have agriculture technologies, you have drones, you have water technologies, waste management and so on, which are very deep. That means that it needs a lot of long-term patience with these startups, right? We don't have patience. That is the biggest problem. And then you have those lighter weight innovations which have a quicker, mostly IT-based or app-based startups. So those startups, again, they make a lot of good amount of money and they move out very fast. But I would also like to end it up by saying something positive, that they are also generating a lot of jobs today. So quite a few startups are generating a lot of jobs, and hence it's very important for us to have a startup ecosystem. And since we are pioneers and from all the countries, I think India is doing the best right now, we need to encourage that. The second question that you asked was, do we have too many incubators? I think we have very less incubators. The point is not the quantity, the point is the quality. Do these incubators have good mentors? Do they have industry veterans in these as mentors? Or are they only theoretical people who are there as mentors because they have something called the sweat equity and so on in the startups? If it is unconditional mentoring that is required for a startup, and if unconditional mentors are there in these incubators, I think the incubators are not sufficient in India. We need to have several more quality incubators. The last point you made was on centralizing all the startups and all the ecosystem. It's like MSMEs, right? My entire worry is that tomorrow these startups should not become MSMEs. they should not die the way MSMEs
You're
are
spot on.
struggling, right?
You're spot
So
on.
how do we, centralization is great, but do we need to regularize them? Because they are a different set of animals. The generation is different. We need to understand them. We need to give them that freedom. The innovation and creativity that is required in a startup is very different from what it was in the old school thing. So I think centralizing may not be a great idea. This whole startup mission of state governments is something which is decentralized today. And I think that is brilliant. And each state government should work with compete with the other state government to have better funding mechanism, open up to the innovations and startups and so on, and provide good mentors. And there should be evaluation of mentors and so on. Thank you.
Super. Thank you, ma'am. Mentoring, what you said is very, 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 very important. In fact, to add on to what you said, I was speaking with one of the guys the other day who has just exited from the startup. He's monetized it, sold it away. And I asked him very honestly, I said, why have you done it? You've reached a particular level. You started from TRL1, you reached TRL9, you reached a particular prototype, and now you monetized it and you're moving on. Then where is the institutionalization of the knowledge? Where is the journey? Where is it documented? This, that, and the other. So he said, look, there is a lot of difference between the startups in India and the startups in the United States. So I asked him explain very briefly. So he says, look, I'm making a particular fuel pump for a particular aircraft, and there's a huge behemoth like Boeing or whatever, anything, and I'm supplying it to him. So at some stage in time, Boeing is not interested in monetizing me and buying me out. I will also grow and Boeing will also grow. So somewhere down the line, this mismatch is happening in India. So possibly we could look at some steps to mitigate this. So it's quite an insight for me the other day. I said, okay, I must look into it a little more deeply and understand what you just mentioned to me. Anyway, I'll come down to Dr. Vijay Lakshmi. Ma'am, agriculture, what a diverse field from startups to agriculture. It employs around 50%, I think, of the population in India, nearly 50%, if you look at it statistically. And it's a premier, role play in the economy. We like it or we don't like it. Agriculture is the mainstay insofar as the economy is concerned, as we speak today, and thank God for it. But what are the challenges that you feel are there in this sector, and what are the reforms which have been initiated policy-wise in the last around, say, 5-10 years? 10 years, possibly.
As we all know that, agriculture still employs almost 50% of the population and provides livelihoods to large number of people, and also employment opportunities along with it. When all of us, at this juncture recall that how the situation was earlier, from a situation where we were forcefully importing wheat from USA to a situation where we are actually exporting food grain. We have come a long, long way. And, before actually discussing the challenges, let us actually look at the kind of achievements which we could do with the help of technology and all that. So at present, as per the fourth advance estimates of last year, 21-22, the food grain production is now stands at 315 million metric tons. And at the same time, one of the highest so far. And at the same time, the horticulture, the fruits and vegetables production also stands at almost 342 million metric tons. So this is the kind of achievement we could do, through, of course, lot of technology interventions, etc., etc. We all know about the green revolution, the high yielding varieties, and along with it, all the interventions we could make and all that. So if having said that, even after achieving so much, we still have a lot of challenges in the Indian agriculture sector as of today. Because the first and foremost challenge to my mind would be declining workforce in the agriculture sector. So as the economy grows, it's nothing but it's a natural phenomenon that people would tend to move to the secondary and tertiary sectors. So as of now, even though the agriculture employs 50% of the population in the country, it is going to come down to 25%. By 2050. So people are going to move to other sectors. So that is going to impact the way we are going to do agriculture. You know, a lot of mechanization needs, of course, it is being done now, but going forward, we need a lot and more, you know, lot of other interventions with regard to how do you actually, you know, replace this kind of workforce when it comes down to 25%. So declining workforce in agriculture sector is going to be the number one challenge. The second challenge would be depletion of per capita availability of water.
Water.
So the water, we all know that, you know, water, agriculture sector uses almost 60 to 70% of total available water on this planet. So how are we going to do actually, you know, meet this challenge of making available water, sufficient water for agriculture? So what are the other alternatives? Because the other large sectors which are going to take up this available water would be the municipalities, you know, a lot of municipalities, the urban bodies and industry. They are going to take up the major share of water. So how do we actually look at water availability for agriculture sector? That is going to be second biggest challenge, even though now we have a lot of, you know, irrigation facilities and all that. So how do we actually use water in a much more efficient way, especially using water which is already used? So reusing water for agriculture sector is going to be the next innovation in this particular you know, sphere. This is second biggest challenge. The third biggest challenge would be the low productivity. Even though we have achieved so much in terms of production, you know, productivity wise, we are still if you actually look at the global benchmarks, we are still, you know, little 20 to 25% less than the global benchmarks. Having said that, we have improved tremendously in the last decade in terms of productivity. If you actually see, I have some data on that. If you actually see the increase in productivity, in paddy, we have improved in the last decade. We have improved 16.27%. You know, productivity.
That's very big.
That's very big. In wheat, almost 12%. And in maize, it's very high. It's 25%. You know, productivity improvement. Likewise, in coarse cereals, 30% we have improved in terms of productivity. So we have been there have been a lot of efforts to improve productivity, but still, you know, with regard to global benchmarks, we are still low. So the third biggest challenge would be how do we actually increase productivity? Because as we grow in terms of population, the land mass is still, you know, it's the same, but population is increasing. So the with the declining land to man ratio, we have to actually increase the productivity. So that is the third biggest challenge, you know, which I see. The fourth one is how do we actually employ, you know, technology to improve, you know, productivity, to improve efficiency and all that. So, and the fourth biggest challenge would be how do we actually, you know, use waste, agri-waste. So we actually see a lot of issues with regard to the crop residue management, you know, all the pollution related issues and all that which are coming up. So in fact, in India, agriculture sector alone generates 350 million tons of waste every year. So now we are talking about the circular economy and, you know, using waste efficiently so that also becomes productive. So using agri-waste would be the fourth biggest challenge. The fifth biggest challenge would be the climate change. You know, we talk about it a lot these days, and we all know that one degree temperature variation can impact the production of, you know, food grains so much. So recently we also had, you know, a little bit of raise in temperature in the month of February and March, the wheat production goes down. So that is the kind of, you know, impact which the climate is going to have, you know, the unforeseen floods and, you know, raise in temperatures and all that. So how are we actually going to cope up with the climate change and all that revolves around climate change issues, you know, in terms of productivity of not only food grains but also productivity of livestock and all related issues. So climate change is going to be the biggest challenge, the fifth biggest challenge. And the sixth biggest challenge I see is the fodder. So the fodder, the area under fodder is going down year by year. So how do we actually, look at increasing fodder production so that, we also improve productivity of livestock, be it milk, meat, and all other things. So that is another issue. And we are also looking at a lot of other issues which are interlinked with each other, that is called as One Health. So how do we actually, even though it is not directly linked to the agriculture sector, but there are so many other interlinkages. There we actually call everything is like Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, is that the One Health concept. Once we actually look at One Health as the single most important factor determining so many other issues on this planet. So we actually have that kind of a focused approach towards, the plant health intertwined with the microbial health and other, the microbes and parasites, and also the animal health, and then the human health. So plant health, animal health, and human health, all these three are intertwined and interlinked with each other so much that we had the recent COVID pandemic was, just an example, case in point. So One Health is very, very important, and it is going to be the biggest challenge and biggest opportunity also to actually look at issues and come up with a lot of interventions and, the reorientation in terms of how we think, the policy approaches and all that. So these are some of the challenges which
Great,
come to my mind.
great. Sure. Thank you, ma'am. I think I'll recapitulate by saying declining water to start with. I think personally, if you ask me, not as a moderator, but if you ask me as a uniformed man much earlier, I am quite convinced that all wars in the future are going to be fought only over water. So that is a reality. And that's the way it's panning out also as well. Then the second thing which you mentioned is, of course, the labor force, which is declining. I just hope it only goes into manufacturing and not only service sector. I really hope so, because if you're looking at 25% till 2050, and it only goes back into service sector and more service sector, I think it's again going to be a skewed problem at some stage in time. The third thing which you mentioned is, of course, low productivity, agri-waste, climate change. Of course, we have Professor Chhatre here, climate change as it is, he's the master. And Anjal also, both of us, they've taught us, in fact, they are gurus, they've taught me agri stuff, the forest economies and all these issues. I think they are very, very important point. Of course, One Health, and the last one which you mentioned is technology. I think that is going to be the game changer insofar as agriculture is concerned. So not as a tech guy now, who's looking after chips, but I think we'll come more onto it in the next session when I ask you as to how exactly the technology is going to be coming in. Anamika, I now come to you. So the first question which I want to ask you is that you look after all grassroots innovations as Gyan, as CEO of Gyan, and grassroots innovations have their own issues of skill sets, they have own issues of people who have the educational thresholds, so on and so forth. Having said that, what do you think are the policy gaps which exist as we speak to hinder the growth or progress in this domain today?
Very interesting. So let me give you a kind of a taste of it. If I start speaking in Bengali, not like how are you, but just telling you কি আপনি নিজের যে ইয়ে আছে আইডিয়া আছে সেগুলো আপনি আমাকে দেন, and then I ask you different questions, right? So I speak a language which you do not speak.
Okay.
When I am asking for nominations, I'm asking for startups. My people, they cannot, many of them cannot read and write proper even vernacular languages.
Oh.
Most of the calls are in English and sometimes Hindi, right? But with so much of diversity of course, language, dialects, and the economic pyramid, many of our startups or many of our innovators cannot reach to, as you said, there are many incubators in the country. Those many incubators, everybody, they are kind of trying to maybe fulfill a gap in their own way. But when it comes to grassroots technologies, we need to communicate in a language, in a manner that they understand. Unka kaam tha innovation karna, and they did it well. And then there is a full stop. Then it comes to us, maybe the the intermediary organizations, the incubators, the government policies, to take them up from there. So first is, can we have these calls in not only print media, but also in other media, maybe in terms of small video or small podcast or small audio, or in a language which can be, which can be translated into the regional languages, not only the state languages, but other regional languages. So that the inflow of technologies is not limited. आप वहां तक पहुंच नहीं रहे हैं, वो प्रॉब्लम हमें सॉल्व करना है. Not because those technologies are not relevant. The technologies may be relevant. They might be able to address some of the challenges that the incubators have issued or the government is looking at, but they may not be able to articulate or come to you in a way that you want to. Secondly, the databases. If you see, we have also built many databases, some are multilingual, but again, language becomes a problem. Second is the accessibility. If we do not make it accessible, then why have databases, right? तो जहाँ पे मुझे एक सब्सक्रिप्शन फी देना पड़े, suppose I'm an innovator, can there be a policy where, like जब DP IIT में हम लोग register करते हैं, when we get a registration done, and they say कि okay, these are the libraries from where you can access. Now again, people will say कि grassroots innovators, how will they access, why will they access libraries? But we also ask our students to help them. Students collaborate with them and kind of try to refine these ideas, the prototypes into a workable product. Then comes the stage, which is a very crucial one, is validation and value addition. आप भी ऐसा कोई भी चीज, or you will, any one of us will not use anything that has not been scientifically validated. That is the truth, because we are educated and we feel कि कोई भी मतलब there has to be a demarcation from superstition and traditional knowledge or grassroots innovation. There, our labs, like I also happen to teach at ACSR, the Academy for Scientific, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, where each lab is working into the industrial problems. Now, can we have a budget earmarked from these labs, in these labs, who will work on the local problems and the innovators who have come to a solution of a local problem? Now, we don't have such mandates. We don't have mandates in even agriculture universities whose work is to go to the people and find out the problems, find out the solutions, scale them up, right? So that is another thing. Some of them are very, you can say, they need a lot of value addition. जैसे दवाई का active ingredient अगर आपको दे दिया जाए, you will not be able to consume, right? So people mix it with different things so that it is palatable. So similarly, there are innovations which need a lot of value addition. Can we have something to meet that gap? Then comes to financing. Most of them, some of the schemes have grants, some are loans, and some are debt, right? Equity and debt financing. एक जगह पे grassroots innovators के लिए नहीं होता है. We don't have it at one place for the grassroots innovators. Now, some like as you said that many are working in silos. Some are giving grants. So grant is useful when an idea is taking shape and the innovator does not have to invest his own money, his or her own money, to get into a prototype or a working proof of concept stage, right? But once the innovator is now pilot testing, first is pilot testing के लिए there is no program. You need large scale multi-location pilot testing because many of these technologies are again rural based or agriculture based.
This is, I think it's a common issue with everyone.
Yes, and that is not only, yes, not only grassroots innovation, but any innovation. Startups के पास pilot testing के लिए funds नहीं होते हैं. They do not have a window where, okay, I want to make 500 pieces, get them tested in all the locations or maybe in all the states so that I understand where my market lies. Unless, देखो और एक चीज होता है वो कहते हैं ना जो दिखता है वो बिकता है. Unless people see it, people see their efficacy, their efficiency, they will not buy it, right? So people have money. It's not that they don't want to buy, but are we giving these grassroots innovators or other innovators that chance to showcase their technology in a much larger geography than we are limited to? So there are several, like another thing that I wanted to take up was micro venture innovation fund. we have microfinance. And of course, if you know, the percentage is quite high in that, the interest rates. But can we give small soft loans where people who have at least started the market and now they need again for the pilot or just to scale them up at a very nominal rate of interest, and with the understanding that if they have tried everything, if they have burned out everything, then it can be translated into a grant or something else. So that is a risk or a venture finance where you are, you know the risk associated and you are still willing to try. And we have found that we had in the last round, actually more than 75% of the funds we got back. So it is not a bad game if you see in the banking sector. It is much higher than what the banks get their returns on, right? So some financial instruments, some technological instruments, and I think we will be there someday.
Thank you. Can you hear me? All right. So I recapitulate the importance of linguistics, the multi-linguistic issue which is required. The second is, of course, databases. You have the Indian data portal started by the Indian School of Business. I really don't understand why people have hegemony over data. I don't know why they keep sitting on data. For what reason, I have no understanding. The third issue is of microfinancing. I mean, you have a success story in the neighborhood. I don't need to go far. Bangladesh and Grameen Bank. I don't need to go very
But
far.
here, you know, in
purana ho
microfinance,
gaya.
the market and the product is known.
बहुत पुराना हो
In
गया.
micro venture finance, the market is not known.
Okay.
So वहाँ पे एक risk है. So, and I think as they have taken pioneering work in that, we should do it in MVIF.
Correct.
We should go one step ahead
of
of
that.
what our neighbors have done.
True that. And of course, you have the pilot stage issues, which is quite well known to everybody. I think it is across the board. It is a problem there. So I'll come to Dr. Sapna now, back again. And ma'am, there are a large number of, seed funding schemes insofar as startups are concerned. By the government, by the corporates, so on and so forth. Do you think they're all right? Are the policies which are governing them, are they all right? And do you think there should be more CSR or other grants which should come into play to fund these guys at a very inception stage so that they take it up from wherever they have to go in the technology ready list to wherever they have to reach to the prototype stage?
Yeah. So I think here maybe an example of what we have tried out last couple of years might be interesting. We have set up about 15 centers of excellence in different institutes, right from TERI to IIT Palakkad to IIT Dharwad and some lesser known IITs and NITs, because I don't think everything should go to those 5 IITs. They are flushed with funds. So in these centers of excellence, we have looked at 4 pillars largely. The first pillar being largely research and pre-incubation stage of innovation development. So that is one pillar where you work on everything from idea stage to say TRL 3 or TRL 4. The second one is incubation of startups, and the incubator is the second pillar in a center of excellence. The third one is the pilot, which is talking about in terms of how to support startups on the entire pilot stage. And the fourth one is scaling up. And in this center of excellence, we insist that the line ministry, be it MoHUA, be it Ministry of Agriculture, whichever is the relevant line ministry, has a representative in that governing council. Why? Because it should not be a surprise to the line ministry that here's a center of excellence which has these many startups and they are working on some innovations which are relevant or not relevant. They come to know after the whole journey is over. So that is why the government is part of the center of excellence. It is housed in a premier institute so that we know the funds are not going anywhere else. And it has startups, and those startup cohorts can be from anywhere. They don't need to be IITians or NITs or anything. They can be from anywhere. They could be grassroots or whatever. So this center of excellence that we set up, 15 of them, sanitation is in IIT Palakkad, renewable energy in IIT Dharwad. We have geospatial. We have AI and ML in NIT Patna, and then we have Terry has circular economy and so on. So we have developed so many of them. Each of these are through funding from different corporates largely. So it's HDFC Bank, Infineon, Honeywell, ICICI Securities, ICICI Foundation, IBM, and then we have Gates Foundation and so on. So we have sourced all of them. My division basically and my team, I have an excellent team, and they have sourced these partners for each of these centers of excellence. So the whole idea is how do we help these startups at different levels and these 4 pillars, and the seed funding goes as per this, right? And there could be corporates which are interested or funders which are interested in one particular pillar only. For instance, Gates says, I'm interested post-pilot. Or HDFC Bank says, who is going to fund pre-incubation research stage, which has 70% failures? So I will fund that, So I'm just giving you examples of how funding can be distributed. Rather than putting every energy into one thing, saying that, okay, now we fund seed funding and then there's startups and then we get something out of it, the entire chain. Focused funding and with that, mentorship of that particular organization makes a difference, because then they come with their entire force saying that this is the fund and this is us coming behind it and helping the startups in these areas. That's what works beautifully. And I really don't believe in 18,000 crores, 30,000 crores. I get very worried when I see big numbers because I feel nothing will come on the ground. I prefer a 10 crore which goes on the ground rather than 30,000 crores which we are talking on today.
I think you're spot on. But in the same breath, if you look at the model of, say, Software Technology Parks of India, the STPI and stuff like that. Now I'm again going into tech because willy-nilly you ventured back into your own domain. And you have the Startup Seed Fund of India, so on and so forth. Do you think as a policy we could, possibly telescope or shorten those processes? There are too many processes that a young mind, a 23, 24, 25, 26-year-old guy, fresh out of the engineering school or a B school, wants to create something and he wants a seed funding. But there's so many processes starting from form filling to, A, B, C, and D. Can they be curtailed or it's all right, ma'am, in your view?
So I think anything to do with government, we have too many regulations. So we need to, that's why untied funds from industry, and that's why we, in fact, from the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor, we introduced 2 clauses in the Schedule 7 of Ministry of Corporate Affairs for CSR. That is funding towards research and funding towards incubation of startups. Okay. So the whole idea was untied funds come from these. And also, of course, there are organizations like, informal groups like ACT Grants, Catalyst Group in Bangalore, and so on. There are several of them. I think money is not an issue at all. But just waiting for government funds all the time is quite unfair, because I think government has already funded all the institutes. Quite. The largest labs, the equipments, everything. Now is the time for, a return back. Yes. So how about returning through these and also doing problems, research problems, or specific solutions for such social impact through industry funding or through untied funds.
Okay, exactly, ma'am. I think that's the way forward. I think what you said is the pillars of pre-incubation, the incubators, support, and scalability. I think if you focus on these 4 issues, I think your startups will be good. Thank you, ma'am. So I come back to Dr. Vijay Lakshmi and leave where I left, back into the technology domain. So what do you think in agri sector, ma'am, are the emerging technologies which are going to be mitigating a huge amount of issues? And how will they aid in decision-making and policy design of the future?
Okay. Yeah. Agriculture is nothing but technology, if I may say so. Because externally, if you see as a layman, एक दृश्य हमारे सामने आता है कि एक गरीब किसान सीड बो रहा है या क्रॉप हार्वेस्ट कर रहा है, but that is not the case. Agriculture is 100% technology. So how we have actually achieved the kind of food surplus or food security today is due to technology. Our scientists are every year they are taking out thousands of varieties of the the improved varieties of seeds. So if you actually see in the business terminology, we say the input, throughput, and output. So it's exactly the same in agriculture, starting from the input to throughput, input, the seed, to the crop, to harvest, to post-harvest, to warehousing, up to consumption and then exports. So the entire value chain is nothing but technology driven. So if you see, at the seed stage, we have, thousands of new varieties now. We have, improved variety, the high HYV seeds. We know very well about how they have actually, completely changed the agriculture scenario by bringing about green revolution. So after HYV, we have lot many, experiments done, and then we have now GM crops, genetically modified, gene edited crops, and DNA sequencing is also happening. So we're actually producing so many thousands of new improved varieties every year in all kinds of crops. So improved varieties of planting material in horticulture crops. So this is happening at the seed level. And then come to the next level, at the crop level. So for the crops to grow, you need a lot of inputs, not only seed, but you also need fertilizers. So we think about fertilizers. Earlier we used to think fertilizer मतलब एक दृश्य फिर सामने आता है हमारा visuals कि किसान ऐसा छिड़काव कर रहा है. But whenever you think about fertilizers, this comes into into your mind. But who thought that fertilizers also can be in liquid form? So that was a breathtaking technology, which actually enabled fertigation. So which in fact has enabled the micro irrigation to come into picture, and through micro irrigation, then a lot of other improvements have come into place. So fertilizers in terms of liquid fertilizers. Now we are talking about nano urea, nano fertilizers using nanotechnology. Using less amount of fertilizer and having more absorption capacity of that fertilizer, and slow releasing fertilizers. So you name it, you have so many varieties now available for the farmers in terms of technology in fertilizers. So that is with regard to fertilizers. Then you actually think about how we are actually looking at the entire farm. When this farm requires water, when this farm requires fertilizer, when there is a pest or a disease, how do you actually, without even going into the farm, how do you actually know about what kind of disease is there and what kind of application is required? So all that is being done through sensors now. So we have actually gone to that level of farming now, that the young entrepreneurs in this country are using sensors and doing all these applications in the farm sector. So it's nothing but technology. Then come to the next level, harvest. There are so many, like I just forgot to mention about drones. So recently we have introduced drones, and the SOPs are also given, and people are using drone technology now for various kinds of applications. So that is actually helping farmers and entrepreneurs in a similar way to reduce costs, to increase productivity, and lot many things. So the drone technology is now it is the in thing now. So, and then look at the harvesting, you have combined harvesters and whatnot in terms of mechanization. Agriculture mechanization, we have gone from, from smallest to the largest equipment, and what kind, all kinds of equipments are there now. People are in fact, have custom hiring centers, in all the villages, self-help groups coming together, the farmer producer organizations coming together, having custom hiring centers, and then, distributing these, and, providing these equipments on rent, etc., etc. So this is nothing but technology. So post-harvest, you have so many technologies in the post-harvest, warehousing, warehousing related technologies. So we have everything now. So it is in a conventional way, from seed to post-harvest, it's all technology driven. Now we have gone ahead, and now we are actually entering into the new and emerging technologies in terms of AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, and sensor-based technology, remote sensing, technology, all that we are using now. So it's all technology and technology only. in
Wonderful,
agriculture now.
wonderful. Let's hope more power to you all when using technology. I think with the passage of time, I'm left with one last question to you, Anamika, and I'll ask you very pointed question insofar as the grassroots innovations is concerned and the sector that you are working in. What are your views on the current scraping policy? That is one. And the second thing is, how does it affect your area? And the second moot part of the question is, do you think a larger amount of CSR will drive more innovation in this area? And if yes, how?
First, the scraping policy.
Yeah.
It will kind of kill our grassroots innovators in some sense because they keep the cost low because they use second-hand parts. Now, when you drive a car, the car maybe maybe they have an age. The cars have an age of 15 years, 20 years. But what about the steering? What about the differential? What about the different alloys that is being used? Which part, maybe the electronics part may get hampered. But when we have so much of focus on circular economy, how can we make it into thin sheets and let it go? I mean, that has happened in Europe. Of course, they may have a reason for that, but here a whole industry thrives on it. And I will say, with the additional part of the scrapping industry should be multiple life cycles, fatigue factors mentioned on the components, right? Because many of आप अगर देखोगे बहुत जो ये आप scrap industry बोलते हैं, they salvage most of the components. They get
Correct.
value out of something that we have thrown away.
Correct.
And that's why the whole cost of R&D, if you see, the cheapest way of generating employment in this country is through grassroots innovations. Because the cost of R&D, they have, because of the limited constraint, limited resources, the constraints they can emerge in, they have kept it very low. Now, such kind of policy should be maybe reviewed in the sense of our more, like our commitment towards the SDGs, where we have committed that circular economy, we will work towards circular economy, where we are reducing the carbon footprint, where we are saying we are kind of working towards helping the industry grow, but not at the cost of environment. The more consumptive we are, the more problem we are creating. Second part of the question was CSR. See, at times it is the more the merrier, but CSR could be also in form of the expertise that they have. Like right now we have a collaboration with Suzuki. Why? Because not only for the money we are getting from others also, but our people will never get an expertise of a Suzuki engineer or a Microsoft engineer. They will never get access. वो कभी जो 10th तक pass भी नहीं किए हैं, how will enter your door, right? So CSR, the whole paradigm can be, as Madam had also explained, mentorship also matters, along with, of course, financing instruments are there, but finances have to be backed up with right kind of policies at right stages, as she said, from pre-incubation to scale-up version, when the innovations scale up. So I will say that CSR, currently it is like 2% or whatever it is. Now more and more people are being involved. And what I like currently, many of the corporates are coming up to devote their time also. एक चीज होता है आपने इधर से दे दिया and let it be. My balance sheet is okay, my taxes have been met, and my legal criteria I have fulfilled. But when I'm involved, maybe I can bring more. A concept होता है cognitive surplus, which every one of us have.
Yes. That is the point I was trying to make,
Yes.
because it is not a dole.
Yes.
At the end of the day, it is also ownership.
Yes, because हम लोग में हर किसी में we are somehow multi-talented, and we like to do something which is outside our domain of work, and we can bring passion into it, and we can bring more energy into it. So we can see CSR in that light also, how each of us can contribute not only in terms of money, but also expertise, interest, mentorship, networks. I come from the Honeybee network. It is the largest network in the form of like an informal network, जहाँ पे कोई certificate नहीं है, only the logo is registered, nothing else. But people are there. You ask to find out about any innovator in the country, our people will be able to reach there because they are we are united by a cause. We say we want to help grassroots innovators, or we want to help innovators. Let it be grassroots innovators, and somebody will go and reach and get the information.
Wonderful. Thank you, Anamika. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've come to the end of this session. I will stick to the time allocated to me very clearly. To just sum it up a little, we've had some great insights into the strategic alliances in the startup system insofar as the principle of scientific advisor to the PM is concerned by Dr. Sapna Poti. She's brought out 4 pillars very clearly of the pre-incubation stage, incubation stage, and thereafter, hand-holding and scalability, which obviously is going to make a business sense. If you don't have scalability, then what business sense are you doing? I mean, it doesn't stand to logic either which way. Yeah. And of course, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, she's brought about the technology in agriculture, policy reforms, various touch points, which she just mentioned as to what is required and how important is policy insofar as agriculture is concerned. Anamika has spoken a lot about the grassroots sector, the scraping policy, the issues with the scraping policy, CSR, various other issues of multilinguistics, etc., etc. As closing remarks, we as a country, a lot of people have a lot of things to say about India. You're very big, you're very humongous. You are technology centric, but how will you do it, this, that, and the other? So there are a lot of people who speak like this. My favorite quote whenever I speak in various public appearances is I always say that India is a country which has a capability to disappoint both the optimist and the pessimist alike. So make no mistake, you have arrived. In 75 years, what you have done, frankly, as a country, I feel very proud when I go around all over in the ecosystem and see young minds talking, doing things, ideating, envisioning things as to how they're going to be coming through today. And both sides of, the fence, the government sector, now in the corporate sector, I think this country has some great potential, outstanding potential. So I'm sure it will not disappoint the optimist insofar as that is concerned. The second thing is that there are some gaps. Policy may be on one end, but there are some gaps which possibly would hamper you not, capitalizing or encashing your demographic dividend, so to say, as a lot of people, articulate it as compared to China or Europe or whichever country you're looking at. I think the biggest gap which exists as we speak today, even for Atmanirbhar Bharat and even for technology, is skilling. I'm quite convinced about it. So insofar as, my sector is concerned today, when you look at semiconductors, when you look at, the various pillars of skilling, I mean, you can put in so much of money that you want, you can put in anything. And now we've seen post the vaccines, you've seen the entire drama unfolding after this COVID, when the vaccines came into play, and they were weaponized, really. They were weaponized by various countries, your co-vaccine and things like that. They didn't get the WHO nod and so on and so forth. So at some stage, there may be a case in point and time when there will be countries who will monetize this skilling part. They will make it at a premium. So it is high time that the core of Atmanirbhar Bharat is taken as skilling, and then we move forward insofar as we are concerned. I think I have finished with this. We are still open to questions, all 4 of us. We have around 3.5 minutes more. We'll be more than happy to take the questions. Semiconductors for me, strategic alliances for Dr. Sapna Poti, anything on agriculture by Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, and Anamika, of course, for the grassroots sector, please. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I am Lalmani Pandey from ISB. I would like to ask Dr. Vijay Lakshmi that, ma'am, you have highlighted so many challenges. Of course, government is also doing best to tackle those challenges. I wish to know more about what government currently doing to attract quality graduates in agriculture.
Quality graduates.
Yeah, graduates, young minds, quality graduates, including startups and maybe innovations. if you could highlight more schemes, then it will help me. Thank you.
Shall I take it up? Shall I answer? Okay. Yeah. Ministry of Agriculture has already, nurtured almost 1,100 startups in agri sector, and there are almost 15 knowledge partners, and there are almost 10 to 15 Rabis who are actually incubating these ideas and nurturing them. So 1,100 startups are ready, and there are few more, in the pipeline. And altogether, like 1,500 to 1,600 startups are now, ready to take off. So that is one thing. And if you actually see the startup innovation plus agtech business, it has actually grown 25% year on year. So that is the kind of growth which is happening in the agtech sector and startup and innovation sector. So you see every day a new entrepreneur coming up, and since agriculture sector is so huge, as I said, from seed to post harvest. So in the entire value chain, you take up any small bit and do so much. So many young people are actually entering agriculture sector. A lot of IIT graduates, IM graduates, entering agriculture and doing wonderfully well. So there are so many, startups. They have just started like 4 or 5 years ago. Now, like 1,000 crore companies they have built up. So that is the kind of scenario which is now happening.
If I can add to that, we've done something called the Kisan Mitra initiative, where we have about 2,000 plus technologies and startups in this platform called Kisan Mitra. And it's with the Prime Minister's Science Technology Innovation Cluster in Hyderabad now. We have just placed it there. So I think most startups today are interested in agriculture, and right from small land holding mechanization to drones, several areas. You'll find
25% growth year on year itself is so huge. In fact, in the ministry, what we are doing now is that we are actually making agriculture pilgrimage centers. So if institutes like ISB or IITs, IIMs, if they are interested, we can share that list, where they can send their students for exposure visits, etc. So these agriculture pilgrimage centers are for us, for ministry officials, starting from the ASO level up to the secretary, to go visit them and learn from them what they are doing, and also encourage them, things like that. So, yeah.
In fact, one of our IMA graduates, she is putting her, donning the hat of entrepreneurship. She is doing this agriculture, you can say pilgrimage, but we say tourism in West Sikkim, one of the cornermost part of Sikkim. And that is happening. It is naturally happening with all the impetus and force na कि अभी startup करना है, नया सोचना है, and people are now excited. And see, they may fail, but they are at least trying. We should be happy that they are honestly trying.
Failure is a part.
Yes.
Failure is a part of your progress. That's all right. In fact, as we speak, there is also a startup that I am handling. They are using artificial intelligence to make a couple of devices which you can put in the food storage godowns to look at rodents, vermins, how the grains are going to be performing at a particular time and space. So that also is on.
Ag tourism is also picking up, agriculture tourism, and people are actually setting up restaurants in their farms, and
Farm to plate.
Farm to plate, and freshly picked up, vegetables and cooked, and then they are serving the food in the farm itself. So ag tourism is really picking up.
Yes, sir.
Good morning to all the panelists. Let me start by first congratulating Anamika ma'am, Sapna ma'am, and the whole ecosystem stakeholders to where we have arrived so far, as sir also mentioned. Can we have an applause for what we are doing collectively as India? Because I've been following Jian, I've been following Professor Anil Gupta, Shodh Yatra, and how he is trying to connect the frugal innovations, and people like him, are inspiring a new generation. He has been he had worked with Dr. Kalam. For me also, he was an inspiration. After graduation, I also kind of took up an entrepreneurial route. one aspect which I would like to ask is the role of gap between the education process. We all are still thinking the linear way. After 12th, you have other module, next module, next module, next module, and I have been interacting with some of the participants also over here who are pursuing PhD. That there is no space between to think. I met some Korean students during my visit to Udaipur in 2018. And these kids were just 12 pass outs and they took 1 year off to travel India to explore the challenges, maybe, similar condition we can find in Israel. The students take part in the military training or whatever, and then they go back to the education, and it's very much accepted by the society over there. Like it's kind of part of the culture to become innovative. What are your thoughts on this? Can something like this, like Shodh Yatra for a year, Jagriti Yatra is there, and many other initiatives are there? Can we give some space to the students to think, pause, channelize those thoughts early that what I really want to do? Because I have my friends and colleagues who did engineering, telecom, now they are working in IT. I don't know what happened over there at that time. So it would be great to hear your thoughts on that.
Yes, very relevant question. But the new education policy, get a copy, and you will know that the government is taking care of that. Where you can take a sabbatical, like professionals can do, and even between your degrees, like between your semesters, you can take off and do something worthwhile. Now, what you do out of it is upon you, right? So the policy is, and now it is being implemented. So give it some time. Maybe in some time you will have it in all across in all universities and all, but the policy is in place, right? Yes.
With respect to that, but I've been interacting with some institutions. They are little bit so vague as to where, in metros, Tier 1, Tier 2, how it is going to be formulated or implemented in that sense. Like
Rome wasn't built in a day. It'll take a while.
It will
right?
take a while,
So-
but again, as Colonel Awasthi has said, it will give food to the optimists and the pessimists alike. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, but
but they are necessary. I will say an early stage awareness, an early stage exposure to various things is important. And one of the things that we usually do is we take children from the poorest backgrounds and the most elitist school together. We make them go to places where people who work with hands, like the laborers or the artisans, they live. They come and ideate and see the problems and give solutions as well. So getting exposure is upon not only, the onus is not only on the institutions or your parents or your teachers, but also the students themselves. And I think in some time it will change.
It
isn't
will.
It will change.
It will change. And see, I'll just, as the closing remarks, I'll also just mention to you, since you brought out this issue, and I also mentioned about skilling. Now, let me tell you about the semiconductor policies in India. The other day, we were ideating in the ministry, with a lot of people, a lot of erudite speakers, a lot of industry professionals, leaders, captains, so on and so forth. Now, you give me a case in point. You have a child today, and he says that, okay, I want to do engineering after 12th. Which engineering do you think he'll do? Take a cross section, 85% computer science. So computer science तुम करोगे तो फिर hardware कहाँ से बनाओगे? But he's not at fault. The problem is there's a return on investment on him because there are Googles and Microsofts roaming around the place. They'll give him a good job. If he's going to do electronics and microelectronics, where are our jobs? So the crux, the core lies in skilling. So what you'll do is that you'll get people from outside at 8 times the cost. And they will supposedly, apparently train you. Whether they do or not is a moot question. See, that is what she just mentioned. The NEP is going to be a game changer. Will take a little while. But a great question. Thank you very much.
It's all about mindset. No?
Mindset and
We are-
culture.
And
culture.
as a country, we are actually transitioning. And Indian parents earlier used to be very, very insecure about their kids getting into,
Business and
yes, they should get some job. So that is why all doctor engineer kind of theory earlier. And after economic reforms, only we are little slightly opened up. Now only we are actually having a lot of opportunities. So things are happening, and many kids are now actually taking sabbatical after their graduation and going around and then only taking up some job or the other. So things are happening and changing.
So I've already got a chit which says, sir, scheduled time is just over. Right. Thank you very much for your patient listening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you very much to the panelists. You've been great, very forthcoming, very upright in speaking. And thank you very much to Bharati Institute of Public Policy and the Indian School of Business for hosting us and letting us speak and giving us the platform to speak on these issues. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, esteemed panelists, for the Policy Innovation Plenary Session. Moving forward, we would like to invite to the podium Mr. Bharat Lal, Director General, National Center for Good Governance, to deliver today's expert talk. Thank you.
Once again, good morning to you all. Thank you very much for having me here. Friends, before I proceed, let me say a few words at personal level. Many of you are a student and all of us have been a student. And imagine a situation where a student is standing on podium and people like Mr. Amarjit Sinha, Mr. Santrapati, who has been our teacher, sitting in the panel and looking at you, so you can understand. And above all, there is an interrogator here, and Smita Prakash. And imagine a situation where basically I have to speak. Friends, thank you very much. Indeed, I'm very grateful, and whatever I'm going to say is basically I have learned from people like Mr. Sinha, Mr. Tripathi, and many others. But more importantly, many of things I learned in Gujarat while working in that state, and especially on the ground in the field. And I see here my esteemed colleague, friend, Mr. Anjal Prakash, Dr. Anjal Prakash, who was with me in Wasmo. So it's good to be here. Thank you, Dr. Arushi Jain, for having me here and giving me this opportunity to talk to you. Friends, I will not take your much time. Let me just start. The topic of this session, actually, I have been given that policy and innovation. And I presume that is a public policy and innovation. And I would like to add one more word here, that public policy, innovation, and governance. Because any public policy, in the absence of right kind of governance, I don't think it is going to achieve its objective. And in today's era, if it is not mixed with innovation, I think it's next to impossible to meet the intended goal. So in that sense, this session is going to be on public policy, innovation, and governance. Most of the people here sitting here, they know much more than me about theoretical aspect of public policy. But let me bring something from grassroots level, from bottom, that such policies, such innovations, such governance, good governance, what kind of impact it has. Let me give a couple of examples. If you Google, I mean, everybody has phone. If you Google that a postman killed IIT dream of a tribal boy. This story appeared in 2006 or 7. And this from Bhubaneswar. Most of the time, we in modern times, it has become a fashion actually to castigate media also. But this story was brought by a media, Hindustan Times, that a postman killed IIT dream of a tribal boy. This boy belonged to Odisha, from where Mr. Sant Tripathi comes. It is his karma bhumi. He has secured 83rd position in JEE in that year. And imagine, his mistake was that he didn't keep on sitting in his room, rented room, for whole day, 24/7, waiting for that call later, that counseling later. He went outside his room for tea, for coffee, for having movie or something like that. And postman came once, postman came twice, and recorded, and he sent back the letter. And it went back to IIT Kharagpur, which was conducting JEE in that year. So imagine this small mistake. At that point, allow me to come from here, governance. And after 1.5 months, the boy went to IIT Kharagpur. He met Professor Dubey, who was basically controller of examination. And he said, "My son, I'm sorry. It's too late. You lost the seat. And this seat is," and Dr. Amarjit Sinha, he has handled this education and throughout his life. And he was told that, look, it is just like aeroplane. Once admission process is over, the seat is finished. Nothing left. So try next year. And this story was published by Hindustan Times. I'll not go into what happened later on, But 2-3 things happened after that, Somehow I also read and maybe too spirited, and I took up this case with National Commission for Scheduled Tribe. And notice was issued to Secretary Higher Education, Controller of Examination, IIT Kharagpur, and Secretary Post, and all those things. And then the decision was taken that a seat was created and this boy was given admission. But the issue is that if this happens in 2006-7, internet has come, email has come, there could have been system. It means daily you have to keep on working on that. And today, at least, this is not a situation where basically we are having this kind of problem, Allow me to give another example. when it comes to governance, let's say public policy. There is a tribal area, PSC, CSC, healthcare system, we all understand that condition of PSC, CSC is a vicious cycle actually. I mean, horse before the cart or cart before the horse, I don't know. But doctor is not there, paramedic is not there, they say they don't have facilities. So, what happens actually? That people are not able to get healthcare services. So allow me to narrate another story from 2006 in Gujarat, in tribal areas. And in tribal area, women were not coming forward to go to any hospital or to doctor during their pregnancy period and delivery. And you can see that the kind of effect it has on IMMR, MMR, and institutional delivery and so on and so forth. So we had to pump 5 crore rupees for some innovation. Any innovative project you can take, 5 crore rupees. So one of my very esteemed colleague, senior colleague, Dr. Amarjit Singh, and both he and me. So one thing, allow me to say in lighter vein, that never think that people are wasting time when they are having lunch with somebody. It's a very, very important time. And Dr. Amarjit Singh and myself, both we sat down in Shastri One and having lunch actually. And on that table, with this 5 crore rupees, we evolved on a scheme that in tribal area, women are not coming forward to doctor. Doctors are not there, PSC is not there, paramedics are not there. How to ensure institutional delivery, that maternal care is taken. So we develop a contour of that, this thing. And this 5 crore rupees as innovative project we put there. The scheme was very precise way that any person bringing his wife, sister, daughter to a doctor, any doctor, private doctor, any doctor, and their pregnancy test is carried out. And if the test is positive, doctor will take out 50 rupees and give the person, congratulate the person for bringing this lady to his clinic, and congratulate him and give him 50 rupees at that point of time. And for next 5, 6, 7 months, he'll take care of that lady. I mean, usual medicine, folic acid and all those will be provided, and then he will handle the delivery. And then if it requires cesarean and some other thing, procedure, then I think doctor is responsible for taking this lady to the hospital. And once delivery is done, the child, is registered in birth and death register. In doctor's account, 1,850 rupees will be transferred automatically. By this example, I would like to explain the public policy aspect. The public policy is that, yes, we have to control population. This is one part. And here we are evolving a policy where basically anybody is coming and, informing that, is pregnant, and you are rewarding the person 50 rupees. But that is our culture. When women get pregnant, in the family, in the household, everywhere, there's a happiness. There is a happiness all around. People appreciate it, and Secondarily, if you start building PSC, CST, arranging doctor, arranging paramedic, I don't know how many years it will take. And third thing is that since tribal people are not coming to doctors, so this is the one way to promote that they should go to a formal, healthcare system. And for doctors who are available in that area, it's a good opportunity to have additional patients. So it was a kind of win-win-win-win situation for everybody. And first year, with 5 crore rupees, in 5 districts, we got 29,000 deliveries, took place in that district, those districts. Then you extended to 11 districts, and then the whole state. And in 32 districts or 26 districts at that point of time, annual expenditure was 51 crore rupees. And our institutional delivery increased from 46% to roughly 96, 97%. So friends, this is one of the examples of a good public policy, a good innovation, and fairly good governance. My lecture is limited to only this much. That's it. Nothing much more. Nothing much more. I think when we are in public policy, whether you or me or I think we have to be very clear about the goal, objective, collaterals, and we have to see that everybody is benefited. If anybody is not benefited, he or she has the capacity to scuttle that public policy. I think that is the crux of the policy making. And with today's IT infrastructure and internet and so on and so forth, I personally feel that it has become much easier. Public policy might be difficult, but governance is becoming much easier. Societal complexities and all those things well taken, but I think it becomes, because it gives you a speed and a scale. Your reach can, Let me give you a third example. In 1999, 2000, in Gujarat, GSDP growth was 1.2%. And you are better informed, you are more knowledgeable than me about economics and inflation and growth. Next year, 2001, the growth was minus 4.89%. Okay, minus 4.89%. Of course, on 26 January 2001, there was an earthquake, devastating earthquake. So last 2 months were virtually lost. Even then, in first 10 months, the situation was so bad that year average was minus 4.89%. And next year, let's take 5 years, 97 to 2002, 5 years. It was, I think, 2.8%. Yeah. For 5 years, 97 to 2002, growth was 5%. What were the limiting factor? What were the cause? Number one was scarcity of water, drought-like situation and water scarcity. That was the first thing. And of course, second thing was, of course, devastating earthquake and thereafter rehabilitation, reconstruction, and other associated activities. Scarcity was such that whole year, almost 10 months, the whole state government and district administration was involved in arranging tanker and water trains and tanker. 10,000 plus tankers, 2-3 trains. And imagine that time, Gulf War was going on. And if you go to railway board and they'll say that, well, whether the rakes should be deployed for oil and petrochemicals or for water. And I, being very junior most, I'll take liberty and say that, sir, obviously water. And they will laugh. Why is it so that today in Gujarat, you are not hearing water movement through tanker or railway rakes, or starting from 2002 to 2011, double-digit growth including agriculture. 2011 to 2021 is 11% growth. So I have a feeling that I think we have to study what kind of public policies have been evolved, what kind of governance system has been put in place, what kind of innovations have been introduced. I think these are the few things basically we have to study, and when we are making policies, these need to be taken into account. And well, friends, I think our younger generation is living in a very, very, of course, challenging time, complex time, but genuinely very good time. In the sense that in my generation, when we had to acquire some knowledge, we have to go to school, college, museum, university, this temple of knowledge. But today, this knowledge is basically here. It's a question of acquiring it, taking it, adopting it, and working on it. And you are also living a different generation. Of course, certain value and all those things adjusted, that's secondary part. But just don't forget that India, first $1 trillion economy became in 2007. Means it took 60 years since independence to become $1 trillion economy. But next $1 trillion was added in only 7 years. 2014, we became $2 trillion economy. And third trillion was added in 5 years, roughly in 2019, of course, after COVID and all those things. So it means there is a speed, there is a scale, and there are opportunities. It creates its own momentum and opportunities, So issue is how to take benefit of, this kind of ecosystem and this kind of environment, where basically government is trying to create an environment of opportunities. The whole public policy here, Mr. Sinha is sitting here, and I don't want to embarrass him. The whole life he devoted for what? Bringing people from bottom, basically. He devoted his whole life in Bihar, in his healthcare, in education, basically people who are at bottom, bringing them up and make them capable of availing the opportunity. And today, this government, in last so many years, you have seen, when we say that universalization of various services, it means what? There's a housing, or drinking water, or toilet, or cooking gas, or electricity, or internet connection at village level panchayat. It is basically enabling environment. Colonel Awasthi was mentioning about skilling. Yes, very important. Just imagine that in 2014, only 24% women were in workforce. And last 7-8 years, I think this percentage has increased to 33%. And imagine when we talk about doubling of income, next 25 years being a developed nation, our per capita income going to $12,000, something like that. I think bringing women in workforce is the most crucial and most critical, component of that strategy. And the kind of things are being done here. You have to, I mean, you know it, and Let me give in, because there is a paucity of time, and let me give another example, how we are working and what are the opportunities it creates. And one example I'll give from Jal Jeevan Mission. As you know that having clean tap water at home, it frees women and girls from drudgery of, this thing, and they can use this time in very productive manner. So this scheme has been initiated to ensure clean tap water every home. And I'll request all of you, and especially researcher and student, please go to JJM dashboard and see it from different angle. That tomorrow at village level, if a public utility or a private utility has to evolve, what kind of ecosystem has already been put in place and being put in place so that you can start your utility. So what has been done? All kind of granular data, including last 20 years investment at village level, has been put on that there. All the people who have got tap water connection, their name authenticated by Aadhaar has been put there. The source of water quality and the system has been evolved where basically water quality data is speaking to each other. This is also being linked to integrated disease surveillance program where basically waterborne diseases and quality of water, is talking to each other. Now imagine a situation, government have made provision on the recommendation of 15th Finance Commission that in 6 years, 1.72 lakh crore rupees, 28,000 crore rupees annually are given to these panchayats as tied grant for water and sanitation. Now, every village panchayat is having, let's say, 8 to 10 lakh rupees. What need to be done? It requires a professional management. Because once under Jal Jeevan Mission, this kind of infrastructure is created. And you must have heard about, this innovation, sensor-based IoT devices have been developed and deployed on pilot basis. If this sensor-based IoT device is at every village level, at every mohalla or habitation level, or even at every household level, it means quantity of water, quality, duration, various parameters, you can access this information, get it transferred through SIM or with Bluetooth, and it comes on your dashboard. And imagine for one village, 10 village, 100 village, 1,000 village, you have this data, and this can become a kind of water utility. So the kind of opportunities opens, the same sensor based IoT device. Today, we are fortunate to have, I want to test my glucose level at home, I can test it. I want to test my COVID, so many other pregnancies, so many other things. Can you get your water tested at home or anywhere? And imagine this ignorance, this kind of facility not being available, how it is basically exploited. The water I get from my tap, I'm not very confident whether I can drink it directly or not. So this fear is a kind of, on this fear, there is a business model that RO or water treatment plant will be built. It will be sold to you, install it. The water is coming from this one. You also don't know whether it's potable or not, but you will drink it. And just imagine this RO plant, this 500 and 600 rupees, this device is installed like in voltage stabilizer. Power coming, input. What is power going, output, Same, water quality. What is coming here and what is going here. I think you can assess it. So I think there is scope for this kind of innovation, this kind of entrepreneurship, this kind of public policy. This is what basically this government is trying to do it. Similarly, take one example. Another example is education. Ensuring quality education to everyone, I think that is that topmost responsibility of any government. And you have seen, starting from Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan and new education policy. But allow me to give one example of tribal area. We got that remote and forested areas, so people would not like to stay there, good teachers and so many other things. So what government is doing basically, it is coming a kind of Navodaya Vidyalaya in each taluka, each block of tribal area is known as Eklavya Model Residential School. What does it mean that? That these children basically, they have a boarding house, a school, get good quality education, they learn their culture, they learn their sports, they learn, this thing. And ultimately, it leads to development of leadership among tribal and scheduled tribe. And it means this area, this tribal belt, whole Schedule 5 and Schedule 6 area, Central India and Northeast, opens huge opportunities. I think as a public servant, people like me, our duty is basically to tap, this kind of opportunity, work for this kind of, and we are trying to same is take digital health, take internet at the panchayat level or village level. I think this is the kind of India we are trying to work out. This thing. Friends, I'll stop here. And the only thing I would say that I think we are entering it, the kind of Indian stack is being created. You see that, I think don't allow this opportunity to slip away from you. I think you know it more, but let me flag it. That just think about it that in last 20 years, why and how in US, this kind of tech or fintech or those kind of companies emerged. How and why? What kind of enabling environment was created there? I think that is one lesson we must learn. If those things were not there, if internet was not there, if that kind of satellite were not there, if that kind of geospatial data was not there, probably Google would not have emerged. Would not have, or any kind of travel or those kind of not emerged. I think this provides an opportunity for India. The kind of Indian stack is being developed. It's a golden opportunity for people like you to get into. Use your brain, use this opportunity, and come up with your startup, come up with your business model, come up with create opportunity. And I think there could be, many of us might be having a view that the miles to go and there are huge requirement for many changes. But I think the beginning has been made. The opportunity is being created, whether it's a startup or the Mudra loan or those kind of things. Opportunities is there, and I think we should not allow it to slip away. So once again, thank you very much, and I wish you all the very best for the whole day and for next day. Thank you all very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your valuable views with us today. I would like to request Dr. Arushi Jain, Policy Director, Bharati Institute of Public Policy, to please come on stage and present a token of appreciation to Mr. Bharatlal. I would also like to invite the expert panelists of Policy and Innovation Plenary to kindly come on stage to receive a token of appreciation. Colonel Anurag Avasthi, sir. Colonel Anurag Avasthi. Dr. Anamika De, kindly come on stage to receive a token of appreciation. Dr. Anamika De, ladies and gentlemen. She is the CEO of GYAN, who is also the policy partners for the Public Policy Dialogues Conference. Thank you, ma'am. I would kindly request Mr. Surendranath Tripathi, Director General, Indian Institute of Public Administration, to kindly come on stage, please. Mr. Surendranath Tripathi, ladies and gentlemen. Indian Institute of Public Administration is also a policy partner of Public Policy Dialogues. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, moving further with day 2 of the Public Policy Dialogues, we now have the Innovation Sandbox presentations. Our objective behind this session is to showcase the innovative case studies and best practices in public policy and implementation for a broader reach and awareness. I would like to invite the first presenter on stage, Dr. Mausumi K. Bhattacharjee, Assistant Professor, Tata Institute of Social Science, who is going to speak on the topic of Decentralized Decision Support System for Climate Smart Agriculture, Economics of a Dashboard Approach. Here, I would like to make a small announcement. The time limit for the Innovation Sandbox is strictly 10 minutes, so kindly adhere to the time limit, please.
It's not shared. Right, ma'am.
Our session has begun. I'm going to talk now.
Okay, yeah, I'm starting.
Yeah, just be here and say hello, okay, to everybody. Just don't disconnect this. Let's be here only. Oh, no. Let's use that one. Good morning, everybody. This is a joint work with Ruthwik Kopachi, who's joined me online here, and from the University of Maryland, and with Professor Suresh Babu from IFPRI, Washington, D.C. office at the University of Pretoria. So, to cut to the chase, this is what the FAO defines climate smart agriculture as, that sustainably increases productivity, resilience, which is adaptation, reduces or removes the greenhouse gas emissions or mitigation, and enhances achievement of national food security and development goals. So keeping the definition in mind and keeping what we know as the One Health approach. So this is the One Health approach that incorporates all these particular dimensions on soil health, plant health, animal health, human health, and ecosystem health. We incorporate all these different dimensions into what we call a dashboard approach, and this is what our solution looks like. So what we build is something of this sort. When you see a lot of colors, there are basically 4 colors that we put together: red, orange, green, and yellow. Red signifies poor performance. Orange signifies slightly better performance. Yellow above average performance, and green the best performance. So what is this performance all about? So what we do is we collate data on different indicators, and this spans across all dimensions of climate smart agriculture, and this spans across all dimensions of One Health, and it incorporates actually the requirements of the farmers, the agricultural extension officers, the policymakers, the technocrats, the financing bodies, the public policy analysts, and all other stakeholders that you can think of in the food system. And these are the different indicators that we put together. So there you'll find indicators on water deficit, rainfall, irrigation, temperature, evapotranspiration, agricultural stress index, pest or disease, crop dynamics, the GHG emissions. So Ritwik has done a whole bunch of, he's doing a whole bunch of DNDC modeling for computing the GHG emissions for rice farms, especially the rice farms in India. We collate information on some global warming potential out of these, and connectivity issues on cold storage, etc. So we put together these different indicators on one platform. And after we put together different indicators, we classify the performance of each indicator. So if you see, there's a real-time status for each variable, and we prescribe this to be operated on a real-time basis. So basically, we capture the performance of each indicator. We have just been given the illustration for 2 indicators here. What is the real-time performance of that particular indicator? And this can be done. So our objective is to develop an app, a mobile application for those working at the ground level. So say, for example, the agricultural extension officers. So they are going to have, suppose this is for Nalgonda district. So they are going to have the real-time status of the different indicators. So it can either signal a warning that that performance of that particular indicator, say, for example, the evapotranspiration rate today. Okay. That can be either red, that means it's a warning. It can be orange, it can be green, and it can be yellow. So there's a whole bunch of statistics, statistical analysis that goes behind how to classify a particular box as red or orange or green or yellow. And so if we put together all indicators, say for one particular district in one frame, this is how the final dashboard should look like. And then we simulate the scenarios. What are the possible scenarios that we can expect to see? So suppose in this particular chunk, for the month of Jan and Feb combined, we can do this monthly, we can do this daily, whatever basis. For Jan and Feb combined, this box is, this particular section, all the indicators show green status, but there are few, 1, 2, 3, 4, which show a red status. This means that there's something not in coherence. So what we are expecting is that all indicators should ideally be, the ideal situation is all indicators, all boxes should be green. But if it's not, if there are suddenly some red chunks, that implies that some indicators are suddenly showing some disruption. And given that it's all about climate change, it's all about real-time processing of data, the sudden red chunks signals an alert. So if we have one particular chunk, which is all green, but then a few are signaling red suddenly, it's immediate time for the agricultural extension officer or those involved in real-time decision-making to immediately target those particular indicators. Similarly, a box which like this, wherein there are rows of red colors, rows of yellow colors, and only few showing positive sign or best performing in terms of green color, it's also still a situation of alert because all the indicators that we consider here are not performing at par. So it can be a situation like crop prices are suddenly, say for example, crop prices are suddenly very high. The soil health dynamics, say for that particular week, because we can't have soil health dynamics for every day per se, for example. So if these two are not in sync, does it sound an alarming situation for the agricultural extension officer on ground? So these are some of these simulated scenarios that we have taken care of, and we expect to develop a mobile application for this. So that's what our innovation is about, a climate smart agriculture. It's a big data performance using a dashboard approach. And the economics behind it is this dashboard is easy to construct and monitor. It helps actually the farmers to adopt climate smart agricultural practices on a daily basis. It helps in discovery of efficient prices, designing insurance products. It helps reduce deadweight losses in the entire system. It helps in the frequent matching of demand and supply. That is what we all aim for. Rapid monitoring, rapid situation analysis, rapid response, action, and easier processing of large data sets. It helps us put together historical, real-time, and predicted numbers on the same plate. The processing is computationally intensive, but not that intensive, so we can take care of this. It can be implemented on a mobile app. And overall, it helps in better planning and advocacy, preparedness, and mitigation and response. It's actually a step beyond even climate smart agriculture. The list of these indicators that we have, and we were just trying to see how well it tests on ground. In fact, for the recent floods in Pakistan, if we look at the data on many of the indicators, actually the situation was somewhat alarming, and I don't think the government had this kind of a system in place which could have sounded an alarm for them. So that's it from our side. Ritvik, you want to add any comments? Ritvik?
No, I think, I don't want to add any comments, but thank you again, everyone, for your attention.
Yeah, thank you. And we thank the Indian School of Business, Bharati Institute of Public Policy, for providing us the opportunity to showcase our work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mosami. Now I would like to request the next presenter, Ms. Alina Sen, Senior Communication Specialist and Archivist, Council on Energy, Environment and Water, to present on her topic, What on Earth, How WIT is Taking Sustainability Places.
This is the... Hello, ISB. Can you hear me? Can I hear the years loudly? Yeah. All right. Before I start, just very happy to be here for two reasons. One, Hyderabad has temperatures in double digits. I come from freezing Delhi. The warmth is the first and foremost thing. Second, I was at the Times of India when ISB was set up way back in 2001. So it's really good to be back on this side and having a chat with all of you. And three is that in an entire morning dedicated to innovation, be it discussions, be it best practices, be it case studies, communicating sustainability becomes part of an innovation sandbox in a purely academic and public policy driven conversation. So very glad to be here. Thank you, ISB, and thank you, Bharati Institute. To start off, I am from CEW, the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. Our job is predominantly pretty much what you do and then some. Making sustainability business as usual, not a good to have. We have the SDGs. We are in the business of using data, integrated analysis, and what we call strategic outreach to explain and change the use, reuse, and misuse of resources. And we are here to take sustainable development places. We do this through three huge pillars. One, as we call them, transformations. Economies have to be decarbonized. We have to get the energy transition going across, not just in cities, but even every single village that sort of Dr. Dey was talking about in the earlier session. Do trigger transformations, but ensure that quality of life, the food, water, the air, all of it that is essential to sustain life, we maintain it. And to enable all of this to happen is to trigger enablers. What are they? Finance, technology, climate resilience, and as we heard earlier, a circular economy. The team I represent is 200 plus. A typical researcher and a policy enthusiast at CW is typically 31 years old. We've been making presentations across regions, nationally, internationally, and we have we're very proud of a couple of our special initiatives. The CW Center for Energy Finance. Its day in and day out job is to find out how to finance the energy transition from a village to globally, from financial mechanisms to figuring out challenges to looking at markets. They go through the works. Powering livelihoods is, we heard some of the value of death discussions in the earlier session. Powering livelihoods is basically helping innovations in decentralized renewable energy applications, solar-powered atta chakki, solar-powered weaving machines. How do we take them to scale and improve rural incomes? Powering livelihoods is one of such initiatives. So given the space of public policy, data, academia, why cartoons, right? Like, it was counterintuitive. It was like, why are you doing cartoons? For two reasons. One, increasingly, while this is a great cohort, discussions on climate and sustainability need to be adopted and owned by more people than small cohorts of academicians and policy. Two, as I saw in the last 2 hours, we did enjoy a good laugh. Humor actually sort of cuts through a lot of sometimes and occasionally dense communication that we do. So our team, it's called the outreach team at CW, constantly tasked to say, what can you do to get through to people, which is not dense, which is not complicated, but which everyone will understand. Pretty much, if you can explain something to a 6-year-old or an 8-year-old or increasingly 4-year-old, that's how you get your message across. So while we were exploring this and doing a lot of podcasts, films, performance poetry, we went back to cartoons and said, okay, what about humor? And while we were doing this, 2020 happened. We'll take a moment because 2020, the world has been defined by 2020. It's world before COVID and world after COVID. A lot of things got exacerbated. More importantly, what happened was the urgency to make sustainability a little up close and personal. We were all feeling it. We had extreme climate events, we had heat waves, we had glacier melt. It was a defining year, and it helped us start off what we eventually came to call What on Earth. That's the cartoon series we began in 2021 on the Nature Conservation Day. And this is just a cartoon that we put out there to just gently tell the G7 countries who didn't particularly do much on climate and keeping it down to 1.5. A little bit about the characters. We have the pale blue dot. Is the pale blue dot familiar with anyone in the group? Has anyone heard of it? So 1990, Voyager 1 goes 6 billion miles. Yeah, hands up. You know what I'm talking about? It turns back to look at the planet. And in the photo that gets taken, Earth is a little speck. it was just raise your hand. She sort of is actually saying everything that so I'm happy to see. Oh, yes, there are lots of hands across the room. So the pale blue dot is our inspiration from our original logo to now. It, I think, has a very special place in our heart. It's not the third rock from the sun. It's not the earth. It is the pale blue dot. It is fragile. It is full of potential. It has our homes in it. So the protagonist, if you notice on the left-hand corner, you also have these postcards with Avantika, I think, has shared. Please, a round of applause for Avantika. She just timed it so beautifully. Have you all seen a copy of the postcard that we sort of shared? If you haven't, then do have a look at it. On the left-hand side is the pale blue dot. It has a point of view for every situation, as you will see. And we've created several situations. What you see now is on the left, if you can identify her, Mia Mottley, Prime Minister of Barbados, yes. She sort of shook the world by asking the Bretton Woods institutions to sort of recalibrate. She said, they are 20th century institutions. Please wake up, it's the 21st century. Looking at climate, looking at finance differently, and looking at loss and damage payments, which you must be sort of familiar with. Then there's a little bit of water, looking at the skew that we have in water policies, and the decarbonization trilemma, as we all know. Can we have decarbonization? Can we have sustainability? And can we make it affordable? It's a slippery slope, nothing more than a trapeze and circus, which was trending then. We sort of put it together, and it did garner a lot of responses, and as I will show you. Now, for a think tank, sobriety is something that we have, it's part of our DNA. You can't offend. And yet we take a provocative frame and we say, okay, we're going to try working with cartoons to get the message through. So what do? We have a very, very strong internal review committee. What we do is we look at trending topics in sustainability, as well as in commercial and in, let's say, Instagram. And we try and match a conversation and look at a common denominator, which is not too complicated. It takes us about 15 days to think of a cartoon from scratch to what you see. I have 2 more minutes. Thank you, Nimisha. But this is what, these are a few examples of sort of what we've put out there. Are we being seen? This slide, I'll take a moment. That's my colleague, Shubha Raha. She was at the Think 20 conference in Indonesia. Think 20 is the think tank unit of the G20, which has the research centers and academic institutions of G20 countries. They are the one backing the research for negotiations and commitments that are going to happen at G20. On climate, this is the cartoon that she used to start the conversation. Pretty much the state of affairs of expectations from developing countries by developed countries who've anyways sort of occupied so much of the carbon space. On the left-hand side, that's our CEO, a huge champion of the cartoon series. He's carrying a very famous metaverse. I have the bag, I'll show it to you once I'm done. Our cartoons have been traveling across the COPs, the Conference of Parties, which is held organized under the UNFCCC. The lady looking at one of the cartoons is Damilola Ogunbi. She is the CEO of SE for All, and I think the special representative for the Secretary General on the Sustainable Energy for All. She visited CEW and stood here for about at least 5 minutes as we were doing the tour, saying this is the best, is possibly the most real illustration of the burden developing countries in the global south are actually facing. And on the right-hand side, you have His Excellency Juan Angulo. He's the ambassador for Chile to India. He picks up a What on Earth merchandise mug, and we've seen that it's on his table at his office. Across social media, there was this trending song, Heat Waves. Has anyone heard it? Who's heard it? Right, okay, so based on heat waves, we actually created this whole cartoon, and as you can see the plays, it hit thousands. The wetlands cartoon had the had the additional chief secretary of Bihar tweet it and like it. So we've been able to get through to bureaucrats, through journalists, through other peers, through students, through people who are invested in sustainability, and they're just doing their bit to become part of the What on Earth community. This is the metaverse, which actually sort of, I can't say broke the internet, but it did sort of make us very proud in terms of the responses that it sort of received. And lately, very proud of this. On the left-hand side, there's an MBA course based out of Barcelona. Marie van der Hees, the professor of geopolitics and climate, actually picked this cartoon up to lead a lot of her sessions on managing expectations in the global south. We didn't know this. There's a colleague's friend who's attending the class and who actually told him, oh, you're from CW, the cartoon people. So in that sense, that was a great way to sort of, be remembered. Our issue briefs, Carbon Copy, which is a media newsletter, it's actually picked up our cartoons and it runs with it every fortnight to about 6,000 people. So that's that. I'll end with the Fearless Girl, the famous Wall Street Fearless Girl, this is our rendition of her. And the team on the right-hand side that you see is from the Environment Department of the Government of Maharashtra. They actually looked at this cartoon and said, please, inka bag de dijiye, we are all fearless girls out here to sort of battle for sustainability. So that is my presentation. Thank you, Nimisha. Usually in Zoom sessions, at the end of a session, there is a icon on the right-hand side where you can put in a smiley, or are you aware of that? Now, I know that we have a lot of people watching us on YouTube, on the live chat. I'm sure they'll do something similar, but for this group, I understand the current generation thing is to do this, right? Yes, the BTS, the Korean thing. So whether it's this or that, can we just have like a show of hands in whichever way? So I just know, oh, cool. Yes, can I please take a picture? Just a second. All right. Yes, hands. Oh, nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your innovative research ideas with us. I would now like to request the next presenters on stage, Ms. Gitika Ahuja and Mr. Jaspreet Singh, who will be talking on the topic ensuring rational use and reduction of wastage of medical oxygen during second COVID wave.
Very good morning, everyone. And thank you so much, Ms. Day, for the presentation. That's a tough act to follow. Today, we are here to talk about something around the second COVID wave. The second wave of COVID and the shortage of health commodities that it brought about is something that unfortunately needs no introduction. With simultaneous disruptions in supply, demand, and logistics infrastructure, the pandemic laid bare the fragilities of the public health supply chains in the country. Shortages of key health commodities like oxygen had the potential to result in additional disease spread and also increased mortality. Today, I am here to talk about our experience in tackling the oxygen scarcity that was experienced during the second wave of COVID in Punjab, with a special focus on how oxygen savings to the tune of 45% were achieved amidst crumbling supply chains and delivery systems. This presentation is an effort by Ms. Tanu Kashyap, IAS Punjab cadre, Mr. Jaspreet Singh, Project Coordinator of the Food and Drug Administration in Punjab, and myself, Geetika Ahuja, State Engagement Lead for Punjab from the Clinton Health Access Initiative, to encapsulate the work that was undertaken by us during the oxygen crisis as a part of Punjab's Oxygen Control Room. Cut to April and May 2021, these were the headlines that were flashing on our screens every single day. From the first wave of COVID to the second wave, as you can see in the graph that's displayed here, there was almost an increase of 200% in the patient load that Punjab saw on a daily basis, as well as the daily oxygen requirement grew by about 170%. Punjab, unfortunately, also had one of the highest death rates for COVID in the country. And this put us in a very difficult spot as we faced a mammoth challenge, making the need for oxygen therapy even more critical to prevent the high mortality. The steep oxygen demand that was witnessed pushed the health systems beyond their limits, triggering the oxygen crisis. To give you some background, on the supply side, there was an absolute lack of in-house liquid medical oxygen production in the state of Punjab, which meant that we had complete dependence on other states for sourcing oxygen. There were also supply constraints that were burgeoning as many other states had started to witness a need for oxygen. The liquid medical oxygen production was concentrated mostly in the eastern part of India, and with Punjab being situated in the north, there was a very high transit time that was there in terms of transporting the oxygen to the state. On the demand side as well, as one of the first few states to experience the second wave of COVID, there were multiple demand centers of oxygen that were emerging. In response to these constraints, the government of Punjab set up a COVID oxygen control room to look into the availability and equitable access of oxygen therapy throughout the state. It had a few focus areas where it wanted to ensure that the availability of oxygen could be expanded through sourcing, repurposing industrial oxygen, scaling up production, using evidence to drive efficient allocation to districts and facilities, and also promoting optimal utilization of oxygen. So any kind of wastage could be prevented, and the pool of oxygen that was available to the state could be used to cater the largest number of patients as possible. The oxygen control room, with all of the data that had begun to collect, started doing daily consumption monitoring of almost 500 health facilities, both public and private, that were situated in the state. Using the analysis of the data that we had, we saw that there was some kind of suboptimal oxygen utilization that was happening. As you can see here, in the graph displayed here, you can see that there's a huge difference between the blue bars as well as the red line that's going in. The blue bar is supposed to be the normative COVID oxygen consumption, and the red line is the actual COVID oxygen consumption. By normative consumption, we mean what was the ideal scenario. With the kind of patient load that we were experiencing and the benchmarks for oxygen consumption that we had, the blue bar is what we should have been consuming in the state. Instead, we were actually at where the red line lies, and that was the actual as a situation that was being experienced in the state. Now you can imagine that at a time where we were going through this severe scarcity and there were all these shortages, having such a gap between the actual and normative consumption put the state in a very difficult spot. And we thought that this was a really alarming trend. The variance was actually going up to 3.3 times. So you can imagine that whatever oxygen we needed, we were actually using 3.3 times over. Looking into this trend and the inherent urgency that it presented, we undertook a breakpoint analysis of the oxygen delivery system to figure out what were the sites of wastage. As you can see in the visual that's presented below, we looked into the entire delivery chain, beginning from where oxygen was getting generated, to what was the delivery apparatus, to the administration practices, and finally the patient care practices were also looked at. The excessive consumption after undertaking this rigorous analysis was found to be due to the leakages in the infrastructure and gas pipelines and some of suboptimal oxygen administration practices that were being done to patients. Now, in terms of technicalities, there could have been leakages in any point of the infrastructure, which perhaps was not being maintained as well, was not being repaired very proactively, Or, the suboptimal practices were simple things like because of the patient to nurse or ratio that was at that time. Again, this was really skewed because of the heavy patient load that we were witnessing. It was also so happening that, they didn't perhaps have the opportunity to prone the patient, which could reduce the amount of oxygen that needed to be administered. Looking at this scenario, the state decided to ensure that the limited oxygen stocks that were available were effectively deployed, and so that the variance that we saw between the actual requirement versus the normative requirement could also be reduced. So they decided that to support the health facilities with better optimal oxygen utilization, 3 steps will be taken. First of all, an easy-to-use framework for conducting oxygen systems audit was created. Then through data analysis, we prioritized facilities which needed to be looked into for suboptimal oxygen utilization. So by focusing on a few facilities through data, we were able to identify that where is the highest variance, at which facilities needed to be targeted. These facilities were then picked to actually conduct these audits, which is exactly the system that we saw before, this entire delivery chain starting from the generation equipment to the patient care practices. And we looked into that for each of these facilities to see where the leakages were happening, where there was a need for repair and maintenance, and where the oxygen administration practices could be also reviewed. We worked with districts to constitute audit teams, trained them so that they understood how to technically and clinically look at the different facets, and monitored the consumption at the facility level to bridge the gap between the actual and normative variance. There was a daily stock take of data that was done, and comparative analysis was done between facilities previous to the audit and after the audit to understand what was the impact that was being witnessed, and in case any remedial practices needed to be done. We were able to do almost 289 audits across Punjab, and bolstered by these, the variance between actual COVID oxygen consumption and the normative COVID oxygen consumption, as you can see, started from 3.3x, reduced down to 1.5x in the end. And as you can see through the course of the graph, it kept reducing as the wave went ahead. The substantive oxygen savings that we were able to do actually helped us reduce the wastage by 45%. These savings were critical in ensuring buffer stock in the state to manage any SOS calls that may emerge and ensured oxygen therapy for a greater number of patients. The exercise actually also laid the ground for Punjab to institutionalize the practice of oxygen audits. Now, as any kind of COVID wave emerges, the first practice that we do in Punjab is to actually look across the delivery chain of oxygen, ensure that everything is in line, and the state is prepared to tackle any kind of surge in demand that may happen. While the technical intervention was there, it would be an understatement to say that without solid governance practices, we would have been able to achieve this. The entire framework of the technical intervention was underpinned by good governance practices. First of all, there was shared vision that was established in the state between the control room and the wider ecosystem, which was composed of districts and block officials and the health facilities. There was also systems thinking that was done, which brought together different facets in the same solution design instead of looking at these in silos. We also standardized the oxygen audit tool, created operating guidelines so that there was a similarity in terms of how the audits were conducted, the results were comparable. Finally, there was also a target setting that was done for an acceptable range of variance, because we understand that this is a clinical matter. Of course, some patients may require more oxygen than what was prescribed in the benchmarks. So an acceptable range was given, which was around 1.4, 1.5x, to which the districts and facilities could adhere. There were also strong feedback loops, and I would like to mention that this entire intervention was based on feedback from the ground. This is how we were able to actually shape the entire intervention, and we kept this going to evolve our tool, evolve our practice, evolve our data monitoring. This all was actually enabled through daily review routines and robust monitoring tools that were put in place so that there was daily connection and communication between different players in the ecosystem. Finally, we've also, from our learnings from oxygen management and the oxygen savings that were enabled in Punjab, we've tried to create a framework for emergency response to shortage of health commodities. If you look at any kind of emergency response which happens during a health crisis, there are certain health commodities, they'll of course witness some kind of fluctuations in supply, in demand. There are 3 common concerns that emerge in these. Firstly, often there is a product scarcity in the market, in which case it's a good idea to tap into any other sources that may be available, scale up production from other sources, the way industrial oxygen was used for medical oxygen, repurpose anything that may be possible. The second concern that commonly emerges is whether there is a kind of suboptimal utilization or wastage of stock. In some cases, there may be hoarding. The idea is to look at the entire value chain and see wherever there is any kind of possibility of wastage, pilferage, hoarding, and identify and quell that. And also to undertake need-based allocation. For example, our framework was based on the patient load that was there, the kind of prevalence, positivity that was there, and the death rate that was there, and that helped us kind of rationalize a figure to which we can give the oxygen allocations. Finally, and I think one of the most critical factors is to have rapid response from the government. It was extremely important that the government came together in conjunction and responded to the crisis effectively. And I think that in any emergency situation has the most critical role to play. Going forward, to prevent a repeat of any kind of crumbling health supply chains that was witnessed during the second wave of COVID, there is a need to steel our health systems for pandemic preparedness as we anticipate more health crises, infectious disease outbreaks, etc. We hope that some of the lessons from our work in emergency health response and enabling savings of health commodities can also inform work in other contexts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kitika and Mr. Jaspreet, for sharing your Innovation Sandbox presentation with us. May I now request the next presenter on stage, please? Mr. Keshav Kaplush, Deputy Financial Advisor and CAO, Head of Finance, Hyderabad Division, Ministry of Railways, to share his Innovation Sandbox on the topic National Pension Scheme.
Good morning, everyone, all the esteemed participants and all the enthusiastic delegates. My speech or my presentation on NPS is not an innovation per se, but it will have some reigniting thoughts, which will make sure that where we are facing problems and why NPS is again facing stiff competition from old pension scheme. Most of you would have seen a movie called Avatar, 1983, Rajesh Khanna starrer movie, Shabana Azmi. They had two kids. Two sons. And once Rajesh Khanna got retired, so he was asking his son to bring a ticket. He could not bring a ticket for him because he felt that he does not have financial resources to sponsor the ticket of his father. Bagban, I think, is fresh in everyone's memory. These are not merely movies. These are the social realities of any society, not only Indian, not only American, but of European. So those who look at pension with scornful eyes should understand that pension provides dignity to your aged life. Pension means dignity. Pension means financial independence. And pension means a life where you can easily spend your aged life with your partner or spouse in a way you would like to do it when you were earning. In 2004, the government of India went for a bold reform, national pension system. It had two major objectives. One was the government of the day was forecasting huge pension liabilities. Huge pension liabilities means that they don't have money to spend on growth activities, to spend on developmental activities. So they went on and they said it's time to cut short those liabilities and to move to a system where market can take care of the payments to be made to pensioners in future. So it was disruptive in a way that the compensation system of the government servants changed totally. From pension as the compensation to pension as something based on your own contribution and market returns was a disruptive phenomena for the government servants. Second was a larger and bigger aim. That was a retirement plan for all. In fact, many of us think NPS affects only the government servants. And that's a very, very, very narrow thought in all of us. Because national pension system, the main thought behind this was to create a system where when everybody retires, he can have a pension with him or her. So it includes corporate stakeholders, unorganized sector, formal sector. These two objectives, which broadly underlined the introduction of national pension scheme, are very noble in nature. But the unfortunate part with national pension scheme is that it was so visionary that it was thinking about 35 years in the future. In 2004, the government took a decision which was going to increase its liabilities for next 30 years and going to decrease its liability after 35 years. But when the decision was made, nobody was thinking what will happen in the transitional 35 years when government will pay double pensions of the old pension scheme and of the national pension scheme, and the NPS employees who will start increasing in number in the government will start analyzing the national pension scheme. So let us first have a quick look at the objectives of national pension system. First is to have a retirement plan for all the Indians. So let us be aware, it is not only for government, everybody and anybody can go into NPS. Second was to replace defined benefit scheme with a defined contribution scheme. I will not go into technicalities, but the presentation will make it very clear by the end of the presentation that how the difference is created. Third was to limit the liability of the government. It is very correct because 25% of the government's budget today is consumed by pension, which is a very, very, very big amount. Considering any organization spending 25% on non-productive resources, it is a definitely big amount for any government to pay out. Fourth was to have portability. So in old pension scheme, if you are with your employer for 20 years, you get the pension. If you're not there, you don't get the pension. But in this case, that is not the case. How many years you serve, you will get the pension accordingly. Depending upon where you are, how you are, you can move across various organizations. To extend retirement plan beyond government sector, to make it more inclusive, to make everyone think about their retirement. To give people choice to choose their fund managers. I don't know how many people are there in NPS here. If they are from corporate or private, they may be subscribing to NPS for tax savings. But whether they have ever seen who is managing their fund, I don't know. And last was to have a regulatory framework in place, that is PFRDA. PFRDA was 10 years down the lane from NPS it came, 2014, but a regulatory framework to ensure that the fund managers do their job. So this is a snapshot of subscriber base, which you can see in front of you. You can steadily see central government and state government are bound to have NPS subscribers. There is nothing big about it. But see the corporate sector. 16 lakh subscribers in corporate sector, it has doubled in last 4 years. With corporate sector employees increasingly aging and understanding the requirement of having a pension, this makes a lot of sense. Unorganized sector, 25 lakh people are there. NPS Valamban, the Atal Pension Yojana, where government pays out pension to the people who are financially unprivileged, it is 41 lakh. It shows that NPS is for all. So first thinking that NPS is only narrowly focused on government should break down. Because that barrier is a very big barrier which can put the future of today's generation into peril. I will go into the next slide. This is how NPS functions. So what you have to do is, when you get employed, choose an NPS account, choose a suitable asset allocation. For those who would like to understand what is asset allocation is, just like putting your money in FD or mutual fund. So asset allocation is, what do you decide? You want a fund manager to go to equity, you want a fund manager to go to FDs or debt instruments, that you have to decide. Then you contribute to NPS. So every month, like I am a government employee, so I will contribute some amount and my employer will contribute. Similarly, in corporate sectors, the employers who are embracing this NPS are contributing equally to the NPS fund. At retirement, a corpus will be created. So for example, you have done 35 years of service. So you will be getting a corpus of 10 crores. Out of the 10 crores, you have to buy a minimum annuity of 40%. Okay, this 40% is too low. To be very frank, if you buy 40%, you will only have some food in your home. So, but they have made this minimum barrier that if you buy with 40%, you have to buy annuity. Annuity is nothing, but you will get equalized payments in your pension, in your retired life, which will be called as pension. So annuity is nothing. You buy with your corpus some annuity, and annuity provider will give you some monthly pension to you to live your lifestyle. So last is you receive a pension. NPS flow of funds. See, I will pension and national pension scheme is essentially a financial phenomena. So if we discuss it without going into finance, we'll be doing injustice to that, right? So we have to understand that what are the key factors we determine NPS, and why NPS is not able to convince its existing clientele that it is adequate pension scheme. In NPS, the first thing we determine is contribution. How much you contribute to the NPS fund will decide your pension. Second is the return generated by the fund manager. This is very important. Most of you will feel, what is there in this? This is the differentiating factor of how much pension you will get. So how you choose your fund manager is very, very important. And after that, what corpus you create at the end of 60 years is going to determine your pension throughout the retired life. It's 2 minutes too early, but I think I'll just carry on. So this is a snapshot of old pension scheme and national pension scheme. In an old pension scheme, if a Group A employee retires who will retire at additional secretary or secretary level, he gets a pension of minimum 1,12,500 plus DA, which is 38%, means 1.5 lakh rupees. And a Group A employee who retires in NPS scheme will get around 50 to 60,000 rupees. You can see the difference which is available. In the old pension scheme, it is not dependent on market returns, whereas in NPS, it is dependent on market returns. In case of old pension scheme, the DA always increases. Every time government announces DA, it increases. In NPS, it does not increases. It remains fixed. In case of old pension scheme, there's no longevity risk. You can live for 100 years, government has to pay you. But in case of national pension scheme, if you live longer, there's a problem. Because interest rate may go so low that annuity provider may not be able to give you pension. There's a quality lifestyle in old pension scheme. In old pension scheme, you can go out, have some leisure activities, but in national pension scheme, you will always have subsistence lifestyle. In old pension scheme, there's no contribution from employer. No contribution. Same pay scale and no contribution. But in case of national pension system, you have to contribute also. Old pension scheme is inflation protected. In national pension system, no inflation protection is available. Sorry, I am going a bit fast, but you allow me 1 or 2 minute allowance, it will be great. This pension calculator is from NPS site. It's not my own calculator. I just want to show you the power of returns and how Indian fund managers are falling to generate the returns which will secure the future of the pensioners. Just see this calculation. There is the date of the birth of the person. He is contributing 50,000 rupees per month, and he's continuing till the age of 60 years. The expectation of return on investment is 10%. Existing NPS return is 10% only, and I've taken that. He will like to purchase annuity for 70%, and I'm expecting an annuity rate of 6%. And you get a monthly pension of 3,59,000 from 30 years from now. In today's term, it is only 50,000. So don't think 3.5 lakh is very big thing, because if you discount it in today's term, it will become 50,000 only. But you go to next slide and see the returns. If I change returns to 15%, see the pension, where it goes. 10 lakhs. See the difference. 3 lakhs and 10 lakhs. Just the returns. The job of the fund manager. Are the fund managers of India doing that job? Is the question we have to ask. Because we are still not that financial literate to understand how returns are generated. Let us go quickly into that. NPS return currently at 10%. Asset mix is poor. 85% debt and 15% equity. It shows that we want market-based return, but we want to be conservative at the same time. But that cannot happen. If you want to trust market, you have to trust it fully. You cannot go to market and say, I will invest in debt only. Getting a 9% interest in India is getting only 3% real interest, because 6% is inflation. Now I will I will just show you how asset allocation is missing its goal. So current NPS asset allocation is tilted towards preservation of wealth, not towards generation of wealth. No generation is happening. Alternative investments like private equity, hedge funds, private credit, real estate, they have been excluded. There's a huge deviation between asset allocation of Indian and global pension funds. There's no target. The biggest thing is PFRDA has not given any target to the fund managers. They don't want any target return. And last thing is, you don't have any benchmark. You are seeing 10% return and you are happy. You have the right to be happy only when you have a benchmark, whether you are overperforming or you are underperforming. I will just show you the global trends. This is the global pension assets. See Australia, US, UK, Netherlands, Canada, Japan, Switzerland. See the proportion of equities, bonds, other and cash. Equities are leading, bonds are in the middle, other is the third major category, and other is private equity, private credit, hedge funds. They are the biggest return providers, given you have 30 years to generate a return. 30 years is a long time horizon, and if pension fund is able to generate, if has that kind of horizon, it can easily invest in private equity and private credit. And the time-wise allocation, you can see that from 97, the share of other classes have been clearly increasing in the asset allocation. Interestingly, the best pension fund of the world is Canadian Pension Fund. So we have more or less adopted 401k model from US, but the Canadian pension funds are considered the best pension funds. And why so? You see their asset class composition. They're investing in public equities, private equities, fixed income, credit, real estate, and infrastructure. In fact, you'll be surprised, Canadian pension funds also invest in Indian startups. Indian pension funds don't invest in Indian startups, but Canadian pension funds invest in Indian startups. That is the kind of search for return they have. This is their return, 10.9% in an inflation environment of 3 to 4%. 7% real return they are generating. My point, what I'm trying to stress is that we cannot leave our fund managers untargeted. 9-10% on 30-year bond is not a big deal in India. That's a bit obvious. But what it is going to do is make financially insecure the people who are going to subscribe to NPS. My time is up, but just give me 1 or 2 minutes. I'll just wrap it up. Now I will come to the point why governments are reverting to OPS. It's a very crucial question. Many people say it's bad, it's good, good economics is not bad, good economics is bad politics. But governments have a reason. And the reason is not only political vote bank. The reason is, you tell me any organization in the world who is paying 2 pensions at one go. Can ISB pay 2 pensions at one go? Can Google pay 2 pensions in one go? In India, that's happening. In 2004, a reform which we have taken gives 25% of budget to OPS and 10% to NPS, from where the government will bring resources for its growth. So that kind of financial burden was not thought out, which was thought out in GST. In GST, the government had a compensation scheme for states. But in case of this, nobody thought of the burden. And today the burden is going to increase day by day. So government is happy to go back to NPS, to go back to OPS, because once you go back to OPS, NPS is gone, and you don't have to pay the 10% extra money, which they can spend, fulfill their political goals, and win election. NPS needs a fresh outlook. There's a need that PFRDA has to go for a high benchmark. There's importance that fund managers have to be given liberty to invest in different asset classes. The biggest strength of NPS is financial structure. My biggest worry as a public finance professional is that in our haziness to return to old pension scheme, we should not lose the structure which we have developed in NPS. The pay-as-you-go structure is one of the best structure. The fault is not of NPS, the fault is of returns. Returns have to be addressed, not NPS structure. Because if you go back to OPS, you create unlimited liabilities which future governments will not be able to solve. This is the last of my presentations. For many people, being asked to solve their own retirement savings problem is like being asked to build their own cars. I want to ask one simple question. How many of people today can sit and decide that at the age of 60 years, how much pension they will require, and for that, how much corpus will they require, and which fund manager which will provide that corpus. I mean, if you can do that, then Warren Buffett, you are very near to reach to Warren Buffett. Because if you are a so good fund manager, you don't need to struggle with public policy, go into some investment bank and generate good returns and, have a good lifestyle. Default choice is the only choice. That is the point. PFRDA, in NPS, there is one default choice, the 85% debt and 15% equity. That default choice is the only choice. PFRDA cannot say, we are a democracy, you choose your fund manager, you see your return, you see your pension. That Canadian pension fund could have also done that, but they are not doing it because they know that it is not very easy for everyone to understand the mathematics of finance. That is why the default choice has to be the powerful choice. We have to have periodic targets. There has to be parliamentary accountability of PFRDA. That is very, very, very important. Till now, never it has been discussed that how NPS has been performing in parliament. In fact, when clientele is increasing, this should have been the discussion, but everybody is comfortably ignoring it. And last thing is that government can make the annuity income tax free. That can benefit a bit. And last is government should gradually make NPS compulsory for all. Or everyone needs a pension. Pension is for everyone. You cannot depend if somebody is reproducing. Just to think that pension can be that having more children can give you a dignified retired life. So that is an old age misconception. Only only financial independence can give you dignity. So dignity of the current generation depends on success of NPS. So I request that hope some policymakers are there. So maybe the voice goes to the government at top and something happens. Thank you. And I'm sorry to take extra time. It's an important topic for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving further, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, media is often called the fourth branch of the government because of its distinctive capability to influence and shape government policies globally. With its investigative faculties, it holds the potential to alter the course of policies by bringing the problem to the attention of the public, hence playing an important role in expanding the scope of governance. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Ms. Prita Prakash, Editor-in-Chief, Asian News International, to deliver an expert talk on the topic, Role of Media in Governance and Public Policy. Ms. Smita Prakash, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Bharati Institute of Public Policy at ISB, Professor Ashwini Chhatre, for inviting me to speak on the Public Policy Dialogues 2023. I'm honored that I'm addressing you all today and sharing some of my experiences, which pale in comparison to the vast knowledge and execution of policies that some of my fellow panelists who've spoken before me and will speak after me have had. As you can see, I'm clearing my throat because I've come from Delhi and you know what Delhi's pollution is like. And I'm hoping that the policymakers today will do something about it. I've heard agriculture specialists out here speaking about the wonderful innovations that have happened. Please do something about the air in my city. I've had just a ringside view of public policy, so mine will just be about impressions and my experiences and very anecdotal, not data-driven. I wish I had prepared more as far as data is concerned. In the years of interactions that I've had with officials, policy planners, and implementers of policy, I've always encountered a hesitancy in sharing information with the media. It's changed by and large, and it's made jobs of journalists easier. I was just speaking to some journalists out here and some students, and I was telling them how it used to be. I sound a real old fogey when I say this, but in my time, it used to be really difficult. And when I say my time, I meant pre-Google era. Getting information, getting data used to be so hard. because bureaucrats by and large like to keep data with themselves. They don't like sharing it. They just want, because they worked so hard on it, I think it's like your baby which you don't want to give away to anybody. It's something like that. So there was a hesitancy to share information with the media. It's as if the policymakers are afraid of letting go, even today. Because once you make something public, which is you give it to the media, you're opening yourself to criticism, and that makes policymakers very uneasy, especially criticism from the media. I'll tell you why. One is because they're skeptical of media's intentions, maybe justifiably so. Two, they think the media is not educated enough or informed enough to understand and interpret policy. Again, this is I'm not going to say misconception, but it's also this thing that, Arey, humne to itna research kiya, we've studied so much, we've gone to remote villages, we've gone and done this study. What are you? You are just a BA in political science or BA pass course, and you're questioning us. But just remember that your policy has to be, or your programs have to be understandable to the people, let alone it being accepted and employed. So that is why the job of the journalist is to ask that. I'm explaining something so basic, but the reason I'm saying that, which is so basic, is because that is missed by our policymakers, that they get into this bubble because they interact only with their kind. That's why. It's not totally wrong what they do, because there is a misconception or there is a lack of understanding about what the media's job is. Yes, it is to inform the reader, viewer, listener, which is all of us citizens, by reporting on government policies and programs. But it's also, it's one of the jobs that we do as journalists, but it's also reporting on public policy, and the media has the right to critique it, provide alternatives, and give voice to grievances and perceptions of the said policies. We've just heard about the pension schemes, and there are different views about it, and it's the job of the media to do it. But as soon as we were to talk, for example, just because you've just finished the pension scheme, if I was to say that this is what the view is in this village in Himachal about the old pension scheme as compared to the new pension scheme, you'll be certain that I will be castigated, that, oh, you belong to that political party, they have fed you this information, that is why you are saying it. So nobody will give us credit that we went to that village, we asked the people, and this is what they said. No, because I'm not saying OPS is better, NPS is worse, nothing of that sort. I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just giving you an anecdotal information about how we are perceived. In the job, we often run into conflict with policymakers who only want fawning descriptive essays. They want articles, they want glowing reportage, they want descriptive interviews on policy, and not genuine critical review. Also understand that media being media, we have column space which is restricted. Television news, which is a devil in itself, where we have to say everything in 1 minute, 1 minute, 30 seconds. The age of documentary is over. Students have very short spans. Most of them are scanning reels on Instagram. We have to grab that attention, and we cannot slam data down their throats. We have to make the story interesting. We have to make it sexy. So in order to tell that sexy story, we need to understand that. So this is not, when I'm being critical about policymakers, it's not a administration. I'm not saying the center in Delhi, the state government in AP, in Telangana. I'm not saying that. Whether it is center, state, district level, anybody. As soon as they get into power, and not so much the political dispensation, I'm sorry, I'm going to be ruffling some feathers. I think it is the bureaucracy. They view us with this prism of suspicion when it comes to journalists reporting on policy matters. Sometimes when taken on board, the media can play a constructive role. And I'm being honest about it. I'm not a flag bearer for my fraternity, nor am I justifying our faults. But I am saying that sometimes we can play a constructive role, as was seen when the Article 370 and Article 36A was revoked in Jammu and Kashmir. There was criticism in some quarters. Of course, there will be. Not everybody can be taken on board regarding every policy, and especially when it's something so emotive, something which has bothered our country for so many decades, like Article 370. There was criticism. But the government, what they did was, here was a masterstroke in communication. They took the media on board. By and large, they took the media on board. We were taken, some of us were taken in groups to Jammu and Kashmir before Article 370 was revoked. We weren't told what's happening, but we were taken there. We met with people. Some of us have been to Jammu and Kashmir, we have reported, but there were others in our group who hadn't been, who hadn't seen the level of the problem, the extent of the problem, for them to understand. And there was this sense of hopelessness. Karenge kya? What can be done? How can we improve the lot of these people? We can't keep reporting, okay, stone pelters come every day. Okay, there is Pakistani influence. Okay, there people are unhappy. Right, there is law and order issue. Right, there is corruption at every level. What can be done? There are many journalists, believe you, who want their pen, their camera to bring about some change. So many people were like, how to change this? And then this happened. And when this happened, we were given data. We were given information. Here is the data. This is the reason we've done. We had access to a whole bunch of people who had worked on this. And you saw that it was the entire situation. Of course, the ground situation was handled very well. If there was bloodshed, there was no way that you would have got a positive media story coming out of J&K. There was no bloodshed. And so the ground situation was handled well, and the media communication was handled well. That was a masterstroke, if I may say so. On the same government, on the citizen amendment laws and on the farm laws, you'll see how information was not shared on time with the media or with opposition or anybody. It was not handled. Perception management was not done adequately. And what did we have? The result was confusion and chaos. And unfortunately, lives were lost, property was damaged, and governance suffered. You may or may not agree with CAA or with the farm laws. All I'm saying is that so much of study you do, you come to the conclusion that this is going to benefit the country, but just the way you went about implementing without trusting the people that you want that benefits to reach, you messed up. So what do we have? We had the government admitting that there was a problem with the way things went about. And I'll tell you, this is something that there is no harm in admitting that by policymakers that the messaging was probably wrong. When liberalization was brought in, at that time, the messaging had to be right too. Believe me, at that time, the messaging was all confused, but the media had a very minor role to play. So it didn't impact all that much. You cannot take those liberties anymore. Nobody can, not state governments, not the central government. There are some politicians and policymakers who are media savvy, currently especially. They know that media can influence policies in a constructive manner and not just managing perceptions. You have to have content right for messaging to be right. So if your content is bad, your messaging cannot sex up that content. So while taking media on board, while formulating policy, take them on everything, while formulating, while making your prepared text, and then during the process of implementation. Why? Because we are closer to the people than you are. That's the unfortunate truth, whether you like it or not. We are better placed to give you feedback. Yes, you will have people, research people who will go to those villages, who will go to the towns, who will go to those specific support groups to get you the feedback. But we are the generalists. We are the general public response givers. So when we report, we will give you the general response. And that is important, especially for perception management. So from inception to implementation and further. And it's also a legitimate way to enable smooth functioning of the democracy. That's what our constitution maker said, that we are the fourth pillar of governance, not government, but we are the fourth pillar as has been told. It's the best practice of governance and it must be implemented at all levels. On the other hand, I understand that the media doesn't give airtime and column space to policies and programs. The only problem is that, if the messaging is not done in a constructive manner, and I think that is what state governments have figured out now. So, for example, if they were to come out with roadways, if they are going to come with a network of roads, you can be certain that the Yogi government is going to get their media act together. The first thing that they do is, okay, even in Madhya Pradesh, you can be certain that they have their media act together, and they provide, because media is a hungry beast. They want information, they want paka pakaya mal in most cases, because sending out crews is an expensive proposition. So you're getting that paka pakaya mal as far as data is concerned, as far as visuals are concerned, as far as information is concerned, and access. Speaking to those IAS officers used to be a huge task. People who are my generation know that. You people probably get it easier to meet with policymakers. It wasn't so. I think you would know what I'm talking about. The mistrust between media and policymakers is so great that, and it's especially at an unbelievable high. We are called all kinds of names by the politicians. Maybe some of us deserve it, I'd say that, but we're not all rotten apples. So I just feel that the policymakers who are sitting out here, believe me, I could take up many cases. For example, I was speaking to some of the students out here, and I was talking to them about my experience in journalism. It was a test of fire. I was, as a cub reporter, thrown into the Mandal agitation story. It was probably, my privilege that I did not understand. It was in the 1990s. It was way back. It was Prime Minister VP Singh who brought it. He announced it that other backward class and OBCs would get 27% reservation in jobs in central government offices and public sector units. Now, this was based on a study conducted in 1990. This is how policy making is or was. 1990 gets implemented. Morarji Desai was 79. 79 was Morarji Desai. So 79 and 1980 VP Singh brings it. There were pan-India riots. Students were immolating themselves. It was my first experience, and I couldn't understand. It was my privilege, I guess, that I had not faced any kind of discrimination in my life. I was from a protected caste community, went to an elite school, elite upbringing. So I didn't face, so I could not understand why were students hassled so much. I couldn't understand. I was just telling the students out here, it just came back to me that what is it that hit me the most? That it bothered students so much that they were willing to burn themselves. And I just couldn't understand. And then on the other side was these angry officers who were like, these are students, and saying nasty things. And then there was police on the other side, rioting, there was tear gassing. And for the love of God, I didn't know who to go to. I went to the Press Information Bureau. मेरे को मंडल कमीशन का रिपोर्ट तो दो, मैं पढ़ तो लूं कि क्या है क्या, what is it? Today's journalists, no problem, right? You're reporting on CAA, one click of a button, you can get the information. We didn't have that, and nobody was willing to give it to us. It was like government has said that this has to be done, it will be done. Whether students burn themselves, whether governments fall, it will happen. You might wonder, now VP Singh even then said that the immolations, the rioting, the anger on the streets was media generated. He blamed, till his dying day, he blamed the media for it. He said it was media generated. Maybe there was. He also blamed a particular party, saying that they are the one who instigated it because they wanted his government to fall. But I remember maybe 6 months before he passed away, I had done an interview, and it was a vulture interview. I was sent that, he's going to pass away, so do this last interview of his. He lived to do several more interviews after that. But I went to interview him, and he said that, all of you covered those immolations and those riots. Believe me, no government will be able to reverse this decision. Caste and community. This is something that is going to plague our politics for a long time, for our society for a long time, and Mandal Commission reservations is necessary to bring those deprived classes and castes up. And no politician worth his salt. Today he's saying that he will revoke it. These reservations will increase. They will not. And I was too young. I was like, oh, he's just talking nonsense. That's not going to happen. All these top level politicians are saying they're going to take it off. How can it be? He was right. He passed away. He didn't live to see that, but it happened. It happened. What I'm trying to say is that, had he taken the media on board, explained it to those cub reporters who did not understand, and where did those reporters come from? Most of the reporters, television reporters at that time, came from the kind of background that I did come from NDTV, that's all. I think Aaj Tak had just started, if I'm not mistaken, in the 90s. We were all from privileged backgrounds. Where were the reporters from the oppressed classes which understood the need for reservations? They weren't there. Their voices were not heard in the media. There was no Lallan Top. There was nothing of that sort. There was none of the YouTube reporters that you're talking about today. So the entire reportage was colored. If only the government had taken the media on board. When I speak about my privileged background, many of you might be feeling this cringing sense that, oh, look at her, she's boasting. I'm not boasting. I'm telling you what I lacked as a reporter. And when I went to speak to those policymakers, how difficult it was for me to get a different perspective, because the kind of talks that you're having, we didn't have the privilege of those talks. We didn't have the privilege of educationists who explained different perspectives to us. So policymakers also there was a prism, there was a bubble that they were working on. There weren't studies like there are right now. I just feel that when people talk about how India has moved forward, I am lucky to be living in the times to have seen that lack of information, and today this proliferation of information. Of course, the lack of interest, even though there is so much information out there, that is also something which makes me sad. Even at that time, I must tell you that politics influences media, and that media reports with a colored prism when it comes to policy matters. I'm not denying that happens. History will bear me out when we talk about several instances. For example, when the nuclear deal happened, the Prime Minister was ready to stake his government at that time. There was an interview which was done by a Telegraph reporter, Manini. She interviewed Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. He staked his all. When even his own government, I'm giving you anecdotal data simply because I think that is my only strength, not data. So at that time, I had gone with Prime Minister Manmohan Singh to America when he was striking that deal. And his own government was not in favor of it. The NAC was not on board, the advisory committee. Nobody was on board in his own party, let alone the parties which were supporting his government, the left-leaning parties, of course. And they kept saying that this government is selling India to America. And I remember being on Air India One and again, I'm saying, I'm not boasting. We were a bunch of journalists who were on board with Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, and he was there. He was looking so shaken because he genuinely believed that this was for the good of the country, and this was this one opportunity that we have to strike it. And recently on my podcast, there was a specialist who said that anybody opposing the nuclear deal, it was high treason that he was committing. That was one view too. But here was a prime minister who battled all odds, and he was trying to convince us to tell the media that don't just keep asking me that X says this and Y says this and what is my response. And I did exactly that, because that is what media does. So my question to him, which figured in the movie which was made on him, Accidental Prime Minister, was also this, where I said that the accusation against you is that you're selling out India. And his response was not all that great because Dr. Manmohan Singh is not exactly, a good communicator. But then it was okay. He said that, I head a government which has a legacy of Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru as part of as part of our legacy, and we will never sell out India's interests. But when he was asked by Manini, the Telegraph reporter, that your government might fall as a result of this nuclear deal, he said, "So be it. Find me a prime minister who would do that." He might be criticized for a whole host of issues. I did ask him once about this trickle-down effect. When I told him that, this trickle-down economics, kahan pe chal raha hai? This Naxal issue was so big at that time. And I was like, it's not. If you go to those areas, you see Chhattisgarh and you see the poverty that is there, your trickle-down economics is not working. But he believed in it, and he really, really believed that it would happen, and the nuclear deal too. Finally, he was able to get on board. And what happened? How did he get on board? Did he get it on board because of communication? I've been talking about how to take media on board, how to take the opposition board. How? How did he get it? Amar Singh. It was Amar Singh. When you write India-US relations, there won't even be a footnote on Amar Singh. Everybody thinks of him as a wheeler-dealer politician. Maybe he was. I'm not saying he wasn't. But a prime minister needed the help of a so-called wheeler-dealer politician to put forward a policy in this country, the nuclear deal. He needed his help. Google and see India-US nuclear deal. Will there be a mention of Amar Singh? No, there won't be. I'm just trying to say how difficult it is for governments to push policy through in this country. And we won't even know. Research scholars probably won't even know, because how will you research this? You will not know that this is how he got help. He got Mulayam Singh, against whom, by the way, there used to be an IB report at one point of time, probably got buried, that he was he had Pakistani connections. There was that too against him. So these are the two men who helped in pushing the India-US nuclear deal, the 1-2-3 deal, which ended our nuclear apartheid, this country's nuclear apartheid, got us access to technology which we wouldn't have without that, which got countries talking to us, which got Europe to see us through a different eyes. Who was it? Was it a communication, a juggernaut that went through? Probably. That's what he said, that if need be, we need to talk to people who might be considered unscrupulous by our National Advisory Committee, but we need them. So there were these loyal bunch of advisors who told him not to speak about it, but he did. He went ahead and got it. Let me move ahead. Evaluation is an essential part of the policy cycle, we are told. We, in the sense media, is told. I've narrated to you how, you'll never be part of that. The media will never be part of that evaluation process. We were not. I can give you an example of the CAA. I can give you an example NRC-CAA. I can give you an example of the agriculture policies which had to be taken, agriculture laws. These are two things where there was lack of transparency in its implementation and biases cropped in. The effectiveness and efficiency was compromised. I know there are not supposed to be questions in my session, but when I went out, there were so many questions that people had. So I would like to conclude before my time is up, hoping that some of you might have questions. I'd just like to say that in a democracy, in conclusion, I'd like to say that in a democracy, free flow of information is important to the media. I understand that information needs to be held back at times, but I just feel that taking media on board will just help. There are bad apples, I understand, but in a democracy, media, good or bad, and it's never perfect. It's the most important and vital element as far as dissemination of information is concerned. I thank you once again, Professor Ashwini. I thank you once again, ISB, for having me over. If there are any questions, I'd like to take some questions, please. Yes, please, ma'am, go ahead. There's a lady at the back who has. The one in green. I'm sorry I'm breaking the rules by asking you to ask questions. I hope that's all right. Okay.
Great session, ma'am.
Thank you.
I would just like to make a statement. I wish you to clarify that for me. Media is confused with entertainment. Can you say something about that?
Yes and no. I agree that when you talk about media, I guess you're saying news media, right? That news media is confused with entertainment. So again, news media, mostly you would talk about TV debates. TV debates are one aspect about news. That's it. But because it is so compelling, that's what people confuse all news to be, that this is what news is. News is available in many formats. It's available to you via your cell phone. It's available via various platforms of social media. It's there in television, newspapers. You have access much more than probably I had at your age, where it was just Doordarshan. And those who talk about the lovely era about Doordarshan, how it was lack of noise, let me just tell you, Doordarshan News was written by government officers. In many cases, even broadcast by, the readers were also government officers. And if they were not government officers, they were on the payroll of governments. So everything was Pradhan Mantri ne aaj ye kaha, Pradhan Mantri ne aaj wo kaha. Nothing else other than that. And Tapman aaj ye hai, Tapman aaj wo hai. Today, you don't need Tapman. You're getting it on your handset every morning as soon as you wake up. You don't need to know what Pradhan Mantri ne ye kaha, wo kaha, because you Pradhan Mantri apne aap hi keh rahe hain. Right? So you're getting all that information beforehand. It's just that you have so much of choice. It's your choice that you are watching the entertainment or entertaining part of news media. If that's the best part about having choice, move over. Don't watch it if you don't like it. And if you feel that they are dumbing down news, don't watch it. Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Samita.
Ji, hi.
My name is Rahul Gosai. I have a question which is slightly more policy oriented
Mhm.
with respect to media. Media is obviously the core pillar, as you said, for governance. But there is increasing dependence on for resources. Internationally, in Australia, in Canada, we've seen them basically, because there is the intellectual property involved and other things involved. Indian media is increasingly dependent. There is a concentration which is happening and which is evident, which is affecting the independence of media per se. And we see it, how the news flow is happening, how it has evolved over the years. So how do you see going forward Indian media adapting, considering there are some very small publications, big publications who are typically gonna, if something like what happened in Australia, the competition law, the big tech integration happened. So how do you see that landscape evolving? How does Indian media perceive that scenario, if they will be able to benefit from big tech, the search, the Google and all those of the world? Basically a forward-looking perspective.
See, I really don't have much forward-looking perspective, frankly. It keeps changing in this country because there aren't so many studies in our country as far as media is concerned about laws and what should be done about it, right? That is why you're seeing when you talked about big tech, you're talking about competition, you're talking about lack of funds. Yes, there is lack of funds in the sense of when it comes to news. When it comes to the entertainment part of news, you will be certain that those shows will get sponsorships. But I was speaking to Anshi. For example, if I was to do a 6-part series on forest wealth, which is being used in a productive manner for people who are living in the forest, and I do a 6-part series. One, look at the cost that I have. I need to travel to those forests. I need to shoot in those. I need to get experts. It means at least 6 weeks of work, right? I need a sponsor. Not going to get it. So that is the reason why news media, owners of news media are increasingly asking or selling out to big businesses because it's not a model which is sustainable. So the only thing that works is that the TV debates, the 9 p.m. debates. I go on those debates. Believe me, why? Because those TV debates, the money that comes into those TV debates, that is what sustains the news gathering that happens during the day. There is no money for those documentaries, for those investigative reports that you're seeing at 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m. Nobody wants to spend money on that. The marketing guys in those television channels say, "Iske liye to koi paisa nahi hai." Where does the money come for that? From the sponsorships of those 9 p.m. debates. So it's necessary to have that so that this can sustain. When it comes to non-competitive, I don't want to make a value judgment on that, you probably mean to say about the demonization of a certain industrialist, which is happening, that he's buying up everything. He's buying a TV channel, a newspaper, a website. He's doing that. It used to happen earlier too. It's easy to blame an Adani today and Ambani. Do you think that the Dalmias didn't do that? Do you think the Tatas didn't do that? They owned it. And to think that the Adanis and Ambanis will be interfering in editorial, whereas the Tatas and the Birlas and the Dalmias and the others didn't do it, I beg to differ. I don't think it was such a rosy picture. I'm still not jaded or, cynical enough to think that the good old days were the golden years and now it is the bad old days. I don't believe in that. I think I am.
Can you take one question?
I can take one question. Yes, of course, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I don't know about the timing. We'll do it quickly then.
Yeah.
Ma'am, since I'm part of policy making and I've been accused partly by you, so I have first right.
Okay.
I am an ordinary citizen.
No, we will get our rights.
Abhi Aam Aadmi Party is not yet come, sir. You have to wait.
Ma'am, let me compliment you for your forthright and as usual, your usual best. I chase you on your podcast, and I was just mentioning.
Please like and subscribe.
I listen on Apple TV, so I think you will be getting the.
Okay.
In fact, I like the Sohail Seth interview that you took for 1 hour. I have one suggestion that can it be 30 minutes each, maybe 2 episodes.
Okay.
But you said that media is part of, vulture interview. I like that idea. I don't know who is going to be the next vulture interview for you, but Nation wants to know, one. And two, you said that the media is part of governance, not government, but some media is trying to make the government itself. Would you like to comment? You have the option not to do it.
Yes, we are accused many times. I've been accused too, as you know. I mean, you know my background. I've been also accused of being too soft in reporting. But it's just that I think people don't know that I've been reporting since I was like I said, since the Mandal agitation. I've reported for Japanese television, Singapore television, South African television, and believe me, and BBC, we worked with them too. So I have an experience. It's just that my reportage was not seen, thankfully, by hypercritical Indians. It was seen outside India. I've also reported for NPR News in radio. So there, nobody accused me at that point of time that I was pro-government or anti-government or whatever. It was like if I was reporting on, say, Kanpur leather industry, how it is, polluting the Ganga. It was that. That was my story. I reported on that. So I think right now everything is seen with this. Since 2014, if you watch my podcast, I've said that also, that these deep divisions which have come where everything is seen that either you're pro-Modi or you're anti-Modi. The centrists piss jate hain isme, sir. So I think those of us who just don't want to get drawn into this debate, they are the ones who are, who just couldn't be bothered. You want to call me pro-government, you want to label me, So it's not as if the BJP doesn't label you. They also say the horrible term called prostitute was brought about by a BJP person. So we are labeled, but I think, like they say, thick skin hona chahiye. Journalists ko, we are human. Believe me, how much of a thick skin? We're not alligators, we are human, right? How much of a thick skin can you have? But we are constantly told that you are Rahul Gandhi has sent you, or Modi has sent you, or so and so has sent you, or Kejriwal ke pithu ho, doesn't matter. We have to do our job. So,
As an ordinary citizen, I would
Sir.
like to bring about, I want to bring to the public domain or view.
Sir.
A small community is suffering because of the bureaucracy or powers that be and the business, etc. Now, it's not at a national level, and there is no politics involved in this. And how can I reach, how can I take the help of media?
Okay.
You still have time for such small issues, or would you like to focus only on national issues?
No, sir. All major channels, all major newspapers, they have reporters, cameramen, photographers at district level, right? We are bombarded with stories. I understand that. So if you were to call me in Delhi and say that, X village does not have water, and for the past 15 days or 15 months, and agriculture is suffering or something like that, what is the thing that I'm going to do? Now, this is something which probably 15,000 villages in this country, or 20,000 villages, I'm just talking randomly, have this issue, right? But there are some stories which, okay, ring a bell. A girl who's gone to school. If I was to give you an anecdotal experience, I went to Bihar to cover an election. It was a boring election. Everybody knew who's going to win. So I had gone to an area which was a Dalit village, and there was a girl cleaning the place where the cows were. Cow dung nikal rahi thi. So she looked about 14 or 15. I'm sorry, just give me 20 seconds more. So she was cleaning that, and I said, "Don't you go to school or college?" So she said, "8वीं tak padhi hu, uske baad nahi." Now, it's a common story, right? Why should anybody be interested? Believe me, it was a hit story in Japan. Do you know why? Because I gave that angle. I asked her why. The reason she dropped out of school is because she has to cross over a certain field which belonged to the Thakur village. And once she crosses, there's no way to go that. She has to cross that village to go to the school. And while crossing that village, she's open game. So she's by law of that area. If the man out there wants to pick her, no way that this village can say no to her. Can you imagine the enormity of it and the privilege we have? Did we even think getting up and going to school in the morning was, it's raining, it's cold? That was our privilege. Whereas this girl couldn't go because she couldn't cross that. I didn't know that. So I stopped my election story and I did this story. It was this one story that I did. That's all. I'm not saying to you that I'm doing these stories on a daily basis. No. But if you find something, the best part is that you have your cell phone. Now, all of us are citizen journalists. Shoot that and put it on social media. You never know. Put it on Instagram. Put it on your Facebook. It might get picked up for all you know.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Sorry. Oh, okay.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your invigorative perspective on role of media in public policy with all of us today. I would kindly request Professor Anjal Prakash, Research Director, Bharati Institute of Public Policy, to kindly present a token of gratitude to Ms. Smita Prakash for gracing the occasion with her presence. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Before we head out for a quick high tea, I would like to make a small announcement. Research poster presentations are going to take place in the atrium from 1 to 5 p.m. and from 10 to 2 p.m. tomorrow. So kindly please find time and do visit the atrium to interact with the participants of the Public Policy Dialogues Conference who have prepared those research posters. Now we shall quickly head for a quick high tea, the preparation for which has been made outside the auditorium. Okay, sure, ma'am. So as we are running a late on time, we'll continue with the next expert panel. Request you all to please stay for the next expert panel.
Moving forward, I would now like to invite the panelists for the Social Policies for Marginalized Communities, Reservations and Beyond panel. Social policy refers to the governmental and legislative efforts to implement changes to benefit society or a particular segment of society, and in this sense is a social intervention. Indian society is deeply divided based on the castes, and there have been many debates on various approaches to address the caste problem. The policy responses to the hurdles created by the caste system shall be addressed through the new social policy response within this panel. The panel will also discuss various issues of reservations and social policies for uplifting marginalized communities and debate their current status. Based on the same, I would now like to request our panelists to come up to the dais. I would be inviting Mr. G. Kiran Kumar, Senior Research Scholar, Department of Political Science, University of Hyderabad. Dr. Ajailu Numai, Head, Center for the Study of Social Exclusion and Inclusive Policy, University of Hyderabad. Dr. Dasoju Shravan, Senior TRS Leader. Dr. E. Venkatetsu, Professor, Department of Political Science, University of Hyderabad. Dr. G. Nagaraju, Professor, Department of Sociology, University of Hyderabad. Dr. K. Lakshman, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha. And Mr. R. Krishnaya, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Government of India. I would now request Mr. G. Kiran Kumar to moderate the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, one and all. Today we are here to discuss on different social policies for marginalized sections and thinking beyond reservations. We also touch on some of the aspects of reservations. Fortunately or unfortunately, all three politicians are not here. So, so Dr. Lakshman, Sri Krishnaya, and Dr. Dasoju Shravan. So all are busy with elections. So that may happen in next this year, this month. So expressing regretness of not coming to this panel. So let's go into this panel, main theme of this panel. And let me also introduce our three panelists today with us. Professor Ajailu Numai, and she's also head for Center for Study of Social Exclusion and Inclusive Policies. And she's also research associate at Johannesburg, Department of Sociology, University of Johannesburg. And she has done so much of work on human trafficking, especially women trafficking. She's actually on ground. She's doing intensive work in Manipur, especially on Naga tribe, and in both Telugu states, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. And she's also actively involved in contributing policy level contribution at ministry level and also Women Commission. So we have with us our other panelist, Professor Venkateshu, E. Venkateshu, who is also from University of Hyderabad. He is professor in Department of Political Science. And is a quite activist turned politician, we can say, sorry, activist and academician, quite active since Mandal movement. both in Jawaharlal Nehru University and also in University of Hyderabad. And he also actually looking after the policy domain, public policies, and actually presented papers, published papers in journals, reputed journals on, especially on social issues and public policy issues. And we have with us our other panelist, Professor Nagaraju. He is now Dean Students Welfare, University of Hyderabad, who is again from Department of Sociology. He is also quite, since his youth stage, he is quite active in raising so many issues, especially on marginalized communities. His research themes are sociology of marginalized communities, sociology of youth, and sociology of education. So without wasting any time, we already delayed for 15-20 minutes. So let's start with Professor Ajailu on you can share your research areas initially, and then throw light on human trafficking, because according to 2021 NCRB data, there is actually 15.6% increase in violence against women. So in this context, how you actually wanted to look at your research and policy suggestions?
So, am I audible? Should I sit here and just talk, or shall I go there? Okay, I think I prefer to stand and speak. Thank you, Kiran, and the organizers for inviting me, and also distinguished co-panelists from the University of Hyderabad, my colleagues here, and distinguished guests. I feel it's a privilege to speak about my story of how I encountered a traffic girl in 2008. I was in Manipur, after spending a month summer holiday. On the day I was attempting to board the flight, one lady called me out and said she needs my help. She happened to know me and my family, although I don't know her. And she was with another lady and a man. And she said, please help my younger sister who's traveling for the first time by flight. I said, yes, please describe about her. Surely I will help her. When my little brother, who's from IIT Delhi, and myself checked in to the first layer of security, I found that there's none of that kind of feature. So at that moment, my brother kept insisting that something is fishy. And, things are pretty bad in 2008 because of the Armed Forces Special Powers Act implemented in Northeast, particularly in states like Manipur and Nagaland. Security was very strict once we checked into the airports. But nonetheless, with a good intention, I walk up to the CISF person and said, Bhaiya, 5 minute ke liye thoda permission de do bahar jaane ke liye. Surprisingly, he said yes. So when I went out and met this lady, she looks nervous and still was there with a friend and a man. I told her, may I know if your sister is traveling to Hyderabad so that I can catch hold of her either in Calcutta or in Hyderabad? She said, no, my sister is going to Singapore. Now, at that moment, my mind blew away because she looks very poor and anemic, and so is her friend. And I said, I was thinking at that moment whether this is about trafficking, this is about sex, work, what is it? Is it labor? I mean, all those wild imaginations just occur in my mind at the spur of the moment. Now, when I broached to her whether her sister is going to study in Singapore, her reply shocked me more. It baffles me when she said, my sister and my friend's daughter, both of them are going to work as housemates in Singapore. At that moment, I just said to her, be careful. If you need any help, contact my folks, since you said that you know them. At that moment, the man who was standing next to these two ladies, began to show a hostile body language towards me and challenged me. And he even asked the question, what muscle power, what kind of political power do I have in Hyderabad? Now that incident made me think, what can I do to save the tribal girls from Northeast, who have been trafficked not only within the country, but overseas? And I remember what my mother used to tell me as a young girl, pen is mightier than the sword. With that note, I began to read rigorously on sex trafficking and trafficking for labor. And that was my journey, Kiran, of doing my research funded by the University Grants Commission. And there was no academic scholarly articles and books on trafficking of girls in Northeast in 2008 and 9. And therefore, I was compelled to look at South India, Andhra Pradesh United, before the bifurcation, Telangana and Andhra, because there's a rich literature of trafficking of girls here in down south. And with that, I am able to produce a lot of literature. And I even met the Chief Minister of Manipur, Sri Biren Singh, in 2017, in the month of May. He gave me 20 minutes closed door meeting where I said to him, sir, that day, thankfully, Mary Kom, as a member of Rajya Sabha, also came just along with me. It just happened by chance. And I said, sir, every trafficked girl that we save may become the next Mary Kom, who will bring laurel to the country. And the tiny state of Manipur will be in the global map. Sure enough, in the following year, in 2008, the policy was implemented. Anti-Trafficking Commission was constituted by the Chief Minister of Manipur. Now, this was my journey. And Andhra and Telangana has a rich legacy of Devadasi system, where a Dalit woman, Dalit girl, teenage girl, will be offered to the deity forever. And she will have to entertain for the rest of her life sexual needs and desires of the upper caste men. And you all know many of the stories that the children and grandchildren of the Devdasis are still alive. Devdasi may be gone on paper, but it is still thriving in many forms. I have done field work in the twin city of Hyderabad and Secunderabad. One of the NGOs that work aggressively is Chaitanya Mahila Mandali. They have a wonderful website, and it's run by a sex reformer called Jayama. And another NGO called Sahin, run by a Muslim feminist, Jamila Nishat, who works on Muslim teenage girls who are married to 70-year-old sheikhs and transported or pushed to the Gulf countries, where they serve as the modern slave. So if you talk about violence against women, this is the ultimate violence against women, where women are sold as slaves in our 21st century. Another striking thing that I have been thinking aloud is how the Telugu-speaking states of Andhra and Telangana have produced world's best technocrats. The Silicon Valley in California is dominated by the Telugu-speaking Vadus. But why is it that their women are sold in the flesh market? I also would like to draw your attention that flesh prostitution and sex trafficking is the third most lucrative business in the world after arms and drugs. The previous speaker talked about Ambani's, Adani's, Lohia's, Tata's. Trafficking is much richer. Traffickers are much richer than all these multinational company tycoons that she mentioned about. The next, I'm going to talk about violence against women. Violence against women is like a COVID pandemic. It is like a virus. Just as we see the COVID variant keep changing, the level of violence keep changing. On New Year's Eve, you know how 20-year-old girl was dragged in a scooty up to 4 to 10 kilometers in a place called Munirka, next to India's top intellectual institution, my alma mater, JNU. In a place, Munirka, where Nirbhaya was also raped in a running bus. The nation was shocked. The accused were arrested. There's protests yesterday and today. A couple of months back, Bilqis Banu, 11 rapists were released, and there was celebration. We've seen how they were garlanded. Mithai bhi de diya un log ko. This is after 70 years of independence. We have celebrated 70 years of India's independence, but violence against women continues. And the worst victims are the Dalits, the Adivasi tribal women, and the religious minorities. During the COVID time, violence against women increased. Actually, there was a group of sociologists, whom we often debate that perhaps the rape case will decrease during the first wave and second wave of COVID. Unfortunately, the rape case is still prevalent during that period. Even the COVID positive girl who is in quarantine center were not spared. A man who is not COVID positive will go and rape that woman who is COVID positive. Virus didn't stop violence against women. Gender-based violence in statistics reveal that 1 in 3 women gets abused at the global level, which means 800 million of women worldwide face gender violence by their partners. You have seen how a young man chop a woman, a girlfriend, live-in girlfriend into 35 parts and store it in 360 refrigerator for 5 months. And then he threw her parts in black polythene bag in Meroli Forest in Delhi. Then only he was arrested after 5 months. Heinous crime, cutting into body, intimate partner crimes are the highest in our country. Now, I also would like to say that my hypothesis denotes that violence is due to the traditional structure of patriarchy and also the culture of discrimination and mass media that exacerbate the existing violence against women. The question that I raise is, how can we think of gender equality when gender violence is rampant around us? How can we think of gender equality? There's so much of gender gap in India. In the context of pre-COVID times, Telangana and Manipur stands number 1 and number 2 in terms of violence, domestic violence. And unfortunately, I belong to Manipur. And I lived and married in Telangana. And the 2 states that I belong to map number 1 and 2 in India for domestic violence. In a culture of Manipur, slapping a woman and kicking her ass by the husband is not a big deal. It's culturally accepted. I remember even in Nagaland, till 5-6 years back, there's not even a single case of domestic violence reported to the government. Now, what is the way forward? I propose 6 way forward. In order to visualize a free society, a society free from violence against women, we need to stop trafficking of girls and women, including boys. There are an innumerable number of boys who are sold for sex in places like Goa, and boys in the international porous border of the Northeast, to use as drug peddlers, to use as child soldiers in the Kachin Hills of Myanmar. I have gone for my fieldwork in Myanmar, and you will be surprised to know that I didn't carry my passport. I didn't have the visa. I didn't even have the day pass the day I went in, because I went in a car which belongs to a powerful man. That's my privilege, by the way. Second, we need to give proper value to women's work. Many times when women work at home, especially the homemakers, they're looked down upon as jobless women. They are not respected because she's not earning in terms of monetary aspects. We need to give value to women's work, get women into decision-making bodies, and involve them in exercising power, make education gender sensitive. Even when we look around, in my own University of Hyderabad, there is a lack of gender sensitization even among the male faculty members and also the male colleagues in the non-teaching staff community. Third, we need to set up an anti-human trafficking unit across each district and anti-human trafficking clubs in educational institutions to prevent sex trafficking and labor trafficking of innocent girls and women. And in these times of COVID, the number of cyber trafficking has increased tremendously. Fourth way forward is the physical security for the marginalized girls and women needs to be prioritized to ensure women's inclusion and gender equality. Hyderabad has the SHE team. Hyderabad Police has a SHE team in our city, but such SHE teams should also be in rural areas everywhere. Fifth way forward is there must be a special police unit for Northeastern region, Spooner, in Telugu-speaking states too, as women from Northeast India in the unorganized sectors often end up as victims of violence and trafficking. I have helped in reintegrating some of the Northeast girls from Hyderabad and Secunderabad. One of the classic case is a Thai Tantra spa victims here in our own Gachibowli, Jubilee Hills and Banjara Hills, So there is a serious need for Spooner, the Northeast special police unit to be set up in the twin city of Hyderabad and Secunderabad. Lastly, representative of all development initiatives must include women to ensure their concerns that are to be voiced. Women's voiceless issues should be heard by the masses. The lady, the speaker in front of just before us have spoken about how she managed to capture a girl's story who has to go to school passing through a Thakur village. I think these are voices, invisible voices that needs to be voiced. And development is also a clear option about correcting gender inequalities, increasing employment opportunities for women, and addressing the challenge of patriarchy and gender equality under the purview of inclusive policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Azailu. So coming back, it's very interesting story, and the comparison you are doing is very extremely beneficial for policy perspectives. So coming to Professor Venkateshu, so you are being active in Mandal politics and Mandal, post-Mandal, academic, both in academic field and also at the grassroots level. So Mandal is all about, we all debate only on reservations, but Mandal is all about beyond Mandal. Mandal report includes so many suggestions for the empowerment of socially and educationally backward sections. So can you throw some light on the hesitation, and then we will come back to you on other issues.
Thank you, Kiran, for moderating this session, and my colleagues on the University of Hyderabad and delegates from different parts of the country. I think probably this topic, reservation policy in India, probably for the first time that is being discussed on this campus. Because there has been a mindset among the people, the elite section of this country, the upper caste people of this country. The mindset is that once you start speaking about the reservations, their tendency, attitude is that this is reservation is something related to this caste, taste, and then meritless people. The person, because of the attitude that has been existing today in the country, is that if you are coming into a public institution under the reservation quota, either in the admissions or in the faculty member, that these type of people are bringing only two things. One is the caste, second is the meritlessness. That is how this attitude. Even Chandrababu Naidu got benefited a lot from the backward classes, and Chandrababu Naidu was the instrumental lot introducing the reservation policy in this institute itself, ISB. itself. So that is in this kind of mindset. So let me give us some brief historical account of this reservation policy and coming to what is the kind of attitude that has been existing, prevailing today in the country among the, as far as the backward classes in general, other backward classes in general, and reservation policy in particular. See, this whole idea of the affirmative action policy, reservation policy that has been started in the country in 1870s somewhere, when the Britishers have realized that the Muslim community is being neglected. They are set aside from the education that was introduced through the Macaulay recommendation. Under the Macaulay's recommended education system, the British colonial people have seen, verified the statistical data that it is only the upper caste Hindus have been getting maximum benefit of the Macaulay education system. So therefore, the Muslims must also be accommodated in the Macaulay education system. Therefore, they have started initiating certain incentives in order to provide the education facilities for the Muslim communities. Later, it has been extended to the hill area people, the tribal community, and then the Dalit lower caste people, and then subsequently to the backward classes. Backward classes, then it was known as rural artisan service communities. So that was the beginning point for the reservation policy. That means that it has got the genesis during the colonial period. The second political regime that has initiated the reservation policy was the indigenous princely states. That is the Kolhapur state has introduced, the Mysore Maharaja has introduced, the Travancore Maharaja has introduced the reservation policy. And then third political regime that has taken an initiation in order to reservation policy is the post-independent democratic political system. And in fact, when you look at the constitutional debates, because on each and every item, whether say it is a reservation policy or the institution of bureaucracy, institution or the directive principles of the state policy, fundamental rights of the Indian Constitution, there has been a series of deliberation at the time of the Constituent Assembly debates. So as far as scheduled caste reservations are concerned, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar has taken that is one of the important challenging project. So he was able to convince the Constituent Assembly. Subsequently, some of the tribal leaders were able to convince the Constituent Assembly in order to provide their quota in proportion to their population in the public sector with reference to the education, employment, and political sphere. However, the backward classes, other backward classes, first, number one, there was no proper leadership in the Constituent Assembly for the other backward classes. There was a weak voice from the backward classes. So therefore, when after commencement of the Indian Constitution on 26th January 1950s, the first case that was challenged in the Supreme Court was Champakan Dorai Rajan versus the state of Madras. Because in Madras, Dadan Madras state, there was a communal GO. According to that GO, there was a reservation policy. That was coterminous, contrasting the right to equality, in the fundamental rights of the Indian Constitution. That was challenged in the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court verdicted against the Dadan existing the communal GO. So then there was an agitation across the country in protest against the dropping of the communal GO. So therefore, Nehru government has initiated the first constitutional amendment to the Indian Constitution was introducing of the constituting a commission in order to study the socio-economic conditions of the other backward classes in 1950s itself, under the chairmanship of Kaka Kalelkar Commission, that is known as the Kaka Kalelkar Commission. Unfortunately, the chairman heart itself was burned when, after completing of that report, drafting of the report, chairman wrote in his preface that for taking the caste, my heart is burning. This is not, I was not convinced with this report. And subsequently, there was no debate in the parliament during the time of the stalled democratic ruler of the country, Jawaharlal Nehru and Govinda Vallabh Pant. These are the three people they have set aside the Kaka Kalelkar Commission report. So therefore, it has gathered the dust. I don't know whether the journalist who has spoke in the last session, whether she is available or not. She must know some of the historical facts. And then there was no question of the reservations until 1970s when the Janata government has came into existence. That was a non-Congress government, essentially represented by the non-Brahmins. Then in 1978, the Janata government has constituted for the Mandal Commission, Bindeswar Prasad Mandal Commission, and it has submitted its report in 1982, and it has gathered dust again for the 1 decade, because during the time of Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi, they never even touched, because they have picked up some of the recommendations of the Mandal Commission. They have started implemented, and they never refer to either OBCs or Mandal Commission. The Navodaya schools was the recommendation of the Mandal Commission. But is it neither Rajiv Gandhi nor Congress government has never referred to that Mandal Commission has recommended. It is meant for the rural areas, socially and educationally backward communities of this country. And it has set aside no reservation for the other backward classes. And again, a non-Congress, when a non-Brahmin has become a prime minister of this country, Vishwanath Pratap Singh, he was the first chief prime minister of this country who has got guts and courage in order to take the decision to implement the 27%. That is only one of the recommendations. That is only one of the recommendations of Mandal Commission. In fact, that only 27%, because they was strictly followed. The Supreme Court judgment is the reservation should not exceed the more than 50%. That was the constitutional technical problem was existed. Therefore, they only 27%. 27% decision was taken to implementation. Again, there was across the country, there was a hue and cry. In this country, whenever there has been a poverty, there is a backwardness, nobody will protest. But whenever you give a reservation to the lower caste, there was an extension of the 10 years of reservation to the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, or reservation for the other backward classes, it is bound to have a anti-reservation movement. It's just like a sun is rising on the east and setting on the west. So if there has been a reservation policy for the lower caste, then automatically it leads to the anti-reservation movement in the country. Your media, the media has played, because I was the evidence at Jawaharlal Nehru University. I was a student of JNU 91-93. That was the peak stage of the anti-Mandal agitation on this so-called JNU left democratic campus. That has these are one of the worstest campus during the Mandal Commission. There is a organizer in defense of the Mandal Commission. When we invited Sharad Yadav to JNU campus, cutting across your ideology, whether you are a leftist, centrist, or rightist, all these people, anti-reservationists, these upper caste people have come together, have thrown the chappals and shoes on Sharad Yadav. By this indicator, can you call it JNU as the most left democratic campus? So that was the kind of brutality that has came up in response to Mandal Commission decision to implementation by Vishwanath Pratap Singh. Your media is opposed. Media has played the most undemocratic, unconstitutional role during the Mandal Commission. I can provide you the substantial evidences. The CIA, the FICCI, the business community, the trade community, the media, the bureaucracy, the political parties, these are all have taken a anti-reservation for the OBC and started the agitation. The only hope that was there for the other backward classes pro-reservation was that only the limited progressive forces, the civil society, and the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has convinced, despite there has been a hue and cry, anti-Mandal agitation in the country, across the country, nook and corner, because I fully agree, I fully endorse that Vishwanath Pratap Singh statement, that is the media instigated agitation. The media, the most undemocratic, unconstitutional media instigated anti-Mandal agitation. So that was saved by the Supreme Court only in its judgment. Indira Sahani versus Government of India judgment. So that was the only Supreme Court was convinced with the theory of the natural justice, the theory of the social justice, the right to equality, and the socially and educational backwardness of this country. And this is the one of the ameliorative and incrementalistic policy. This is not going to change the the basic structural inequalities which have been existing in this country. And it is also Supreme Court also has evolved the means test called the creamy layer that has imposed. And till date, for the last 3 decades, I challenged in the API court in 1998 in the Supreme Dadana Andhra Pradesh High Court for not implementing the Supreme Court judgment of the 27% reservations for the other backward classes. Dadan UGC University Grants Commission Chairman Hari Gautam was summoned on this case. And then only the government of India has taken a decision to implement. Unfortunately, exactly by 2023, it has been going to complete by August 9th, because it has already completed the 3 decades, and because of 1989, on 9th August, Vishwanath Pratap Singh government has taken a decision to implement, and it has completed 3 decades of the starting of the implementation of the OBC reservations, but till date,
Professor
it has not
Venkatesh,
completed even the
just
14% of the reservations. That shows the commitment. That shows the commitment of the policy, because Kiran has taken under
we
right
will discuss
information.
more on
Right
other aspects.
information. I just complete within 30 seconds. So yes, take on the Right to Information Act. The minister himself has announced in the parliament that even the 14% of the reservations not implemented. But when you look at the EWS quota, when the government of India has taken a decision to implement the EWS quota, there was no opposition against the reservation policy. And with all the 100% measures have been taken in order to implement the OBC quota. So that shows the caste-mindedness of this country. And nowadays, everyone is trying to find out their solution to their problem, either in fighting the reservations or opposing the reservations. That is the kind of pathetic situation that has been emerging. And of course, the reservation policy itself is being killed in the process of the corporatization and the multinational companies entry of the into the Indian economy. They are not going to implement the reservation policy. Thank you for giving this support.
Thank you, Professor Venkatesh. So going to Professor Nagaraju. So you can sit there and you can discuss, or you want to use, yeah. So you can talk more on education policies and your research work, especially for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes.
Thank you, Mr. Kiran. At the outset, I'm extremely thankful to you for floating this idea and inviting me. I'm also thankful to my panelists and also the ladies and gentlemen. So it gives me an opportunity to share some of my thoughts on the very idea of policy making with reference to the education and healthcare from the perspective of the subaltern communities of our nation. So we are talking about the education and healthcare, as scholars like Amartya Sen, who argues that the Human Development Index is going to be measured through the lens of access to primary education and access to primary healthcare. But the point is, how far our nation is successful in educating the people? So the idea is that educating the people is a precondition for bringing the social democracy. But unfortunately, when you look at the 75 years of independence, though we have successfully achieved the universalization of primary education, but most of the girl children, as well as most of the boys, from the marginal sections of the society in general, and the scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and OBC in particular, are not in a position to complete even their secondary education. So what is the reason for their failure even to complete their 10th standard is a big challenge. So the idea is that though the Constitution, the constitutional framers made an attempt to include education as a fundamental right way back to 1947 at the time of independence. But the regressive forces who were part of the constitutional debates were not prepared to accept education as one of the constitutional rights. The reason was that at the time, the Indian Congress Party was completely dominated by the feudal lords, though the progressive forces under the leadership of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and others, they were trying to articulate the idea that education should be declared as a fundamental right. But because of the regressive ideology of the feudal forces, who were not willing to accept education as a fundamental right, because they were afraid that if all the children goes to school, who are going to work in their fields. So this is the kind of the mindset the let's say Congress leadership of 1947 had shared about the idea of education. So only, of course, the same Congress party government way back to 2009 under the UPA banner has enacted the Right to Education Act. So the point is that education is always referred as a means of individual mobility, family mobility, and also social transformation. But the point is that, friends, from 1947 to 2022, when you look at the journey of education policy and practice, though there are a number of measures were introduced by the government of India as well as the respective state governments, but we can always see the policy lapses. So let me highlight what are the policy lapses with reference to the educational programs. So the idea is that though the very idea of Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, educating all, was the goal of the constitution, which was reflected in the directive principles of state policy at the time of the enactment of constitution. But what are the measures the government has introduced as a part of universalization of education? If you go into the debates, though the primary school, most of the schools were known as the single teacher schools, are very much part of the different villages from Andhra Pradesh to Arunachal Pradesh. But when you look at the middle school and high schools, these high schools and middle schools are primarily placed in the nearby talukas or nearby bundle headquarters. So one of the primary reasons for the highest level of dropout rates in the rural India is because of lack of the middle level schools and high schools. So the girl children from the lower caste were deprived of education. Even the girl children from the upper caste background, despite of completing even the middle school, because of the cultural reasons, their parents never made a systematic attempt to educate their girls even up to the 10th standard. So, but the point is that the government, as a part of the correction measures, they introduced a new, let's say, policy intervention in the name of Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalayas, just to prevent the dropout of the girl children who belong to the marginal sections of the society, especially the scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and OBC and religious minorities. But what are the structural limitations with this kind of policies? So friends, the government always follows the patriarchal policies with reference to the education system. On the one hand, we have Navodaya schools, which caters the educational needs of the rural elite as well as the better off sections of the Indian society. On the other hand, the Kasturba Gandhi schools, though which are primarily meant for the dropout girl children, but when you look at, when you visit the schools, which primarily reflects the poverty of the schooling itself. So what I try to submit is that there is a patriarchal mindset in the making of the policy itself. So when you look at the conditions of the scheduled tribes and scheduled caste schools, though most of the governments in different parts of the India have introduced the social welfare hostels, which are sometimes attached to the government Jilla Parishad schools. But if you look at the facilities in the hostels, which are really worse. So the point I'm trying to highlight is that what is the role of the government towards educating the marginal sections of the society? Because most of the students, most of the people from the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe background, they are known as landless agricultural laborers, where 95% of the children, 95% of the people from the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes, they're deprived of right to land. In the sense, by preventing right to land, they've already prevented from right to economic resources, a right to livelihood is always under threat. When the right to livelihood is a source of, let's say, is one of the important sources of survival. So what kind of priorities the people from these sections of the society are going to attach to the education and healthcare? When you look at the lifespan of the women from the upper strata of the backbone and the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe backbone, there is almost 15 years of, let's say, lifespan difference between the women from upper strata and women from these marginal communities. The reason is that, this is the Oxfam report, the reason is that most of these women from the marginal sections of the society, they are deprived of even proper food because of cultural reasons, and they were also deprived of proper food because of lack of proper economic support. So the point I'm trying to say is that, friends, when you're trying to look at the very idea of livelihood, the people who belong to 22% of the population, only the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, the OBCs, who constitutes almost 45 to 50% of the population of India, when you combine the two, except some 10% of the upper layer of OBC, right? That is the 40% of OBCs who belong to the below poverty line, and the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe, almost 90% of them, 95% of them belong to the BPL category. That means almost 80% of the Indian population, they primarily hails from the marginal sections of the society. But the idea is that how far the government has, what kind of measures the government of India has prepared, and what kind of measures that respective state governments have introduced. Friends, wherever we see, look at some of the policy interventions, such as the midday meal scheme introduced by the government of Tamil Nadu way back to 1960s, and also the social welfare residential schools introduced by the government of Andhra Pradesh way back to 1984. These are some of the important policy interventions which definitely played a vital role in uplifting or transforming the lives of this section to a certain extent. But the point is that, friends, in order to achieve, in order to enhance the capacity building, if I quote Amartya Sen, the two important policy measures are right to quality education and right to quality healthcare. I think these are the two important sources which are going to enable the people from these marginal sections to access the better employment opportunities. And by accessing the better employment opportunities, they are also going to lead a dignified life. So thank you, Kiran, for giving me this opportunity. I think in second round, I wish to articulate some more points. Thank you.
We'll have a question and answer session. So before that, just quick questions to each one. As we celebrated Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and next 25 years are very crucial for the country as we celebrate our 100th Independence Day. So what are your policies should you already make? So how the governments, both the central government and the state government should actually work on these issues, especially on women issues?
Yeah, can I have? Thank you for the question. I feel that the law should be implemented in the context of violence against women, and the law enforcement agency should make sure that the conviction rate against the perpetrators of crime should increase. In 2021 and 22, the conviction rate of the traffickers, the criminals, is only 16%, 1/6, which is very, very low compared to developed countries. So this, the government should make sure that the laws are implemented properly. There are innumerable number of laws in favor of women, starting from the Domestic Violence Act of 2005 to Dowry Harassment Act, Prohibition Act of 1961, Immoral Traffic and Prevention Act of 1956. I mean, goes on and on and on. But actually, the ground reality speaks a different story. I also would like to quickly cite a story that I and two of the people have handled the case of a rape victim, 18-year-old from Nagaland in Jubilee Hills. When I went there in the evening, this is 2014, and when I went there to the Jubilee Hills station, police station, the police said she's no longer here. The girl has been shifted. I said, why? The criminals are in the lockup in the same jail, and they reply to me saying that she's 18, and below 18 they should not be in the police station. Therefore, we have sent her to the government shelter home in Eragata. When I finally contacted the warden, they said that visiting hour is over. I said, no, I have to be given the permission by hook or by crook. And finally, when I called one of the former IGP, they somehow gave me the permission. When I landed up there with a lot of traffic, it was around 10:30, and when I met the girl, she had blood all over her, a physical bruise all over her. And we've never met, but when she saw me, she came and cried and hugged me. Now, it took 4 days. Can you imagine? 4 long days. She was not even given the first aid. And I was compelled to give my identity card of University of Hyderabad as a sabut, evidence that I am responsible for her life and welfare, to send her back to Nagaland. Now, this shows that there is a gap in the implementation of law. The law is supposed to be in favor of girl. She is a victim of attempted rape, but she's been tortured and traumatized, again, by the law. So the law has to be implemented and the conviction rate has to increase.
That's very, very much well taken. Professor Venkateshu, OBCs are actually considered as vote bank. But what is the actually the government must do for the empowerment of OBCs for next 25 years?
First thing is that the largest chunk of the population of this country have been finding their solution for their problems only through the reservations. That is how this the number of social categories which have been demanding for the reservations have been increasing. And as of now, it is about 60% of the population of this country is coming under the category of the reservations. That is the one interesting thing. On the other side, the cake size of the public sector has been coming down. This is enigmatic, some sort of a puzzle. How you are going to solve this puzzle is a very challenging task before the policymakers of this country. So whether you are going to nationalize all the private assets, public property, private property is the one. And second is that are you going to implement the reservations in the private sector, corporate sector? The people have been generating the material wealth in this country for centuries together or happens to the production communities, the service rendering communities, the lower caste people, the rural artisan, the service rendering people, the agriculture labor, the farming community of this country. So therefore, these are the two options which have been left before in the next coming 25 years for among these lower caste people in general and other backward classes, either for nationalization of all the private property or else reservations in the public sector.
That's very
Private
provocating.
sector,
Maybe we have to look at inclusiveness in corporate one. So coming to Professor Nagaraju, so what should government do for improving the education status of especially SCs and Adivasis, scheduled types and scheduled castes?
Thank you, Kiran. Now one can see the educational divide in the name of the private schools for quality education and the government school for poor people. This is how the education sector is divided on the basis of class. So my only suggestion for the coming 25 years is that the government of India as well as the respective state government should develop the quality education. So that is going to improve the capacities of the children. So as most of the private schools are known for, implementing English as a medium of instruction, the government schools should also focus on imparting English communication skills from class 1 onwards. At the same time, the government very systematically, if you look at post LPG era, most of the middle class from upper strata of the Indian society, they have migrated from Indian cities to the American cities. So there is a transnational middle class, global middle class as an outcome of the liberalization, privatization, and globalization. The ASB is one of the important landmark in the making of the transnational middle class, and and our high-tech city is one of the landmark. So my only submission is that in the coming 25 years, there should be number of Dickies on par with Vicky. So the Dalits should emerge as the Dalit millionaire. The Adivasi should emerge as a Adivasi millionaires. The OBC should also become the big millionaires of the country. So the reason is that despite of, let's say, 75 years of independence or almost 150 years of modern colonial modernity, but unfortunately even today, we hardly find even a single millionaire from the marginal sections of the Indian society. So therefore, the only way is that improving the quality of education and empowering these marginal communities. They should aim at the California, not Calcutta, Hyderabad.
Yeah, that's great. So we'll take just one question, one set of questions, maybe. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Actually, because this looks very short and trying to get implemented against to what is for like OBC reservation implementation. So that's the question. And the follow-up question is, should there be thresholds like not female for the OBC implementation? So if your answer is no, like how do we actually measure the improvement of a OBC in terms of the category?
No, first of all, I'm not against the EWS quota. The way
I'm saying you're critical of it.
yeah, I'm critical as well as the process, the way the state has been responded, the society has been responding, and the quickness of the in implementation of EWS quota, and even the government, and even making the constitutional amendment act. That is all fine. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not critical of the people who have been getting the benefits from under EWS quota. State why the same attitude has not shown towards the other castes.
Exactly.
And number two, this reservation for the lower caste is not an economic poverty reduction program. It is a question of the social justice. It is a question of the self-respect and dignity, because these people were deprived three basic rights: right to education, right to rule, and right to possess the property for the last more than 3,000 years. It is the only democratic political system. It is because of the series of the political movements led by Mahatma Jyotiba Phule, Ambedkar, and others. Now they are getting their dignity and self-respect. So it is not a poverty reduction program. Poverty reduction program, there are plenty of them are available.
Oh.
So
for
that is-
second question, criminal is already there for OBC.
It's
so
there. I'm
but-
asking, should it be there? I'm asking. Like there are.
No, that is a big.
No,
bigger-
but whether it is supposed to be there, it has already been there. Even EWS quota also, there has been a ceiling has been there.
Yeah.
And then for the OBCs, they are facing a lot of problems in getting even caste certificate.
Yeah.
I have seen examined across the country.
Yeah.
Kerala is the only one state that has been quite effectively facilitating, and Kerala has fought least for the OBC reservations, and Kerala is the maximum beneficiary of the reservations today.
So that's actually a provocating session, and I just conclude this session by saying, by just quoting whatever quote that was quoted by in the budget. The budget lays a parallel track of a blueprint for the Amrit Kal, which is futuristic and inclusive, directly benefiting youth, women, farmers, scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and socially and educationally backward classes. I hope next 25 years will be the government will be concentrating on removing all kinds of discrimination against women, scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, and OBCs, and lays different policies for the empowerment of these sections. And I hope they are also part of the inclusiveness, the greater inclusive and sustainable society. So with this note, I thank everyone for joining, especially our panelists. And I also thank who have joined today. Thank you very much.
Indeed, a deeply insightful and thought-provoking session. Thank you to our panelists for carrying out the same. We would now like to inform you that lunch is in order. Please proceed towards the atrium for lunch. We would be back sharp at 2:30 p.m. for the next set of panel discussions. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everyone, and welcome back to the second half of day 2 of the Public Policy Dialogues, Bridging Research and Practice. I would like to inform everyone that all our sessions are being live streamed on Bharati Institute of Public Policy's YouTube channel, so we have a lot of virtual audience joining us there. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the next expert panel of the day, presenting the ideas on the topic, Addressing Cognitive and Emotional Intelligence through a Police Center of Excellence. Given the increasing ambiguity of cyber threats on one hand and the digital divide on the other, the panel proposes to establish a center of excellence driven by approaches from cognitive intelligence, artificial intelligence, and analytical research. I would like to invite the following panelists to take the seat on stage, please. Mr. Stephen Anurag, officer from National Institute for Smart Government, Government of India. Mr. Mayur Dayananda, aspiring junior, UC San Diego, Cognitive Science and Neuroscience, California. Miss Nalini Raghuraman, Political Economy Advisor with the UK Embassy, Hyderabad. Mr. Sean D'Souza, Poll Analyst and Member, the Center for Future of Democracy, Hyderabad. Dr. Vasuprada Karthik, Consultant Anthroposophic Psychotherapist, Hyderabad. Welcome. I would like to request Mr. Stephen Anurag to kindly moderate the panel.
Thank you. Is it audible? Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm happy and elated to moderate this panel here, which we have come up with a very unique discussion point for the panel, and people sitting with me on the stage are from diverse walks of life, both professionally and academically. So I thank all the panelists for making it once again. COVID has taught us many lessons, and for the last few months and a year or two, we've been hearing a lot about post-COVID measures and post-COVID policies and how things have been changing, how technology is very important on one hand. And technology is rising on the one hand, and there's concepts of intelligences with regards to cognitive, artificial, and emotional on the mainland India. But our panel would be discussing about the digital divide mainly, and where there are tech haves and tech have-nots, and there is a large gaps in the dissemination of public policy information to the communities across, and how the police system can be made more enhanced in terms of addressing this three intelligences, which is cognitive, emotional, and artificial. So our abstract talks about proposing a center of excellence with the police in terms of this, with local and global collaborations with the academia and the other research think tanks across the globe. And with me, I have Dr. Vasuprada Karthik, consultant anthroposophic and the psychotherapist from Hyderabad. And then I have Mr. Mayur Dayananda, who's an aspiring junior with the University of California, San Diego. And then we have Ms. Nalini Raghuraman, and political economy advisor with the UK Embassy, the British Deputy High Commission in Hyderabad. And then we have Mr. Sean D'Souza, who's from the NGO sector and a startup entrepreneur. So moving forward, we have come up with some basic statistics, which is already available online, or also on the event schedule, which we have written on what is that we would like to look forward to. And this, the reason why five of us are sitting here and we are discussing about the Center of Excellence is there is a unique proposal that we would like to come forward with. We would like to include the diversity factor, the inclusion of not only the academia, the bureaucrats, and the public policy consultants, but also veteran subject expert politicians who are really really good at some subjects and who have the public policy at various stages many people have been exploring public policy at various levels, both at the academia and also the practice level. So this 3-day workshop is ideally bridging the gap between theory and practices. So our panel, by proposing this center of excellence, would rightly address this particular issue of bridging the digital divide and how this center of excellence through this police can address the issues of the tech haves and have-nots, and how we could include the psychological aspects to better the governance procedures. I would like to start with Dr. Vasubhadra Karthik. So if you could give us your introductory remarks with regards to this concept. We've been discussing quite a lot of time for now regarding cognitive and psychology and how this marginalized communities and also the tribals, how they have been, I wouldn't say systematically being put away, but they have been away from the mainline digital or the tech savvy. So what are your introductory remarks to your experiences in the last 20-25 years?
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Am I audible? Yeah, thank you. Taking this digital divide in the context of psychology, mental health, and looking at the past and what's going on right now, pandemic has shown us totally something, and I think it brought it to the forefront as to how strong and how glaring is the digital divide. Because we as mental health professionals also could reach some people and try to work with them because they had access to online work. But there are those that maybe earlier we were working with them in person in different remote areas, and pandemic never allowed us to do it. So there was no contact, and I do know that there were a lot of distress, and there was one of the common things that did happen to everyone was a lot of anxiety, and we could not really reach out to people who were not aware of what's going on. Because if we really think about it, we all had access to a lot of updates, a lot of things that were coming to us, a lot of things that were being told to us. But if you do not really have much of access to some of these updates coming all the time, then you are bound to feel that you're left behind. And one of the other segments that did get very badly affected was also the education part. Because schools had turned online, education had turned online, and that itself was difficult for children who had access to technology, found it difficult to somehow convert to learning. But imagine the ones who do not even have a mobile now to have access. And then, of course, the teachers also, they were not equipped to really teach that way. We're talking about let us say, the far-flung schools and the government segment and the tribal societies. It was a game lost even before it had begun. So that was quite a bit of a challenge, and they couldn't really get the kind of a support. So, and this divide, I think we have been seeing for a long time in terms of even reaching out for help, because maybe because they're more educated here in terms of how to use technology primarily. And the ones who do not have it with them do not know how to ask for help when they need it. So I'm talking primarily from the context of mental health and emotional well-being. And we all know, I mean, we are from this country which has a huge focus on performance. We want children to grow. We want young people to achieve something. And when exams are up, every single time, I'm sure all of you who have read newspapers or watched news at all, every single time there's an exam result out, there's something else that you see as well, that somebody has done something or attempted suicides. And why do these things happen? So maybe I'll bring it to the context more into the full context later, but I just wanted to give it as a starting point now. Thank you.
Thank you for your introductory remarks, Doctor. And I'd like to go with Mr. Mayur, who is more into this cognitive sciences and would relate more into it. Could you give some introductory remarks of the topic?
Looking at it from a cognitive science perspective, we find that technology is no longer just an asset or an augmentation of the human mind, but we find that the human mind is capable of absorbing the tools that it uses and to actually make it a part of its own processing system. So when you have when you have large sections of society without any access to these technologies, they are inherently incapable of facing a new set of challenges, which another section of society is better suited to face, right? And it also begs us to redefine what we consider to be human intelligence, and it blurs the lines between human intelligence and technology to the point where it does become the need of the hour to make technology more accessible and ensure that it's not limited to certain sectors of society which even otherwise are more well advantaged.
Right. Thank you for that. May I request Ms. Nalini Raguraman to give her introductory remarks?
Yeah. Thank you, Stevens. Thanks for inviting me to this panel. Basically, my work, as far as the British High Commission goes, is mostly my interaction with the police has been on my programs front, where I worked a bit with capacity building, especially around anti-human trafficking, related to anti-human trafficking work in Andhra Pradesh. And of course, this is a work that's the High Commission has been doing in several posts across the country as well. So that's a little bit of the background. But as you said, I think Vasudha has already mentioned, the pandemic really kind of jolted everyone up. It brought most of the economies across the world to a halt, and there were this strict lockdowns which forced countries, governments to look at alternative methods to reach out to Can you hear me now? So, did you hear at least a little bit, or
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So, so I think it forced the governments and countries to look at alternative solutions to reach out to people, to see that there is service delivery to the last mile, and that is where the digital technology solutions came into play, and there's more focus on that, and it made people create online tools, technology tools, and also adopt them in a big time. So so it enabled a lot of businesses, institutions, academic institutions, and several other government departments to take up these technologies and to shift it from face-to-face to non-face-to-face models. But one thing, the underlying thing that happened was, it made the digital divide more pronounced. It highlighted that quite a bit. It came out to the forefront. I mean, as Dr. Vasudha specifically pointed out, that that's this huge, big, sizable population that had been excluded from this, the whole space. So, but it's not that all of this happened only during the pandemic. It only highlighted it, but this kind of a digital divide did exist in pre-pandemic times too. But it was mostly, we talked about lack of awareness or access to digital tools. But and this divide has become a very crucial factor, for for building sustainable economies. So that's where it really brought out issues about social inequalities, kind of mirrored what the kind of digital divide, the people who are excluded, or people who are face difficult socioeconomic conditions, who face those challenges. So and mostly, if you see, it's the tribal population, it is women, there's a huge gender gap there. I've read a statistics which says that if the mobile phones users of the country around, say, 60 to 63% or so, women hardly constitute around 30%, which is like very, very low. Even in that, you will find that not many of them have smartphones. They have a normal mobile phone, which does not connect to an internet per se, but it's just or they don't know how to operate a smartphone. So the situation is pretty stark that way in terms of the digital divide. And of course, the result is that they are completely excluded from most of the benefits of digitization. They completely lose out on the benefits of that. So I think this is something which needs to be addressed. And of course, at the higher end, if you look at it, the countries in the global north, they have recognized that they've recognized the new digital era, and they have adopted high-end tools. They've brought about a lot of research and innovation, investments into artificial intelligence and blockchain and Internet of Things and so on and so forth. So they are putting in a lot of investments into digital infrastructure, while the digital south, I mean, when you look at the global south, they are trying to keep pace. There's still this huge gap between the north and the south, and with the south trying to catch up with the north. So
which side are you saying? Because you work for the Global North Embassy.
No, I mean, I'm not talking in terms of from the High Commission's perspective per se, but as a person who has been working in various capacities in the development sector in my past job record. So I've been working almost since past 2 decades before I joined the High Commission in the development sector. So I do recognize these issues. So of course, India too has a very ambitious, digital mission in place. I think they have to reach 1 trillion economy by 2025. But still, when you look at it globally, when you look at the global north, it's still a small, comparatively not a huge figure, not a huge number. We still have a long way to go to keep pace, because one is to maintain competitiveness. Of course, the other is to really reach, look at service delivery in terms of reaching out to the last mile. So that's also another important. Both these criteria need to be met. So, there's one more statistic which I saw in the UN website, which says that in spite of a huge increase in digital technologies globally across the world, but if you look at the UN designated, least developed countries, you have, say, 80% of the population which is out of that. They're offline. And if you look at the developing countries, they are about, say, 53% offline. And then when it comes to the developed countries, it is only 13% offline. So that's the kind of extent we are looking at in terms of the digital divide. I think that's a pressing need that needs to be addressed. And like you have a kind of a, what shall I say, global consensus building across globally in terms of climate change and all. I think this is something also which we need to build a kind of consensus across globally on bridging the digital divide. I shall stop there.
Thank you. Thank you for introductory remarks. Now I request Mr. Sean D'Souza to give his brief remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Stephen. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Stephen. I feel the youth and the NGO community has been a key pillars in success of any of a policy. So here what is currently happening is that there's a lot of gap which we can see in the flow of information. It can be towards the law, or it can be in any policy among the youth and the NGOs, because of which there's a lack in the works getting done of the people, and any policy be successful in a positive way. So the youth and everybody is not coming together because there's a lack of flow of information. So here we want to come up and fill this gap by sensitizing them, giving them awareness. In a positive way, through which can be done through the Center of Excellence, is what we are planning.
Thank you for that. So the NSO, a recent study at the NSO 2020 in India, it's found that almost statistics are anyways available online. It says 4% of the rural population and 4% of the rural households and 23% of the urban households have access to the internet, and less than 30% of the rural population and have internet penetration or access to even mobile data. So while in the cities or in semi-urban places that we are talking about intelligences, I mean, we've been talking about technology. Now we are moving forward with artificial intelligence, which not many people, including me, I'm clearly, maybe you could, Mayur, you could fill in that gap, but exactly that is. And now we are going ahead with cognitive and emotional intelligences. While there is a major chunk of population which hardly have mobile, internet facility. So there's a growing divide. And on the other hand, we have cyber threats, cyber warfare, the crimes increasing, and on the other side, the police have been majority of the stations at the field level are resorted towards the conventional methods of resolving these cases, while there are methods and approaches which can be adopted to resolve this in a very quick way, in a smart way, I could put it, with the help of technology. So in this global rat race world, so where one end, Ms. Nalini was mentioning, there's this global north which is rapidly going forward with post NPM, post new public management perspectives, while I mean, we are still with this bureaucratic model, and I think there's need to be more inclusion of this public-private partnership, which I think Dr. Vasuprada could further highlight it on, and PPPs at various level, not ideally compromising the integrity or you could say the level of confidence of the law enforcement agencies. So what I would put forward for our next discussion point is, through this Center of Excellence, which we are proposing to any state government, why should there be a Center of Excellence that a police should take an active role in it? What is the necessity, and what newness or what uniqueness is this particular Center of Excellence led by the police is bringing to the society? So there are many research institutes like ISB, like you have Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore, and other private and governmental-led research think tanks. They're myriad of organizations across the globe. So this concept of Center of Excellence led by the police, how difference would that make? I would like to start with asking Mr. Mayur on this.
So what we find in India is that there's rarely any large-scale experimentation when it comes to policing. Whereas in the United States, you find that police experiments involve almost entire cities or neighborhoods. In India, we tend to stick to what has been tried and tested so far. But when these methods were developed, they didn't really rely much on technology or uh, or had a basis in cognitive science theories, right? Um, so now we have the opportunity to actually change the way humans think, to change the way police officers think by having technology that's programmable. Um, because the human brain, we know, isn't as changeable as technology. Once it's wired and once it's coded, you can't exactly change it. But with technology, you can change the integral coding of it. And when this technology is being incorporated into the minds of, into the training methods, um, it there's an additional uh, there's an additional access to the priors and the biases of police officers, and we get to actually change the psychology of the police officers.
Since you mentioned psychology, I'll have to move towards Dr. Sachid's. So I'd like you to, we were discussing earlier about this public-private partnership, and don't you think there's already a large stake of public-private partnership this concept being engaged in the government sectors in India? And how would this particular center of excellence create a differential role, creating this impact of bridging this digital divide and taking the public policy execution at the next level?
Yeah. So primarily when we are talking about partnership, I would not really call it public-private, but I would say the partnership of all stakeholders. And it's important because when you just look at the concept of crime, concept of police, and concept of punishment or justice, law enforcement. So somehow, the way this concept of law enforcement has changed in human mind, because people started thinking that enforcement naturally has force within it. And now that is one thing that we need to work with, because unfortunately, many different inputs have been given to the people that police represents force. Police represents forceful use of methods in order to enforce law and order. And this perception has to change. I remember way back we had done, I had done a training for police officers in the administrative staff college about the concept of citizen-friendly policing. Primarily not for any other reason. One is to make them aware that friendliness is not putting aside your uniform. So I'm just saying that the change of concept that happens in the police officers is one part, but along with that, how do we change the perception of people? Because that is what is going to be more important in the whole bringing down the crime or to bringing down the divide. Because when you're talking about the divide, it's always like the police are on the other side and people are on this side, which is not the truth. Essentially, we need to start believing that we are together in this. And I think that those bringing down of those barriers can be done primarily through a lot of training, in terms of how even Mayur was just saying that dropping the biases, moving across from the prejudices. And because we have been given certain concepts so strongly, wherein I'm yet to find, unless it is pure just entertainment, a real story that says that there is in movies or even TV series, whether it is across the globe, you can randomly pick one off Netflix and see it. If there is a policeman being portrayed as somebody good, I would like to see it. And this is something we need to change. And this has to come. That's when the public-private partnership as well as the partnership of all stakeholders comes in, because we are changing the concept of the person wearing the uniform is a friendly policeman. somebody who you can reach out to. Yesterday, I was there in a doctor's meet, and they were saying something like one of the top doctors was saying that there was a time when doctors were looked at like gods. Today, people are waiting to point fingers. And I guess in a lot of ways that has happened with police as well. We ran to police for help, but these days, do people run to police for help is a second question. So I think we have to change the perceptions, and it is not just with, so it's not just the policemen themselves, the police officers themselves, but it is a system. We have to work with the system itself. And using media, using all the possible digital modalities, we can reach across to people to tell them that this is available, these services are available, that we are here for you. And emotional intelligence training has been done in certain countries, primarily with the police officers, so that, see, when a mob is trying to come in, don't you think a police officer who's there and his entire team who are there, will they not be afraid? I mean, they're human beings. They're bound to think like human beings. But then, as Mayur again was saying, that our human mind is phenomenal. We can train it. If we do not train it, then it works on instinct. And instinct is always very emotional, but with training, we become emotionally intelligent beings. So we know when to respond rather than react. And I think it's very important that we learn this as a skill, as a part of curriculum, as a part of something that is going to look at how crimes are happening. And this one concept, it is so nice in the concept of psychology and crime. It's called situational prevention of crime. And the situational prevention of crime is what we need to focus on, because it gives us all the tools how to work with situations in such a way that they're diffused even before they have happened. So you're giving skills like this, then I think we are actually addressing the need already. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
In fact, I think over here it would be something to mention here is Dr. Jonathan Page of Washington, D.C. has been working on micro-training methods, right? So this aims to bridge the gap between our cognitive processing and emotional processing. So for a police officer, this is important to actually slow down the situations that they face whenever they are facing a highly stressful situation, like she said, like in a mob or any criminal situations. It is important to slow it down so that you're not responding emotionally, but you're taking the time to have a cognitive approach to it. But rather than focusing on this one training method, the need is to have experimentation to see what works for our police officers and to recognize that there is no global solution for it. There's no one-size-fits-all solution for it. And we need to see, because the biases and priors that Indian police officers have is not the same that American or British police officers have, right? And so, which is why we need constant experimentation and constant innovation.
Thanks for bringing this, actually. While I was in the UK, it was during the COVID.
So during COVID, when I was stationed in London, I got an opportunity to get associated with the new Scotland Yard, the London Metropolitan Police. And it's quite interesting because I've seen even people at the age of 45, 42 applying for police services. And I've come across a gentleman who has a business running, and he also has a community center, and he has applied for a position of constable. It surprised me, and it intrigued me, and I started asking him. I mean, back in our country, constable is someone, it starts with the lowest in the police administration. Yeah. So it starts with the constable, and it ends with the director general, and the level of information that the director general has, or the level of training that the director general has, or even you take the district level, the superintendent of police has. or the level of training, the regular information or capacity building that the constable has. There's a huge difference in the gap. And I think it's to deal with the policy, and not only the policy, but also the behavior towards the policy. It's the behavior towards the uniform. So uniform with 1 star has a different approach. Uniform with 0 star, it's like, he's just a constable. So if there are 3 stars, automatically it's a psychological effect that, oh, it's 3 stars, but he might be a little higher authority, so we'll have to be really careful with that. And well, back in London, so. And I was also briefly put as an observer for this police recruitment thing which was happening. And the recruitment was happening not just on the physical test, but also on the mental and capability, and also on the generic common sense. I mean, there's also questions and activities, street smart activities, in fact. So there's something called weapon sweeping. While and I was also involved to go and give a review about it with a few officers, and then we were sent to a London Hyde Park corner, and that's a huge park where near the Royal Buckingham Palace, and then we were asked to do weapon sweeping, and they hid weapons, and ideally we would go for bushes and all. So that's there are strategic locations, and it's all street smart activities. So I would ask you, since you're now in the United States, you've been observing there's a growing kind of a gun culture there. So it is the global north which tries to come up with the policies of zero pollution, no pollution, COP26, COP31, but we have seen recently how in Egypt the level of pollution that has taken place by the world leaders going in the flights and the jets. So there's always this contradiction of the policy that is being designed and the policy that is being executed and the checks and balances of it. So we would come to that part of what the Center of Excellence would deal with regards to it. But before that, I'd like to ask you, since you are a student of cognitive intelligence and sciences, would this particular technology be adopted in a very conventional, traditional methodology that where we see decoration? In Indian bureaucracy or in Indian work culture, we decorate people not just because of the name, but the title and the position that they have to the back. So I haven't seen that in the UK because I've been there and I was deeply involved. Briefly involved with the system there, and I've personally witnessed it. So there is no decoration to any kind of an officer or a decoration to a politician as well. So here, that kind of a setup is there. Can this kind of a technological intervention driven by data, statistics, research, and all the 3 intelligences that we are talking about AI, forget about AI now, let it be cognitive or emotional. Can we use some of the cognitive techniques which can be employed during the recruitment of the law enforcement agencies? Can it ease out this mechanism where we can have more of analytical capacity building rather than physical test to be as a major chunk of in the selection process of at least at the state level police officers?
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a need for a more comprehensive assessment of constables or police officers during employment, and to understand that to understand where the individual is coming from, their backgrounds and their personal histories, and how that influences how they're going to be moving forward in their careers. So to that, are you asking if
would it even be possible to? I'm not saying it can be materialized like an objective kind of an answer where, because not everyone is from the same. That's why we have a reservation system, because not everyone had English education. Not everyone is accessible for a very sophisticated education and awareness. So at this point of time where people hardly, the majority of the population from the rural or the tribal locations are hardly aware of the tech interventions or the technology aspects that's happening on the mainland. I see many people, when you go to a bus station here and you see buses coming from a tribal like Adilabad, in a corner places, they just, looking at ICAD, they'll be like, oh man, what is this? So they don't even know, they don't have any information about this. Oh, this is what? This is like, there's something else. It's like an alien world for them. And so in this regard, can cognitive techniques be employed in this particular of recruitment? Can it ease the recruitment procedures that we have, and can help? I mean, you can also debate what is the need for this. Is there a need? I mean, everything's happening well. We are recruiting the way we are recruiting. The country is functioning, but are we really in that spotlight of the other countries where the policing is at the next level? Because I mean, so far the crime rates haven't also been that sophisticated, but we should be ready. We should be ready for the technology epidemics. We should be ready with the, cyber warfare. It's inevitable. So with regards to that cognizance, so can we employ some of the cognitive techniques? Would it be feasible at least to do some research and then through the Center of Excellence at least?
Yeah, I think it's important to start looking for people from other fields instead of trying to focus on one singular path of entry into the service, to actually begin expanding that to see what the department needs, to see what fields that the department needs to work on, whether it's psychology or computer science or any of the other fields that the police rely on, and to actually start recruiting, to start inviting people from those fields to apply. Because when you are demanding that everybody who comes into the field be required to fill in these certain criterions, like you said, physical fitness or any of the other criteria that we have right now, it demotivates a lot of people with the knowledge and the skills, with interdisciplinary knowledge and skills from coming into the department.
Thank you, but I'll get back to you, Doctor, for a quick second. So you, Mr. Sean, you were mentioning about the NGOs and the civil societies and the youth getting involved, and you were mentioning about the dissemination, gap and all. Would you think, are there any other approaches that would be helpful? Any approach that we'll have to take up? Like, currently the information is going from the top to the bottom. So would you advise any approach that has to be adopted in order to address this particular challenge?
Yeah, here we would be using a bottom-up approach, and in the Center of Excellence, the people in the panel who would be there is not just the academicians or bureaucrats. Here also the veteran politicians with a single subject expertise will be involved, who also have a good expertise who will be worked in the single subject in the government. So these are the people who will be involved in this way to be used.
You think that involving veteran politicians with some subject expertise also would be helpful in trying to identify the policy gaps and implement it effectively?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Would like to comment anything further, Ms. Nalini, before we go to the next leg of the discussion?
I think just listening to some of the field experiences, I mean, just going back to cases of domestic violence, for example, it's like it's an invisible crime. It's so rampant. It's all over the place. But there's hardly very little reporting that happens. But I've seen, for example, there's been quite a bit of an effort in addressing these kind of issues as well. But there's still a long way to go in terms of, we see these Bharosa centers and few other, that's coming up, and in various states they're coming up to one-stop crime prevention centers as well. So these are all coming up. It's a good sign. But then when we talked about bringing several, people to support from various strands, like psychologists and doctors and people, legal experts, and so on, to be a part of a larger team to address these issues. I think to some extent I have seen these things happening, and a lot of experts coming on board and working along with police. I mean, this thing is coming up, especially in relation to women's safety. That's a good sign. We see now more number of reports, of domestic violence, that it's coming up quite a bit. So there's a bit of confidence building that's happening. But I think largely it's more possibly in the urban areas. that has to go again onto the rural areas. We also see very good technology applications, like, now we face a time where we don't have to go to bank at all. All the transactions we do online. Likewise, I think the police also has, to some extent, come on to that level where you have these Hawkeye applications which are there for women to report then and there, and they have their 10 or 15 minutes time or something by which you will have a patrolling van coming and reporting, and they all stick to that time. So these are some very positive outcomes that we are seeing, but there's still lots to build in terms of building trust and confidence in women to come forward and report issues, because it's not just getting a more number of cases being reported, but also looking at what happens to the woman who reports. What are the consequences she faces? What are the fears that happen to her? And look at issues more holistically. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Vasuprada, now it comes to you as psychology, and how you are also mentioning about some World Health Organization protocols. And there are many protocols actually. I mean, within the system, in the police also there are protocols, but it all depends on how I mean, why should one even consider following a policy unless there is an incentive to it?
Right.
And why should anyone, I mean, everyone's busy in their own walks of life. Even in the government setup, we are busy trying to come up with policies and governance modules. And we talk about ethics and we talk about democracy and all. But at the end of the day, what is that people are looking for? What is it the citizens are looking for? They want their tummies to be filled. They want peace within themselves and peace within the family, and they would like to happily sleep and then wake up. So this is what majority of the population seeks for. And there's other population which might seek for growing economically, trying to build towers, and I mean, there's all human perceptions and wants. We can't say this is wrong or this is right. In this kind of I'm not even considering it like a Gotham City or something, like how someone should come like a Batman and try to resolve all the policing structures. And of course, I mean, for the record, the Center of Excellence that we are proposing, it's not any parallel kind of a government which we're trying to come up with, but it's just there, to support the ongoing governance system through the police, to get the discipline instilled. So, I mean, these intelligences that we are talking about, psychology has a greater role to play in it. Ideally, with regards to the behavioralism, because it's public policy. It's to deal with politics. It's to deal with legislative branch. And so it would be great if you could just drop in these protocols that you would like to, highlight anything, and that we could actually inculcate in our policy proposal here through this Center of Excellence.
Primarily, I think inclusion is one of the major things that they talked about. No, I'm good. I'm audible. So I would say it's more about, when we say about inclusion, it's all about the inclusion of the victim actually. More often than not, the person who's undergone any kind of distress. I would like to take the example of either the victim of domestic violence, but maybe also somebody who's been through rape. Multiple number of times, those cases are not even reported. And strangely, in a journal of by British Medical Journal, published it under the title of Epidemiology about crime, unreported crimes. So unreported crimes have become epidemics. It's become an epidemic because we do not want to report the crime. So, of course, India and many other very similar socio-cultural backgrounds wherein, it's all about what will the other person think? And how am I going to get treated when I actually talk about my, what I went through? So a victim is unfortunately always hidden behind a curtain of shame. because this shaming of victims has become a huge thing, and we have heard multiple times everywhere when an incident like this occurs, even people in slightly prominent positions say that this girl should have been more careful. She should have done this. She shouldn't have dressed
Victim
that
blaming.
way. So we are shaming a victim, and so the guilt, because we also do this. Another thing that happens in families with the typical socioeconomic, psychosocioeconomic groups that we are, it's the ecosystem that we are in. When a child talks about being molested in a house by, let us say, an uncle or a cousin or a neighbor, next door, bhaiya ne kiya aisa, and the mother says, don't talk nonsense. Okay, so the invalidation starts at home. So the invalidation is always at home, because I have worked with many, many victims of abuse and child molestation, and they have the same story to tell. And of course, research shows that there are many statistics available. And strangely, I was I was part of expert group on trauma protocols. We were working for a trauma protocol for Colombia. So primarily it was meant to be one of the pilots for United Nations. And it was strange that all of us who were sitting in the expert group, we had the same thing. We were just saying, yes, invalidation is the first thing. So it's very possible that if families have changed the way they look at things, maybe people are not going to be so daring as to come and do something against a child. And one of the things that I still would like to say here is it's not gender specific. Boys are equally vulnerable to crime. And I think that is something everyone should remember, because and this is another existing problem, that if a boy child is molested, in fact, they do not even bring them to the center to report a POCSO crime. This is, prevention of crimes against sexual offenses for children. So it's so sad. Why only girl children get that? So I'm saying that we have to work with the mindset of people, of every one of us. As I said, we are all the stakeholders in this. We want a safe community. It's not just the police that have to do. And because you cannot just say, hey, I'll just go to a hospital, they'll make me 100% all right. No, you have to take responsibility. Just like how we cannot blame doctors for everything, you cannot blame police. So, but then we have better methods to bring the change. So possibly the hierarchical system that we have I think it has been ingrained in our minds, because we are essentially very patriarchal. So even our authority is a big thing in our country. So maybe that particular mindset has to be changed, because this hierarchical system, as even Stephen was just saying, whether it is the training, whether it is the belief, or the perception, we do not look at maybe a constable as a person who can help me. And I think it's important that we bring this concept that they can help us. And that means that this person who's taken the first rung of entry into police service should start believing that he is capable of delivering what we require. So that's the reason that we need to work with a lot of change of mindset and concepts. And whether it is, you were talking about recruitment in cognitive intelligence, it's not just what it is, it's about situational. So you bring people even from untrained backgrounds. If it is to do with situation, I'm sure they're equally fair. So when we are talking about level playing fields, what is offered in good educational institutes is not the only thing. It's also about how they use their smart brains. So this is what I think we need to learn to identify, bring it to the fore, that we get the right kind of people into the force, or you train them that you, and yes, involving people. Each community, let us say we all now know apartments, gated communities, give them the responsibility to handle their own safety. Let them take up the responsibility and say, we'll keep our community safe.
So when it comes to, like you said, blaming the victim, there's actually a cognitive default called a belief in a just world, right? Where we tend to believe that the victim must have done something wrong to deserve that kind of punishment. And this is because we want to believe that, oh, if we stick to certain behaviors,
Yeah.
if we stick to our own behaviors, nothing bad is going to happen to us. So what the attitude that we're trying to break is that it's when we say it's not the fault of the victim, is that it can happen to anybody, and that's what we need people to understand.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So time is running short. We only left with 2 minutes. So I didn't even record the time. It's already 1 hour past.
Okay.
So any concluding remarks by anyone of the panelists? Anyone could volunteer? If not, I'm default. I'll have to do that. I don't want to. Miss Nalini, anything for like 10 seconds or so? We could
No, I mean, like, see, when you're talking about, when you're talking about inclusion and all of that, especially when you're talking about rights issues, and in certain settings, if certain rights violations are grossly normalized, and it becomes a kind of a part of life in the society. So what happens at that time is when there is a slackness in taking, serious notice and recording these specific issues are really rights violations. So unless somebody comes and reports a violation, it is not even, it will not be considered as a crime, as something which is to be addressed. I mean, these are things I think we have to be really proactive about and not just being reactive. Because if we want to actually create any kind of, to really transform and to bring really, bring the essence of peace, justice, and all of that, I think, and security and all of that, I think it's very important to be proactive in actually taking steps to prevent rights violation. And that's where it's important to bring on board, various stakeholders, departments. If it is a gender-related issue, I think the police will have to work closely with the Women Welfare Department, women NGOs, and so on and so forth, so that, there are a lot of proactive measures that come in to prevent crime rather than just trying to be reactive.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And concluding, so this Center of Excellence that we are proposing, it's going to include citizen, industry, and government. So we will be coming up with the further policy strategy of how we could make this get implemented, and any state government that's quite interested in. But this is going to be a police center of excellence because we feel that even police should be included in the policy execution and even checks and balances. So thank you once again all the panelists for taking out your time, and thanks to all the audience and the Bharati Institute of Public Policy for giving us this opportunity. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Thank you.
You'll have to go.
हमारे फोन से देखते हैं।
Thank you to all the panelists for sharing your insightful views with us today. I would request you to kindly proceed towards your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, moving further, we now have our next expert panel deliberating on the topic Clearing the Air, Policy Considerations for Low Emission Development. The panelists will present their perspective on the policies developed to address the energy transitions and deliberate on policy issues such as using forest and vegetation cover as a carbon capture mechanism, decoupling economic growth from carbon emissions, and role of electric vehicles in the decarbonization of the transportation sector in India. I would like to invite the following panelists on the stage, please. Dr. Sugato Dutt, former CEO, Compensatory Afforestation Authority, Government of Tamil Nadu. Ms. Shipra Davar, co-founder and director, Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Forum and CEO, IWIL. Mr. Rajesh Gupta, promoter and director, Lloyds Metals and Energy Limited. Mr. Rajneesh Jaiswal, Vice President, Corporate Affairs, Petchem, Reliance Industries Limited. Welcome to all the panelists. I request Dr. Sugato Dutt to kindly moderate the session.
So leave this there.
All right, very good afternoon to everyone here. It's a warm afternoon in January. And at the same time, I think we have freezing cold over North America, snowstorms, both of which are somewhat unusual, I'd like to believe. I'm Sugato Dutt. I have my training as a resource manager, natural resource manager, but by career, I've been a bureaucrat in the Forest Service. And for some 3 decades, I have mixed my career of practice in the forest setting with sabbatical breaks, where I deliberated with academics. And the topic I did choose was primarily policies concerning the environment. Now, today's topic happens to be just that, the environment. We talk about the larger debate on climate change, various facets of the debate. And there's a huge global concern that we all face here today. Rising temperatures, as I've mentioned, Hyderabad being a pretty close example. Floods, unusual floods across Bangalore where you never expected them, inundating whole condominiums. Snowstorms, as we said, melting glaciers, and so on and so forth. Now, it's the reality of this climate change that's compelling countries across the world to think very deeply on the causal effects and to start providing solutions of various kinds to be able to contain this dramatic phenomenon of heating, of global warming. Now, we've made our pledge as well, and we've also given very, very, I guess, ambitious targets to ourselves. But the reason why we are doing that has a second layer that's equally important. We're a developing country. Our incomes per capita are amongst the lowest in the world. I believe the ranking is somewhere down 115 on the global charts. And we need to catch up. We need to catch up with the rest of the world for the greater good of our own citizens. And as we do so, we need to use vast quantities of energy to be able to do so. Presently, our per capita consumption of energy, again, happens to be one of the lowest in the world. And the only way to drive the development agenda is to greatly increase the pace at which we produce energy and distribute it to all sectors of our society. So, friends, this afternoon, we have a very distinguished panel coming over to discuss the aspects of this very broad debate that we have. Let me introduce the panelists who will clear the air, literally speaking, on India's position in this global climate debate. First, we have Mr. Rajesh Gupta, and he's been in the steel and allied manufacturing field for the last 40 years, starting at the rather ripe age of 18 when he began. Some power and energy conservation have become almost second nature to him in this regard. He's the director of Lloyds Metals and Energy, where 30 megawatts of green power is producing waste gases and is recognized by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change for generating carbon certificates. Next, we have Mr. Rajneesh Jaiswal. He's a trade policy and regulatory risks expert with more than 25 years of work experience. He's currently working as Vice President Corporate Affairs, Petchem, at Reliance Industries Limited, and he's been associated with the Indian School of Business, the Indian Institute of Management at Lucknow, and is a trade advisory think tank advisor to the think tank called CUTS, C-U-T-S. We also have Shipra Davar. Shipra is the co-founder and director of Bharat Bhagya Vidata. I'll pause a little over here. We've all been colleagues, classmates of the very first ISB's certificate course in public policy. And we got together immediately after the course completed to put our thinking caps on and float this initiative, Bharat Bhagya Vidata, with several verticals, energy and environment being only one. There are several others. And we're very proud to say that Shipra has been the founding director of this enterprise. But Shipra wears more hats than one. She's also the founder and CEO of India's leading digital behavioral health and application startup. It's called iWill. And eCyclinic, and that's been a winner of the 5th Commonwealth Digital Health Awards in 2022. Shipra, prior to becoming a founder, worked in consulting at the Boston Consulting Group, and Shipra worked in academia as well as an alumni of the Australian National University. Let's give a great round of applause to welcome our panelists. Let me begin this discussion by an attempt to map the challenges that we have and the challenges that confront policymakers. India's so-called tryst with environment destiny, that began somewhere around the year 2008, where the government of India formulated its National Action Plan for Climate Change. And of course, this was to be presented before the UNFCCC. And it was actually taking on a very important legacy. India, or the government of India, that is, has been framing some very powerful legislations on controlling various facets of the environment, all the way from the 70s and the 60s. So this was a very natural successor. And the National Action Plan for Climate Change, for those of us who are probably not familiar, has as many as 8 different missions. And to my mind, those 8 missions can be sort of clustered into 2 or 3 categories. The one, for example, having a mission for sustainable agriculture, for sustainable habitat. These 2 missions together look at the whole agenda of sustainable development, using resources wisely, so as to have ecologically balanced outputs. There's also missions that deal with natural resources per se. There's the National Water Mission. There's the Green India mission, which deals with greening the country. It's exactly what it is. Afforestation across the country on a very large scale. There's missions that deal with energy itself. The national mission, for instance, of enhanced energy efficiency, and so on and so forth. So they basically cluster themselves around this whole agenda of mitigating and adapting to climate change. Now, simultaneously, all of you have obviously observed that India's been driving its economic development agenda very, very aggressively. We do have the Make in India program, which drives or revives and bolsters the manufacturing sector. We have great global interests in India's emerging market for energy, right? So it is this setting, if you will, it is within this setting I would turn to the panelists and ask for their preliminary comments on what it is that has opened up opportunities for us. Starting with you, Rajneesh.
Good evening, everybody. So we are talking about growth in India, and one of the projection has been given that by the end of the Amrit Kal, by 2047, the 100th year of India's independence, we will be the 3rd largest economy. And with the sustained growth rate of 8 to 10% if we take, we will become like 25 to 40 trillion economy. There's projections basically. And for that kind of a growth, you certainly need a huge amount of energy. And that energy, which is currently the fossil fuel heavy. So that is causing a lot of carbonization in there. And the now buzzword with this COP27 and the decarbonizing the economy, the government has aptly took a pledge that by 2030 we will reduce about the carbon footprint by 50%. And that means that we have to find out the sources of energy which have no carbon footprint kind of thing. And in that particular context, if I may put in, the hydrogen comes out as one of the front runner, because it can be used as energy, it can be used as an energy vector, it can be used as an energy storing device also. The problem with the hydrogen, and hydrogen as an energy has been into the world since 19th century. It's strange. But the cost and benefit analysis was never in its favor, right? So we had the first hydrogen-driven car in somewhere 1840s, right? And then we just moved on from that particular place. I remember there was an research happening in IT BHU somewhere in 1990s where they run a motorcycle with the hydrogen fuel. So that kind of a thing has happened, even in India. The problem was that hydrogen as a fuel wasn't a tough molecule to be mastered, contained, whatever word we can use. And the cost of keeping it into that consumable form to the consumers was very high. There were the alternatives which were much cheaper than that and offering the same results basically. For example, first was steam, then coal, then nuclear, then fossil fuel, and electricity. Now, because of the climate change and all all those benefits, and that climate change has come into the picture because of the carbon side of the fuels we used for 150 years plus years. So now this, and with the increase, developments in technology and all, we have come to the point where we can tame the hydrogen to make it the mainstream fuel.
Right.
So basically that's how the whole world is very optimistic about the hydrogen as a.
Right. Mr. Rajesh Gupta, could I turn to you?
So of course, Rajneesh is from Reliance, so he knows very well about hydrogen energy. And the company has announced very great plans. Hydrogen is a difficult molecule to tame. The easier way to go ahead for green energy has been solar. The government, Indian public and government have multiplied this by around 3 times over the last 10 years, from 3% to 10% as an overall usage in the country. The target is to make that to around 20% over the next 15 years, I believe. How do you do that? It's one of the easiest targets, I believe. And because the only 2 problems that I can foresee in that is, number one is the land usage. Around 20 times more land is used in producing 1 unit of solar energy compared to thermal power. That's going to cause a big problem. In India, in the world earlier, ethanol was a fashionable fuel, but over usage of land for corn production caused problems like famines in some in some African countries. The other problem that I feel is more of a tweaking nature of the policies because power is a state subject in India. And there are a lot of policies which need to be tweaked continuously, and also to match the base power, which is thermal power. Thermal power, solar power, or many green powers are used throughout the day. Energy is used throughout the day, but solar power is produced only 8 hours or 7 hours a day. And that's what causes a problem. And those kind of, there will be a lot of tweaking required to make sure that the viability of solar power is there on a continuous basis. But I'm still confident that 20% of the base power would, by 2040, 45 would be, 47 would be solar as envisaged by the government of India.
That's so interesting. Shipra.
Yeah, so I completely agree with Rajneesh and Rajesh that hydrogen and solar are going to be the renewables of the current times. But I want to take attention to nuclear fusion. That's an energy source for the future. It powers our star and the sun, and basically the energy that we have at Earth is a reaction of the fusion that's happening in the sun. There's a great deal of work that's going on in the world around this. Of course, it's touted that when it comes to fruition, it'll be the holy grail of all the energy problems that exist today. I'm very proud to say that India was one of the 7 countries that got together to build in the IDER, which is in the France today. And it had a 10% stake. It invested 20,000 crores at the time in cash and kind. So we had an eye into the future. With the latest development that has happened at the NIF in USA, where basically the net positivity was a problem for nuclear fusion. So how nuclear fusion works is that you basically bring together lighter atoms and generate and fuse them into a heavier element, and then there is energy that's created as a part of it. The problem was that the ignition was taking more energy than that was being created at the end of it. This equation, even on a very small scale, has been balanced as we speak. On the 6th of December, this happened. So it's a big achievement in the direction of imagining a nuclear fusion future. And that will mean we'll have our own mini suns and stars. The problem I feel that where India at the policy level may be lacking is that we have a 10% stake in ITER, but when it comes to sending the number of scientists that we can send, which is close to 95, we only have around 40 scientists who are on the ground working on that project. If I compare that to China, China is clocking its exact 10%. Sometimes they're even sending more people than are needed. And that brings in back the know-how and the knowledge that you need to build your own later. And we have Aditya as our own tokamak in India when it comes to nuclear fusion. I believe with the talent that we have in India, and with the scientists that we have in India, this is an area that we need to look forward to. Compare ourselves to US. US is a part, NIF is in the US, but they're also a part of ITER. So I believe that it is critical for a country like ours who will have energy requirements, as you rightfully say, because we have to really look and bring our, the population that isn't there yet to match to the developed nation. So we'll always need more energy, like a growing baby. So that's an area I think where we need to bring more focus on. Clearly, of course, with an eye that this will be a little more ahead in the future, but India shouldn't lose that pass is what I feel.
Thank you so much. That's a very extraordinary range of both fuels
Resources.
and approaches and technologies. But I think the real rather challenge before policymakers, this community of academics, other professionals, administrators, and so on, would be to have that new source of energy from whichever origin it comes from, bring it together, send it over to the national grid, which spans across not just the country, but different mindsets of state governments. What are some of the technologies that help, for instance, these to adapt very rapidly and then spread almost virally to the rest of the masses? Every section of society needs to be addressed. Rajneesh, would you care to comment?
So, there are, challenges are there in terms of making, replacing the fossil fuel. It was very easy product, and it is a very easy product for, to be provided to the consumers or different level of the consumers for their consumption and their outcomes. In terms of other alternate options like hydrogen or nuclear or solar, everything has its own limitation as of now, which need to be broken down. And for that, we need a lot of innovation as well as the investment for the innovation.
I've heard of the LED bulbs being scaled up very rapidly. Would you?
Oh
would you
yeah,
enlighten us?
that's a really a great success story across the world. If I can suggest, in India, the BE has taken this challenge to replace the 80 crore bulbs, the filament bulbs, with the LED one, and that too was like 8 years back. And the idea was that we will save huge amount of money because LED bulbs are around 75% more efficient. So it means what? That if you replace that total, well, like we add on it, we could replace 50% of the total for 80 crores bulbs. And it is around 50,000 megawatt power saving we are making as on date per annum. And you won't believe that 10,000 megawatt is basically during the peak hours. So it means what? That because the peak hours was the one major factor to have an additional capacity in the power plant for the generation, which has been taken out of the system. And the beauty of this particular effort was that the LED bulb, which was you can say scientific innovation in terms of high end of the product, which was like 500, 700 rupees once upon a time, was finally sold to the people at 20 rupees, 25 rupees, 30 rupees. And they were given with like 2 bulbs. You have one connection, take 2 bulbs, pay her 40 rupees. And that's how it gone viral. And we are seeing the good benefit. And now I think it has taken up to the level where all the street lights are being changed from other sources to LED sources. So, and this particular effort has created an in-house, or you can say, a good industry within the country. My mother was telling me that there is a person who comes and sells this LED bulbs in 20 rupees because he can get all the parts within India, made in India, assemble it, sell it to the people at 10 rupees, 15 rupees, 20 rupees with 6 months warranty. Because LED is actually a durable product. And if I can say one thing, that Hyderabad was the city where I came as a patent analyst. And in that time, that is like 2002, 2003, we had this project where we were looking for breakthrough in milky white LED lightings. That was the landscape. And it took word to convert that technology mature enough to the consumer level around 20 years. So that happens, but people like India has certainly showed LEDs as a success story to the world by just facilitating nothing. It was never a free product; it was subsidized product. The government has break that economy, achieved that economy of scale by what we call reverse auctioning. And you have 5 producers, then go to them, ask them, okay, we want to buy 1 crore bulb in 1 year time. What is your cost? What the best price you can offer to me? And then you subsidize that cost, like say 150 rupees, to the consumer like 20 rupees, 30 rupees, 40 rupees. And the difference was basically a gain to the government in terms of energy saving. So that kind of a model was a long shot, but it paid well. Similarly, the things are happening in solar panel. We are targeting to have 160, 70 gigawatt of the solar panel. And 45 gigawatts has already been installed, which was like 2 gigawatts almost 8 years back. 20 times capacity has been installed.
Right.
And we are again targeting like 140 gigawatts of additional capacity by 2030.
Right.
And now this new scheme of rooftop solar panel, which is again a 40 gigawatt, will create another source of energy. And it will reduce the requirement of on a fossil fuel based grid system. In my society, we have got this solar panel installed, which was net metered. You wouldn't believe my society's common electricity bill reduced by 90%. That's amazing. So ROI was like 3 years, 4 years. The initial, you can say the hitch was basically a huge capital investment, which was partially subsidized by the government, both state and central government. So, and the rooftop solar panel scheme is hit in Gujarat. Why? Because they say ROI is good. I invest 1 lakh rupees today, and within 3 years I'll be making money out of it because of the net metering thing.
I think it's the highest.
They have the highest adoption rate. And if I can say, third thing is basically, another example could be if I say this EV adoption.
Right.
Mobility is one of the major consumer of the fossil fuel. Around 20% goes into the fossil fuel. India, if we can, and we are totally dependent on the imports for the fossil fuel. If we can convert that thing from the economic point of view, if we can convert that thing into 10% or 15% conversion into EVs, which is being supported by the renewable energy based charging system, and that trade deficit or current trade deficit because of the fuel import bill, if get reduced, then we have that money in our hand, and that can be circulated to the economy for the further growth. And that's what I think Mr. Modi is trying to do it.
Win-win.
It's win-win for it.
Rajesh,
So
I'd
you
like
have,
to
you have environmental benefit and you have economical benefit concurrently
Absolutely.
in this.
Absolutely. Rajesh, what is all this meant for the consumer? Could you expand on?
So the consumers in this net for metering, for example, have benefit, but the problem with solar power is the time of day. You produce maximum power in solar through at 9 to 12, 9 to 1. And therefore the power requirement there of the base load comes down dramatically. Therefore the grid doesn't like instability. They want the base load manufacturer to go down. And they don't want to go down because it's difficult for a base load manufacturer of power to go up and down. So because of that, the policies are such that you don't allow banking. So therefore, automatically you are therefore, I'm not talking about net metering, that's causing the problem, or part of the very small part of the problem. But on a larger scale, you're not allowed to bank that power. So we are producing the most power that day, but we require more throughout the day. Any industry, if it is putting up a power plant, it requires power throughout the day. So it's not allowing to bank. And that's causing a big problem in making it fully viable and second nature for industry to come. So that is very economically viable for a smaller consumer. And the government has helped in that. Their own compulsions don't allow this to happen so smoothly in the larger projects, in the industrial projects. Number one. Number two, also these policies change very rapidly and also they change every state to state. Power is, like I said earlier, a state subject. And every state has a different policy. Tamil Nadu had a banking policy and one fine day, within a gap of 15 days, they eliminated banking. Now all those people who are invested in the banking suddenly don't know what to do with that surplus power which is produced in those hours. So those kind of problems have to be addressed systematically, step by step. Maybe some national green policy has to be adopted for grid stability, which the states would be forced to adopt. Still a far way off, but I think they're getting there. That's number one. Number two is waste. Again, solar power has a life. I'm sorry for being the person to rain on the party, but there are always negatives to every positive. So solar power has a life, the cells that we're talking about have a life of 25 years max.
Right.
Yeah. Solar powers are made of silicon and things which are difficult to degenerate. And at the end of the day, it will cause a big problem in landfills. 25 years back, the world had a lot of solar power, little of solar power, but those panels are now coming to going into the landfills. There's no technology which exists to reuse those things. And that's causing the second part of this. Second hiccup in making it fall out. And third, of course, I mentioned land. So all these three things, I think, it is the most successful green power as of now, more than wind power for many reasons. Yeah. And technology has evolved to make it more efficient. From 18% PLF, it has gone up to 22, 23% PLF. That means an efficiency of 25%, which is good. So it's these other smaller things have to be addressed by the powers, and I'm sure that they would address that if they want to make it green. Like she said, the economy has to grow. The economy has to grow, and we have to reach world number one, world number two in all aspects. For that, we require energy. So these small hiccups would have to be eliminated sooner or later.
Yeah, I would suppose so. Shipra, any further thoughts on the technology?
Yeah, I think one of the ways in which this can be handled is through energy storage systems, because they are designed basically to fill the gap that renewable energy will bring with its variability and with its intermittent nature. And that's when you can store it, you can basically grid balance, but you could also optimize power. And I think the government has recognized it. in India, specifically in July 2022, if I'm not wrong. The Ministry of the Natural Renewable Energy did notify that between 2021 to 2030, the range of power that's coming from energy storage systems should increase from 1 to 4% of all the renewable. So they've taken stock of that. The reason why they've done it is to give that push within the country to have more indigenous development when it comes to the energy storage systems. There are a lot of schemes that are coming at the production linked incentives as well. And as Rajesh was pointing out, that's a very pertinent problem. The fact that you cannot today recycle some of these batteries that you need, even in the storage system, is a huge challenge. But there are technologies that are coming up, and that is important to actually capitalize on that. Because if you do that, then you're not dependent on the raw materials that are currently controlled by China. Because if you can basically reuse and recycle some of these end-of-life batteries, that you had through technology, you're basically doing that good for yourself. Now, the challenge there, of course, is also that with cobalt, you don't have one price. Sometimes the price goes up of a raw material, but then it goes down. So say, for instance, if there was an industry that invested itself completely into recycling, technology is never the problem. It's always about scaling and the money. And if you invest that money in it, and if in market, then the original cobalt, the raw cobalt, is actually costing you less than a recycled product, more people will gravitate towards that. So those are the tweaks where the policy needs to come in and do something so that it incentivizes such indigenous developments and investments to happen. So that, say, for instance, if there's an industry that builds around recycling of such batteries, then they should have a market to be able to some stability that they would need. The other thing is that the lithium-ion battery basically was created to suit EVs, or was for phones essentially. It's a battery that's small, and so that's very expensive. But when you're talking about grid, the size isn't really important. What is important is the stability and the holding capacity. So now there are a lot of new technologies that are coming in here as well, whether it's fuel cells, whether it's air compressor. So the government is taking stock of it. They are really formulating policies to help industry players lead and work around it. Is it something that will happen? Of course, but there will be a lot of innovation action and a lot of incentivization that needs to happen for the companies that exist in India, because we don't want that a company from France comes in or Germany comes in and kind of takes away, the advantage of what could have been otherwise an India story. So, yeah.
Absolutely. There's one thought that I did have. I mean, it's inevitable that we're a rapidly urbanizing society. There's this transition that's happening, linking the rural hinterland with the urban centers, and the growth has been phenomenal in, of course, the metropolitan centers, but also in the tier 2, the tier 3 cities. But while all of this phenomenal buildup is happening of infrastructure, of sort of very urban concrete concrete growth, the heat islands are also simultaneously evolving. And I've noticed we haven't within this discussions yet talked about the carbon sequestration that must accompany all that controlling of the emissions that we've been doing. What I think is, there's programs, for instance, like the Green India Mission that I mentioned. There's also the wetlands mission. Now, we'd be greening and we'd be making the land surface blue as well, because it's wetlands really that sort of sequester carbon at a much more rapid rate. But there's one catch. As urbanization builds up and the effluents begin to flow into untreated sewage, other organic waste, and so on and so forth. As the wetlands begin to accumulate these products, they begin to sort of die out. Right. And with that, they lose this phenomenal power they had of carbon sequestration. So in my mind, the wetlands mission is going to be even more significant than the Green India mission. But that also brings me to the other significant problem of accumulating wastes. We've had organic waste, we've had biomedical waste, we have had e-waste building up at a phenomenal rate. Surely in a country with a very central philosophy of being one with nature, there needs to be some way of addressing this. Rajesh, could you talk about the founding philosophy that drives environmental management within this country?
First policy of energy is nothing can be created, nothing can be destroyed. You're only replacing.
Yes.
You're replacing energy, carbon with hydrogen. Where do you get the hydrogen? You have to create power for creating hydrogen, so again you're creating power. Solar power, you have problems of the waste of that. Similarly with the batteries. So every energy replacement will have a cause of problem, will become a cause of problem sooner or later. Energy cannot be replaced, cannot be created nor destroyed. So we have to look at reduction. We're all here, you started by talking of Hyderabad climate. This room is set at what, 22, 23 degrees centigrade. We're all wearing one extra layer of clothes. Let's wear the Telugu Mundu and reduce the temperature, increase the temperature up to 28 degrees and reduce the carbon
footprint
by the power for this air conditioning by at least 35 to 40%. Why don't we do that? We've all forgotten that we need to reduce. All of us, including me. I'm a capitalist. So obviously my job is to increase. My job is to increase energy consumption. Right? All of us want to be GDP number one. That means increase energy growth, increase consumption, increase energy growth. That's one aspect of it. Can we not also look at reduction in a practical way, sensible way? Yeah, and that's, I think, a thought that I would leave to ISB is a school of management, so maybe they should be teaching reduction also.
Right. Shipra, I know you draw a lot from Indian philosophy as well. What would you like to add?
So there's a saying, Shashwatam Prakriti Manav Sangatam, which basically just means that we and the Prakriti and the nature are one. And we need to respect the resources that have been given to us, preserve them, worship them. I think that's the philosophy that most of us have grown up with. We've all worshipped Ma Ganga. We've all, worshipped our sun god and our. So it inherently comes naturally to us to conserve what we have. But what I feel is that with the rampant development that's happening, there are some tools that can come to our advantage. One aspect of this is behavioral modification tools, right? The idea behind them is that if I know that my impact on the environment isn't good, and if I have that data in real time and in a way that can tell me what are the other options I have, I'm more likely to act on it as an individual, as a society, and as community. So there's a lot of work today that's going in to build tools that can basically help you track your own personal waste generation or your impact, whether it's with the water waste, whether it's with the electricity consumption at your home, and so on and so forth, the kind of clothes you wear, and, and everything. And then you can track the impact of it that's negative on your environment, on your psyche, and on and the person that you are. And then when you track it through technology, the data is real time. You get the trigger of what's to be done next, and then you see 5 Shipras are doing this, and that's the impact we're making on environment. 500 of us, 5,000 of us, 1.3 billion of us. So through technology, we can really aid and bring this philosophy that we had of conservation into action. So I think that's a great area. The government also, again, I will have to give to this government over and over again, because when it comes to trying for right things, they're doing it all. They're ticking check boxes. So with their life they're actually even funding and seeding ideas in the behavioral modification space. And, you could be a researcher in the university, you could come up with an idea and the government is going to fund it and help you scale it. So I think that's a great start. This is an area that we need to build further, work more on. I completely agree with Rajesh that we may not be, we are a capitalist, I believe I'm a capitalist too, but it's important to reduce, and we can do that.
Shipra, I'll just add to this thing, with the 5G, IoT just at the horizon, and things are getting so data driven. When I was a kid, I was given a simple instruction. The moment you're getting out of the room, you have to switch off everything. No, utility should be on, right? Because, that's the nature of our culture, basically. Everything less is more for us, right? And I think that life example is basically nothing in manifestation of that thing in a modern way, right? So whether we take an old Asian practices about everything,
Frugalness.
right? Frugalness, jugaad, I will not say jugaad, but it was part of our life, And we were always taught that you have to take less than, especially from the nature. If you're using anything as a natural resource, you have to take less than what you require, and you have to give it back to them, more than what it is taken out of it. So that's how you're actually creating an additional thing. I just saw a very beautiful depiction of this thing. It is like a food pyramid. So food pyramid, humans are top, everything comes down, and we are the consumers basically in that part. Now that food pyramid has been converted into circular form, where we all are part of the nature, helping each other to survive in this nature and contributing positively towards it. Even, one of the practices, like there was a part of the thing that we do fasting, intermittent fasting, whatever fasting. Our culture talks about number of ways. In any religion, people talk about the fasting. And that fasting nothing but, one way is to have your own well-being. Another way is you should consume less, which is actually a bit opposite to that Western style, you should consume as much you can. So here, I really like that food pyramid depiction to the circular economy. It's perfectly, man, that's what we require today.
Absolutely. Now, one of the things, the very, very bold and very striking statements that the Honorable Prime Minister made at Sharm el-Sheikh was, we would, as Indians, show the world the way by adopting lifestyle for environment.
That's life, basically, yeah.
Basically, that.
Yes.
But what rankles me, or I'm sure it rankles every one of us present here today, the Western Bloc of nations has always said that. I think the statement made in COP21, it's 100 billion is in the offing for protecting the world, and would flow into the developing countries. I mean, I don't think a single billion has yet transferred, but we, I think, have reached a stage where with our confidence in adopting technology for the benefit of our citizens, just like perhaps not so long ago during the period of COVID, the vaccines that we developed, we were able to then transfer that to the rest of the, not only the whole world, but more particularly where it was needed, the developing world. And that was a dramatic demonstration of our ability. So any words on climate finance from our own perspective?
So actually, if I can say that, G20, we are now having the presidency of G20. And if you will surprised to know that all those 7-8 working groups have been given a simple mandate, find out the solution which is good for India, proven for India, and will offer it to the G20 first, and the other world member to the other members or the World Committee later. The idea is that whatever is good in terms of environment, health, governance, and all part of the life, if we have it in India and we can get it developed in India, if it is not there, Let's develop it in a quickest time and offer it to everybody else. That's what we are like. One Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is with nothing, but it's just simply saying whatever best we have, we will share with you. And this has become the philosophy of the G20 initiatives we are taking up. For example, UPI, it's a success story for India, and it has been offered to, I think, 35 plus countries. Now, Aadhaar kind of a biometric system, which is actually a backbone for a lot of governance thing, has been taken as a model for other countries to initiate the governance. So I think India is now looking for a leadership offering by example, not by just saying, I have money, please, I'll give you this money if you do this thing. Here the cycle is this: I have a talent, I have a resources, I have a motive to turn these things into a real-time solution for the problems of the real time. And then once it is proven, I'll share with everybody.
Absolutely. Just like we upscaled within our own country, we could offer to the rest of our brethren, so to speak, in the rest of the world. I have a stern warning here, so kindly conclude. And I think this is quite an apt time that we leave the audience. In
I'll
fact,
just add to here one thing, and that is about the green financing. So the thing is that when we are talking about all this challenges here, the basic thing is about what India is going to offer. We're going to go for green technology, green solutions, but what we require is basically green financing. As on date, we have 300 crores rupees invested for the green economy. By 2030, we will require 1,100 lakh crore rupees.
Right.
Like 3.5 times of the amount we are doing. And as per one projection, the share of the private and public will be around 57 plus 43%. Now the thing is that, and you will be surprised to know that around 45% will go for clean energy, efficient energy uses. Means what? We have energy, how to use it efficient so that we don't need more energy. So that technological domain requires 45% of investment. And then another 30 is basically about the clean technology. And remaining is basically your mobility solutions. And I think this is a perfect mix. The only thing is that now we require that kind of, and government is doing already a lot of funding and support is there. But in terms of multilateral development funds and bilateral development funds, they need to be, appraised, and we need to provide an, you can say, capital protection system within India. And I think there's one more revolution required, that is like a green startup. We have a startup revolution already in place. We just need to tinker it with the green revolution, and that will create another level of green economy supported by the green financing, and which will actually offer solutions to a world. It will be a world-class solution at the economy of a scale for everybody.
right. And then ultimate bottom line, self-reliance.
Correct.
is-
I just had one concluding remark, and that is that if we were to fuel innovation in this country, and we have to understand that our energy requirements are only going to increase and not going to go down, we will need a bouquet of solutions to work for our country. We could create them and then we could export them, and that's what we should be looking at. And for us to be able to do that, we need to keep an eye open to the innovation that's happening in the world. We need to do a lot of knowledge sharing as well, bring that to India and then work on it, perfect it, and then kind of take it elsewhere. I think that's the model that we're very capable of doing. And I think that's
Rajesh
what
said-
can,
Rajesh mentioned about the frugal side of the
Correct.
India,
Correct.
which we can convert any technology into the low cost, high efficiency.
The Chinese have made that into an art.
Yes.
They get everything from every part of the world, dismantle it,
Reassemble it.
and commercialize it.
I believe we can do it better.
But we will do it better. We
need to-
can do it.
but
We are
need to
doing it better,
create that
basically, right?
We need to
They
really
have
facilitate
huge,
that.
they have huge technology institutes for each industry.
Correct.
For that one chair, they'll have an institute which is having 200 scientists. We
Correct.
don't have that kind of funding or that kind of support or that kind of foresight, all three.
It needs to start at the very base level, from the research academia up to the industry. And that collaboration, I think the government really is the custodian of that facilitation. And yeah, I mean, clearing the air.
Clearing the air, basically.
Absolutely. I think we could conclude on a very optimistic note. We have huge targets set. The nationally determined, the INDC, CCC, climate change commitments to the world are steep. Within less than a decade, I mean, this is 2023, and by 2030, we have very, very steep targets to establish, not just for ourselves. The path seems very much doable and possible. There will be challenges, but we have the confidence, I feel, to convert those challenges into opportunities for our larger society. And we aim, of course, in the longer term, 2070, that is, to be net zero as a country.
Zero.
Every institution within the country is working towards that goal. There are panchayats, there are business houses, there are state governments, there are municipalities, there are individuals that are working towards this goal. And I think by 2070, we would not only have attained it, but have demonstrated to the rest of the world how we have also emerged out of the bracket of just being a struggling developing nation. On that note, I'd like to thank all panelists today and conclude our session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Indeed, a contemporary policy concern such as the country's energy-centric and climate concerns. And thank you to our panelists for carrying out the same. Moving on, we would now request that you proceed towards the high tea happening outside the auditorium. We also request that you be back by 4:40 p.m. so that we can proceed towards the next panel discussion. Thank you.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, अभी 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 ये करना है, वो आ रहे हैं। Behind the scenes. Enjoying the leisure. Notice period. No, notice period.
Nothing. We are asking Murchana to walk in her flip-flops.
In my Crocs. I'll pack my Crocs
That will be definitely 5:45.
Yes.
चलो बिस्किट नहीं तो मतलब खत्म हो गया मैं आ जाऊँ नहीं एक साथ ही
Sorry.
What?
It's not done. Shit. Switch on. Your laptop is start.
I don't.
Even है ये. इसका है ना, हाँ ये सेशन के लिए What time is it starting?
4:40. I will go.
You're leaving?
To AC7 because I'm
हाँ, इसका मुंह उतर गया, इसने तुरंत बोला कि हारमोन के साथ कॉल है तो मैं जाता हूँ। मुझे पता उस दिन तो बोला था, फिर उसके बाद तक वो कॉल नहीं, उसके बाद कॉल ही कहा हुआ ना, हम इधर फ्राइडे को हुआ। और भाई साहब ये किधर है? ठीक है यार, ये 1 घंटे में 1 घंटा चलेगा क्या? इस पे क्लिक करो यार, ये ठीक बताता है। हाँ बताता है। कितना बता रहा है? 52% बोल रहे हैं ना, तो बैटरी लाइफ सेविंग पे डाल दो तो चल जाएगा। 1 घंटा आराम से चलेगा। पक्का 3.5 घंटे का उसका मिनिमम होता है, तो 1.5 घंटा तो चलना चाहिए ना 52 पे। अरे फुल चार्ज में अगर 3 घंटे चल रहा है तो हाफ चार्ज में 1.5 घंटा तो चलना चाहिए, और उसमें भी परफॉर्मेंस दे दिया तो भी 1 घंटा चलना चाहिए। छोड़, लीव इट। वाले कब आएंगे?
क्या हुआ?
एक चेयर ऐड करनी है और नेम प्लेट्स और वाटर बॉटल्स
चेंज करना है।
हाँ, तो छोड़ने ही नहीं चाहिए। नेक्स्ट सेशन कब स्टार्ट हो रहा है? 4:40।
That reminds me, I need to wash.
Shit.
वो चेयर सर सीधा करो अभी क्या सीधा करो पानी की बोतल ये उठो ये पहली जगह रखो तो बाकी की कैसे भी रख लो तो भी चलेगा वाटर बॉटल चेंज कर दो
नहीं
ड्यूटी नहीं है काम कर रहा हूँ
कहाँ नहीं जाता हूँ रखा हुआ ना करंट हाँ शी वेंट टू देयर नो
सौरभ
इधर के सारे फैमिली
हाँ तो एक और सेशन चल रहा है वो अपना टेबल लेके उधर का टेबल से वो भाई वो मैं कैसे करूँगा अकेला भाई और मुझे भैया को ले जाऊँ क्या अरे इधर ये होने के बाद लेके जाना इनका वैसे भी क्या काम रख रखो भाई अंशी ने मुझे अभी तक रिप्लाई नहीं करा है
कॉल
मैं कॉल नहीं उठा रही बंदी
सुषमा कॉल सुषमा शी इज आल्सो प्रोटोकॉल
भैया नहीं चलो मेरे साथ
तो मैंने ग्रुप का जिसका भी सेशन है बता दो तो
AC 8 बोर्ड रूम थोड़ा बॉटल और पानी हाँ मैं वही पूछ रहा अगर उन्होंने कर दिया बोल दिया ना तो सबके नाम दे दो हमारा फिर कुछ नहीं ग्रुप पे सब है अरे अरे भैया 2 मिनट इधर आओ दोनों क्या कर रहे हो ये हो रहे 2 मिनट इधर दोनों आओ अरे इसने चेयर का कुछ गलत कर दिया एक को ले जाऊं मैं दोनों को लेके एक भैया नहीं एक को ही जा एक को रहने दे इमरजेंसी पानी वानी रख दिया
मैंने ना ग्रुप पे तभी डाला था कि whosoever is responsible kindly inform
अरे उधर एक बॉटल और पानी रख हां
kindly inform sir so सुषमा replied कि all are there and तो ठीक है फिर then what can we do
चार ग्लास लेके आओ
but we need them in the room
भैया 4 ग्लास
मैसेज कर देते ग्रुप में प्लीज सेंड
और नहीं फोटो बॉटल लेके इनसाइड ऑडिटोरियम बोल दो
हां
सर AC 8 बोर्ड रूम में टेबल और अरे सुषमा ने इसका बोला होगा पैरेलल चलने वाला है वेट शिट हाँ सुषमा इसका है ये वाले सेशन का अंशी है और वो रिप्लाई नहीं करता
Can she please inform regarding your not response? Just like right, Ramanuj Kumar, my number कितना इसका? Where is Rahul?
राहुल वो दूसरे सेशन में गया भैया आप इधर ही रुकना
उसमें से रामानुज कुमार का नंबर if you have that sheet. हाँ, रामानुज कुमार हाँ send me also.
अब आप ग्रुप पे डालो ना मैं तब तक आंशी को कॉल
हाँ, क्या लिखना है?
कि प्लीज रिस्पॉन्ड वी आर नॉट अवेयर कोई भी नहीं आया और पता है मैंने मैसेज करा तो मैसेज का तो मुझे बोल रही कि मैसेज कर तो मैंने मैसेज करा बट मैसेज का भी रिप्लाई नहीं
मुझे लगा वो उसी का है मैं भूल गई थी उसमें
नो सर कर दिया ना मैं भी लिखने वाला था प्लीज
you write उसके please ताकि और messages चले. मेरा नंबर है मैंने लाना 9820 wait मैंने
सीधा वही से
already saved it.
हेलो हाय हाय
Welcome back everyone. Moving on to the last.
Yes. सब ऑडिटोरियम में नो नहीं क्या लिखूं
अंशी को टैग कर दो.
हाँ हाँ मैं ऐसा नॉर्मली नहीं करता बट कर दिया
Meanings important and tell me short.
मतलब कौन से वाले रिप्लाई मैसेज को रिप्लाई करूँ इसी वाले आपने जो डाला है वो ये ठीक है
Analyst इधर नहीं?
इधर भी कुछ ऑडिटोरियम में शायद से हाँ हाँ सारे
You know that?
नो बट सबने कोट वगैरह सब नहीं कोई भी नहीं तो उसी वजह से इजीली आइडेंटिफाई कर
हाँ जी आप बाहर हो? भेज दो सबको अंदर पैनलिस्ट का है सबको और बोल दो बाकी को भी भेज दो जल्दी प्रोटोकॉल ऑफिसर हाँ हाँ या आई एम नॉट for the closing.
देखो पीपीटी वाले बंदे पीपीटी वाले के
नहीं मैम I said to wait for 3-4 minutes.
ये एक और लगी हुई है
ये लोकल डिश नहीं है मेरा ये दिस इज एक्सटर्नल
अगेन दिस वन नहीं
10 इनसाइट्स हाँ
10 minutes
खाली ओपन करके देख
हम्म।
लेंगे कहाँ पे?
Your closing address is on which
ठीक है,
topic?
हाँ, बंद कर दो.
It's on which topic? I'll
This is,
announce accordingly.
Yeah, you can just say the 10 insights in climate science.
Insights on?
Climate science. Yeah,
Insights on climate science.
yeah, I'll take this up.
Yes, yes. ये present करना पूरा नहीं है. Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. Moving on to the next expert panel of the day. We have a set of experts discussing on the topic India's energy transition roadmap, role of green hydrogen and other alternate fuels. I would like to kindly invite the expert panelists on the stage, please. Mr. Ramanuj Kumar, Partner, Project Finance, Infrastructure Projects and Electricity Regulation, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. Mr. Bose, Senior Director, ESG, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. Mr. Kapil Maheshwari, President, Renewable Energy and Green Hydrogen Development, Reliance Industries Limited. Mr. Raghav Handa, Director, Strategic Business Development, Government Affairs and Sustainability, HSBC India. Ms. Ulka Kelkar, Director, Climate Change, World Resources Institute. The panel intends to discuss the issue that whether the green hydrogen policy announced by the Ministry of Power in the Union Budget for financial year 2023 contains sufficient measures to achieve its ambitious target of achieving 5 million tons per annum green hydrogen production by the year 2030. I would kindly request Mr. Ramanuj Kumar to kindly moderate the session.
Thank you.
Not putting here and better to use the mouse.
So thank you very much, ISB, for having us. We are delighted to be here and having this conversation. And the topic of the conversation couldn't have been more timely, because just yesterday the Union Cabinet approved the Green Hydrogen Mission, which is a follow-up to the Green Hydrogen Policy, which was announced by the MNRE in February 2022. And this announcement also represents a continuum of policy initiatives that the government of India has taken in the past year and a half to enable and accelerate India's target towards COP27 that it announced, including meeting the challenge of having 50% renewable capacity by 2030, reducing the emissions intensity of GDP by 45%, and meeting other sort of allied targets towards its fight to mitigate climate change. So as part of this initiative, what we intend to discuss today is how green hydrogen can enable and accelerate India's transition to a green economy, how it will enable India's dependence on fossil fuels to be reduced, and how it can help in reducing the emissions from what is called hard to abate sectors, where electrification is not the solution, or reducing dependence on fossil fuels, including oil and gas or coal, is difficult to achieve, and where green hydrogen can come in and enable achievement of those greening targets, and of course enable a cleaner and a better environment for all of us. We have a stellar panel here. To my left is Bose Baghees. He is our director for ESG practice at Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. Then there is Kapil Maheshwari. He is spearheading green energy and green hydrogen initiatives at Reliance Industries Limited. Then we have Ms. Ulka Kelkar, very kindly agreed to join us. She is part of World Resources Institute. And we have Raghav Handa from HSBC India, who heads HSBC's Government and Regulatory Affairs and Strategic Business Initiatives. They all represent a variety of views and expertise that is required to pull together this initiative. And I'm going to sort of ask each of them some different sort of kinds of questions and elicit some answers in terms of how where India is placed, and what kind of initiatives or further measures. So the policy announcements, of course, have been made, but the details are yet to be fleshed out. The detailed regulatory framework is yet to be put in place. India is also placed in an international context where other countries are also taking similar initiatives, or probably one can say bolder initiatives in the same space. So for example, if we take the example of United States, just a few months back, US passed what is called Inflation Reduction Act, which promises a financial incentive of roughly $3 per kg for producing green hydrogen. And if that financial incentive is actually implemented, then that would make producing green hydrogen cheaper than what is called gray hydrogen, which is produced from fossil fuel or natural gas. If we take the example of EU has also announced significant policy and financial incentives totaling up to tens of billions of euros, where EU is putting in place a structure where it has said that it will domestically produce 10 million metric tons of hydrogen per annum by 2030, and it's looking to import 10 million tons from other overseas players. This is where sort of India comes in, where Indian players are looking to export at least 70% of the green hydrogen to European and other overseas markets. And then if we take the example of Germany, now, Germany is putting in place its own green hydrogen incentive program, which is over and above what EU is proposing. And Germany is also evolving a novel sort of, I would say, market design and a contract structure, where they're following a double auction mechanism, where there is a government intermediary company, government-owned company, which will float global tenders to procure green hydrogen from the open market at a certain price, and then these tenders will be for 10 to 15-year contracts. And then this intermediate company will invite short-term tenders from end users to purchase hydrogen. Now, the difference between this company's purchase price and the sale price, which they sell to end users, to the extent there is a delta, that will be subsidized or supported by the government to make good the cost incurred by the purchasing company. So it's a very novel model, so to say, in terms of market design and contract design as to how to promote the offtake of green hydrogen as an alternate green fuel. As far as India is concerned, what we have seen in yesterday's green hydrogen mission announcement is there is there is a almost $2.2 billion or roughly 20,000 crores of financial incentive promised, both to electrolyzer manufacturers and also to the green hydrogen consumers. Now, how that incentive will be utilized, how it will be handed out, what will be the criteria, whether it will be through a, let's say, auction basis or it will be on a grant basis, we are yet to see those details. But what's important is that all of these measures, whether in India, in the United States, in the European Union, all of these measures are ultimately intended to achieve one single objective. That is to bring the cost of green hydrogen down or closer to what we call gray hydrogen, so that the offtake of the green hydrogen takes up by the end consumers in a meaningful way, and usage of fossil fuels or dependence on fossil fuels is significantly reduced. So really, in terms of the challenges, the first challenge that India or sort of any other country is facing today, how to achieve the cost parity, or how to bring the cost of green hydrogen closer to what is called gray hydrogen. And with this context and background, I'll turn to Kapil first to ask Kapil. So Kapil, you're part of the industry, you are in the thick of things. How do you see, in terms of what India has announced is its sort of, policy initiatives and what industry is doing? Do you see that, that India would be able to, one, have a significant sort of, green hydrogen, market and an ecosystem in place by the support that the government is promising, and the steps that the industry is taking, and what are the challenges that you see as a sort of, as a significant player in the market?
So, am I audible, Ramanuj?
Yes.
Okay, it works. Let me take a step back and see, when we are talking of hydrogen, we already has like 8 to 10% of the global hydrogen market present in India. Although we call it, of course, it is all gray hydrogen, but we are already roughly 5 to 6, possibly more than 6 million metric tons of kind of a market, which is already present. Now, why are we all gathering here? It is because of a shift from gray to green. Most of these kind of discussions or conferences weren't happening when refineries and fertilizer companies were using gray hydrogen. None of us were, trying to address such sessions, what we are doing now. So from that perspective, I would say India is poised pretty well compared to all the other places in the world. And I'll tell you the reasons why. First, the major aspect of in green hydrogen is lowest cost of renewable power. So, from an LCOE perspective, we are one of the lowest in the world when it comes to the levelized cost of energy through renewable sources. What, in addition to that, we have benefits is the availability of land. When we talk of some of the other countries which possibly require or are willing to take much of green hydrogen, like Japan, they may not have the suitable land available to do very large-scale renewable projects to address the needs of renewable power. The second most important aspect is the availability of manpower. We have an ecosystem already developed for renewable power. So, we are fourth largest or third largest renewable energy addition to the world. So, we are doing roughly 10-15 gigawatt of solar every year, 4 to 5 gigawatt of wind, which we have already done. So, there is an ecosystem which is in place, which is where we have an added benefit compared to other countries, which otherwise now needs to develop that kind of an ecosystem and skilled manpower to do that. From a green hydrogen perspective, I would say it's a level playing field. There is no other nation. So this is for the first time we are getting an opportunity to lead the world rather than just be saying that we would be, falling behind or catching the bus. It's already gone, etc., which we have seen in renewable already. So this is where we are. So, everybody, all possible geographies globally would be looking at it from perspective of doing some small pilots to proving technologies. And there is a good, there is already some bit of which has happened. You have seen large announcements from large Indian conglomerates, Reliance, Adani, Greenko, many of them. And then there are public sector companies who have also announced some very, very good initiatives, be it NTPC, IOCL, etc., on all possible green hydrogen thing. And what we are discussing today is possibly, if we have to compare possibly we got in February in policy, and I would say, what were some of the main points which were there in the policy? The policy calls for an ISTS waiver. So you put up a renewable plant in state A, and you can take the power in state B through in CTU, central transmission units. Yeah, and you are able to get an ISTS waiver. So no transmission charges, etc., would be charged for that. It also calls for a 30-day banking. Now there is no other nation globally which has provided an audacious policy like provision of banking for green hydrogen. Nobody can even think of doing that, where India has actually come up with a policy which actually talks of that. It also talks of many other incentives like, creating bunkering at ports, single window clearances. But keeping that in apart, what was missing in the February policy wasn't demand creation, largely. And we all know that electricity remains a concurrent subject between the central and the state. So it becomes difficult when it comes to implementing policy, what center announces in each of the states, because each state could have its different way of looking at electricity. When we talk of ISTS waiver, no, banking is not provided by PGCIL. Banking is provided by state discoms. So how would you implement those kind of policy when it comes to state? How much of agreement you can get of all those states? Tomorrow, a state can say that I have given land, I have given incentives, renewable energy is generated in my state, and you want to take all the renewable energy and produce green hydrogen in some other state. How that happens, There are states which have already spoken on charging 10% extra on such things if you are taking power from their state to the other state. Such thought process also have been, discussed or debated. So we all need to understand that aspect, that there are practical difficulties also which would come in place when we talk of all these things. And then second was, which was discussed as part of the mission, which is yet to be announced, which we call it as GHCO, which is the green hydrogen compliance obligation. So something like renewable purchase obligation, the government is also trying that these hard to abate sector, what Ramanuj just mentioned, can we impose some part of obligation to them that their hydrogen, for some of the portion can be through green hydrogen. That is an initial way of green hydrogen demand creation, with a simple objective that right now the price points are yet not there. And it will be very difficult. In India, you don't have to provide any kind of incentive, subsidy or policy measure if price points are there. We have all seen now, nobody comes and tell that doing in solar on a rooftop is beneficial because price points are there. Irrespective of any incentive or benefit, I will definitely install it if economies works. So at that point of time, we will not need all that, but at this point of time, that's required. But the mission in present state, what is recently announced, talks of what is called as, it's in total of 19,744 odd crores. It talks of around 17,500 crores, so 17,500 crore for something called a site, which is your strategic intervention for green hydrogen transition. So they also want to see the transition towards this thing, because everybody in globally right now, two important aspects are being looked at. First is their energy transition and energy security. And everyone has seen with the present geopolitical situation with Russia, Ukraine in place, that how important energy security is. Keeping that in mind, India also wants to secure, and because it's taking steps. One thing it is, we have already announced PLI schemes for solar manufacturing. We've already announced it for battery manufacturing. Now at times, we address certain places where these things don't work, but hydrogen works. So that incentive is what we call a site, is typically for two aspects. First is manufacturing, domestic manufacturing of electrolyzers. And second is green hydrogen manufacturing. So the production of green hydrogen. So that put together. If you compare that any place with the Inflation Reduction Act in US, etc., of course, that is lagging behind because our overall bucket is roughly around 2.3 billion compared to the whole IRA, which is for around 300 odd billion dollars. Of course, it provides incentive across various things, but that's a much larger kind of incentive scheme which is being announced by US. But nevertheless, I would say that still provides a good amount of things, because it, as per the mission, it talks about investments to the tune of 8 lakhs crore. It talks about job creation to the tune of 6 lakh crore. It talks about GHG emission, greenhouse gases emission reduction by 50 million metric tons. And it also talks about, what is more important is to bring in 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen capacity in the country by 2030. Now that is the present capacity what we have. So in 9 years, if we can convert our present capacities to entirely to green, that's again a good step towards him. But and 125 gigawatt of renewable power addition should be done because of this. So that's like pretty significant pie of the overall renewable which can come for that. So keeping all that in mind, I would just say that India at this moment is positioned well, because from an energy security perspective, we are at place, and for the first time possibly we can be an energy exporter. We can be an exporter to green hydrogen but for the first time in anything relating to energy globally, because every other nation is also where we are. So this gives an opportunity, definitely gives an opportunity.
So let me ask a follow-up question, Kapil. Thank you for explaining that so nicely. So as a key industry player, and this is not necessarily limited to Reliance, but as an Indian industry exploring the space of green hydrogen and sort of being a key player in the sector, would your business model be focused on domestic demand, or would it be focused on export?
So the business model cannot be alone just on exports or just on domestic thing. It's more market driven. Any business what you set up needs to call for what market demands from it. So take an example, at this moment, India is a net importer of green ammonia.
Right.
We have an ammonia import bill of around $2.5 billion. Now, can I produce green ammonia here? Because green ammonia right now is at around $1,200 to $1,500 a ton. So can I still produce from this green hydrogen, green ammonia, and use it within the country? Because right now I'm paying that kind of a bill for my domestic consumption as well. At the same time, when we talk of price points for green hydrogen, is it viable to use compared to using gray hydrogen for industries like fertilizer, steel, and refineries? Possibly we would look for export to begin with, and then look for a more domestic market. With incentives coming in more, I think domestic market also can play a role. And as we move towards more technology advancements, when I say technology advancements, it is all the steps through which we can bring down the gap between gray and green hydrogen and bring the production cost equivalent to gray hydrogen. That will be the price points, I think, at which it will take off for that. And for that, every other industry who is very serious player in green hydrogen would be looking at things like bringing down the cost of renewable power, increasing the efficiency of electrolyzer, increasing the lifetime of electrolyzer, reducing the capex points for electrolyzer, many other technology roadmap which it wants to take.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Now, Raghav, I'll turn to you. So clearly this is still an evolving sector. It's a nascent sector, so to say, and requires huge amount of capital to bring in economies of scale and meet any significant portion of, either a 5 MTPA target or any kind of meaningful export commitment. How do you see sort of the India meeting the financing challenges in this sector, and what are the sort of policy priorities that you would think from a banker's perspective that is required to give confidence to both equity and debt investor that this is the right project, and that this is the right industry to invest, and that the risk matrix are manageable, so to say?
So I think thanks for this, and thank you for having me here. I think before we step into this, it's just important for us to understand that where do we, that at what level do we, are we currently facing, financing challenges. So India, to meet its NDC targets, right, which is the revised NDC target, I think of 440 gigawatts by 2030. We roughly need a financing of approximately $173 billion per annum. There are different numbers floating around, but we've done a deep study and it's been submitted to Ministry of Finance and also to the Prime Minister's office. So for the purposes of this discussion, going with this financing, requirement of per annum of about $173 billion, we've also taken an average estimate of the last 3 years credit inflow or maybe credit support to the sector. So from 2019 to 2021, the average credit support to the sector by all banks put together has approximately been at $19.3 billion. So if you see the average credit flow, in 1 year it was 18, then going up to 21, and then probably, coming back again to 18. So, averaging somewhere close to about like $19.3 billion. So if you really see the gap and, that's where this whole, challenge really stems up, is that we are at about approximately $19 billion of credit support towards renewable as a sector. And, and a large part of it has been consumed by traditional power sectors such as solar and onshore wind. Whereas India needs about $173 billion per annum. So this gap of roughly about $152 billion is something that needs to be kind of addressed, right? So this is the main, this is the financing gap, right? Now, how do we move towards it? Our own internal, at HSBC, we have the privilege of co-chairing the Climate Finance Leadership Initiative, the India chapter, and I chair the Mobility Committee. And now, as a part of CFLI and through our own public policy advocacy back to the government, there are two important, policy interventions which we believe will help mobilize, or which will help mobilize, or will rather unlock, the capital that is sitting with the banks. The first one is, how do we try and get a priority sector lending status to to sustainability or to renewables as a sector? Now mind you, as per the current priority sector lending norms, sustainability is recognized as a priority sector, but then there are definite segments. So for example, they kind of recognize solar, they kind of recognize biomass, like wind is spoken about, with an upper threshold of just 30 crores. Now, like 30 crores is not even a chicken feed to a startup, right? You can't, you can't really expect that, with 30 crores, you can support a sustainability or maybe maybe an RE project. And the argument that we've had there is that the average credit growth in India, so for example, is at 9%. Now we've kind of supplemented the case that you do not take anything away from a politically sensitive or maybe, as in like extremely sensitive sectors for India, which includes MSMEs, SMEs, agriculture, so on and so forth. But purely out of the 9% credit growth that's happening year on year, and that's the average credit growth in India, if we are just able to say, take out 5% of, like that and allocate it as a mandatory target, towards, like sustainable financing, say by all banks. And, like, by the way, like GIFT City has done that, right? So like effective April 1st to, 2023, IFSCA, which is the GIFT City regulator, has mandated that all banks operating in GIFT City will be mandated that 5% of their balance sheets need to be allocated, towards sustainable finance. Now, the total PSL credit inflow in the market is about $1.4 trillion. So by the argument that I've just given to you, that if we take just 5% of that average credit growth, of that absolute amount of 1.4 trillion, that works out roughly about close to about $70 odd billion. So, the gap that we have, which is at 153 or 152, $70 billion can probably be, taken care of. This sector has been, is probably given the PSL recognition. And, the good part here is that NITI Aayog, and you would have seen the recent, report with RMI Institute, has strongly supported EV as a sector to be given PSL status. So our argument in that same, letter that has been sent further is that if we can just look at expanding the current eligible sectors and segments and expanding the total amount that is eligible under the PSM, under the PSL norms for sustainability as a sector. So that's one. The second intervention that we've proposed is how can Ministry of Finance help us in terms of stepping up the participation from multilateral institutions, DFIs, and these multilateral development banks. I must say that they've been very, very actively supporting the country, and these are right from the likes of World Bank, IFC, USTFC, and some from UK. I mean, a bunch of them from EU as well, which have now expanded into non-sovereign projects as well. So earlier they only had a mandate for sovereign projects, and now they've expanded to non-sovereign projects as well, which means private sector projects. The argument there is that if they can step up their risk participation, say from 30% or 40% to maybe 80 to 90%, because that's going to help banks, right, traditional banks rather, to take a call on these new, like sunrise sectors. The issue with these new sunrise sectors from a traditional banker's credit lens point of view is that, we often see them as, like sectors with huge tech risk. Obviously, there is risk on demand aggregation, there is which we typically call as offtake risk and so on. But if, just to ensure that the tech risk is taken care of, and we've actually seen quite a number of deals, and HSBC has been involved in quite a few of them. We've just done a deal on supporting a plant for biopellets as well, and that's been done with USTFC, where our balance sheet funded exposure is 100% securitized by by a guarantee that comes in from them. Now, this also works in favor of the borrower, irrespective whether the borrower is an SME, MSME, or a large corporate borrower, because if it is PSL lending, it has to come with a margin benefit, and that margin benefit is 100 basis points. And that margin benefit is then passed on to the borrower. And with this co-participation model with these multilateral institutions, it not only kind of allows banks to take probably an early call on some of these new sectors, but if these projects are long-term or gestated projects, then these multilateral institutions will typically have an appetite to take long-term exposures. The sweet spot for commercial banks, I can at least speak for HSBC, is between 5 to 7 years. Now this works in favor for some borrowers because the cost of interest rate for pre-construction and post-construction is obviously very different. And when we do these semi-perm or mini-perm structures, it kind of allows the borrowers to refinance it after their pre-construction phase is over. And typically most of these renewable and sustainability projects will be pretty much long-term in nature. So these are two large policy intervention areas, Ramanoj. Specifically on green hydrogen, see, probably today at an HSBC India, globally we've got commitments to finance up to $1 trillion. In India, we've already financed green projects, including like socially sustainability linked bonds, green bonds, etc. The on-sheet balance, the onshore, balance sheet exposure is almost about $3.5 billion. The number of bonds that we've issued are close to about $7 billion. So we are not very fussed about the energy mix and the underlying technology. As long as the project is commercially viable. As far as green hydrogen is concerned, very, very supportive of supporting green hydrogen projects, both in terms of manufacturing of electrolyzers, the component ecosystem that kind of comes with it, including the tech stack, rectifiers, and so on. Blue hydrogen, yes, but then it has to go through an internal clearance process. Brown and gray hydrogen is a strict no. So we are not going to be financing any projects which are brown or gray in, brown and gray in nature. That's as per, in fact, the most recent, release energy policy for HSBC globally. I'll just maybe take a pause there, but yeah, these are the two broad areas.
Yeah, so I just wanted to supplement your point and ask something else. So in fact, the point about PSL lending that you raised, priority sector lending, and the increasing the target and including more sectors within that fold so that there can be a more.
Sorry, so this is not increasing the target. I'm saying within that 40%. So this 5% incremental carve out is actually within the 40% limit, the 40% target that all scheduled commercial banks have to kind of take on for meeting, the prudential norms on PSL.
Right. No, so just the last year, the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Energy had also advocated that, this PSL limit of 30 crores that you mentioned for the renewable energy sector should be, expanded multifold, though they didn't give a number, but that's been obviously a very vocal demand of the banking sector, especially from the MNC banks, that, that should be, one should be made fungible, and the more limit should be provided. But I want to ask a more sort of, more related point in terms of the designing the sort of, and improving the bankability of these sort of, new age projects. So you mentioned about essentially, DFI support, which is essentially blended finance. You blend private sector finance with the DFI finance, which comes at a low cost and higher tenor. Could it also be that you look at, for example, something similar to what the government did during the COVID period, which is ECLGS scheme, credit guarantee scheme, where, let's say, now the government is looking at 20,000 crores of incentives to the sector, obviously to support the sector in its initial stages. Could it also be that either part or the additionality to that, let's say the government provides a sort of, partial credit guarantee or a sovereign guarantee, let's say up to 20% of the bank funding, so that the banks get more confidence to lend to the sector, to the projects, and they know that at least part of the risk is assumed by the sovereign as well, and that obviously gives confidence to the banking sector and also brings the cost of funds down for the borrower. Could it be that something that the government should look at?
Yeah, I think the government is already looking at it in various shapes and forms, right? So not exactly a credit, guarantee scheme, but when you talk about offshore wind, there's been a very serious discussion of introducing viability gap funding, right? So it may not be in form of a guarantee instrument, but there is support that is coming in from the center and the state. Now, that's obviously much needed. See, from a financial standpoint, you kind of talk about offtake. I'm very comfortable when, SECI is a confirmed offtaker in between, but then the fact is that, and if, SECI has a back-to-back PPA with the state DISCOM,
yeah,
you have an offshore wind at 9 rupees per unit and an onshore wind for about 2.71. The mechanism has to be such that the viability gap funding ensures that there is cost parity for the developer and for the purchaser. Otherwise, offtake will hit a roadblock.
Right.
So to answer your point that yes, it helps. We've also seen a lot of these, some of these schemes being rolled out by the Ministry of Electronics earlier in 2019 and even like before that. So these would obviously help. See, for me, whether it's sovereign risk on India or it is sovereign risk on UK or it is sovereign risk on US, it essentially is the same, right? As long as there is some support, I think banks do get that level of confidence on taking calls for some of these new technologies. The other point that I just wanted to highlight is where, and I think we are currently suffering because of that, is that India, like many other countries, doesn't have a standardized taxonomy on sustainable finance,
yes,
which then, from a borrower standpoint, if a borrower is banking with an X bank, that bank may treat or classify a project as green, whereas in my internal assessment, that project may not be classified as
yes,
green, right? When I'm talking about carbon footprint, reduction, now how do we strategically partner with clients, right? So for example, I'm talking to a client about helping them to move the global, helping them to shift the global value chains to India. Now, global value chains for that client is a part of Scope 3 universe. Now, at the same time, when I'm engaging with clients on trying to kind of devise a client plan, which kind of brings down the carbon emission in the Scope 3 universe, there is a sustainable, financing link program to that.
right,
But then, and I think, thankfully now with India being a signatory to clean energy and IPEF, I was speaking to someone very senior in the Department of Energy who's from the chief negotiator team, the technical negotiator to IPEF. And they actually said that one of the main mandates to IPEF is to ensure that all the member countries have a standardized taxonomy. So the moment you have a taxonomy, and I know that RBI is very, very close in kind of rolling it out. There have been various consultations, there have been various risk testing scenarios, probably as well. The moment you have a taxonomy, that itself is also then going to help in terms of, improving the bankability of projects, which you just mentioned.
Thank you so much, Raghav. Now, if I may change the direction a little bit and turn to welcome ma'am to you. Now, when we talk of green hydrogen, renewable energy, sunrise sector, lots of policy initiative, lots of talk about finance, bankability. relatively there is less talk of, what is the input, what is the resource that goes into making these projects viable and successful. And particularly, I want to talk about, especially for green hydrogen, what is critical is water. So green hydrogen is nothing but sort of, by electrolysis, you break water into oxygen and hydrogen, oxygen is released and you capture green hydrogen. As per various estimates, producing 1 kilogram of green hydrogen requires roughly 10 liters of water. Now, many of our RE-rich states, such as Rajasthan, Gujarat, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, they are water stressed, or sort of, they are not necessarily abundant in water. Of course, one option is to, wheel the electricity produced in Rajasthan to a state where land and water is abundant, and then sort of, site the green hydrogen manufacturing ecosystem there. But irrespective, and the land requirement also to place large green hydrogen manufacturing systems or green hydrogen hubs, as the government policy calls it, to promote. These require large amounts of land and water. Are you concerned that we as a country and as policymakers are not or maybe paying insufficient attention to the issue of availability of water and availability of land to support these giga projects at a scale which is obviously which is extremely large and which could potentially have, let's say, adverse social consequences?
Thanks, Ramanuj. I think when we talk about climate policy in India, as a developing country, we're always at pains to emphasize the win-win aspects. What is good for climate is also good for air pollution, right? What is good for climate policy is also good for jobs. So there are definitely win-wins, but often of the kinds of examples that you've talked about, there are also trade-offs.
Yeah.
When there isn't a win-win, there is a trade-off. And there, when you need to make public policy in the presence of such trade-offs, you need dialogue.
Yeah.
I think that's the only solution, and that's the theme of this entire conference. And the public policy dialogue must include all the affected actors or stakeholders. So there's really no shortcut around that very messy, time-consuming, complex process. But you're absolutely right. I think the kinds of points that have been made by Kapil, by Raghav, and indeed the previous session, green hydrogen and electrification is really very critical to India's achievement of its net zero 2070 targets, one of the most important policy levers. In fact, one of the things that we do at WRI India is do systems dynamics modeling. So you don't look at one policy alone, you don't look at one sector alone, but you look at all the feedbacks. A simple feedback is, for example, what we've been saying, that it shouldn't be gray hydrogen, it has to be green hydrogen.
Yeah.
So you use hydrogen, but you get it from renewables. Where is that electricity going to come from? Who else is going to use that? All of those feedbacks. So our modeling, in fact, shows that this policy, this mission that has been announced yesterday, sets a target of 5 million metric tons by 2030. But to be really impactful for that 2070 net zero target, the real change is going to happen post 2030 as we go towards 2050.
Right.
And that target will have to be 20 million tons. So in fact, when we start thinking about these land effects, water effects of renewable energy, what we are seeing is only the beginning.
Right.
It's if we put in place the right kinds of policies, processes, dialogues now, then when the impacts start really scaling up and really starting to matter, we will have a robust process for selecting the right sites, for choosing whether a particular location should have agriculture continuing, pastoralism continuing, biodiversity being protected, or renewable energy being generated, or in fact, plantations being planted, right? So I just wanted to give a couple of points regarding water, for example. I think one of the issues that I think you gave one particular calculation. So for the 5 million metric tons, what we'll need is 50 billion liters of deionized water, which will require 150 billion liters of raw water.
Raw.
So that can come from salt seawater, it can come from sewage water, but it will also need to, it will need its own energy in order to be deionized. On land, I think there are estimates of renewable energy that to meet India's solar target, something like 2% of India's land will be required. But if you look at only hydrogen alone, this 5 million metric tons that this mission talks about will require 5 lakh acres of renewable energy to produce that green hydrogen. So not that it can't be done, in fact, it needs to be done, but the process by which the sites are chosen will have to be a very thoughtful one. I think the issue of creating these hubs where hydrogen is both produced and consumed locally is something that is part of the logic of hydrogen itself.
Yes.
Right? It's very expensive to transport it, very complicated to maintain the quality, the purity of hydrogen and all of that. So creating these hubs where you have refineries, where you have fertilizer plants, is really very important and can be done in a way that creates livelihoods for MSMEs, provided that there is equal attention to upskilling and finance. We see a lot of language around that in this mission that was announced yesterday, but it's really something where big companies like Reliance and others can play a very important role in taking along the MSME supply chains, right, for any sector. I'll just end maybe by talking about the international context a little bit. I think the previous session, G20 and India's presidency was mentioned. The kinds of almost threats that we are seeing from like the Europe's carbon border adjustment tax, right? The tariff is not just one-off, right? That's only one type of financial market-based mechanism. There are also other kinds of signs that are you could take it as a threat, or you can just take it as inevitable. You talked about the US's IRA. One of the things that Biden has introduced is a public procurement policy for construction materials as well. So cement, steel, asphalt, and glass must be low-carbon steel, low-carbon cement. So if we want to compete in the international market, we need to make sure that we meet those standards. And this is where, I mean, your point, Raghav, about the role of the MDBs and lowering the cost of capital. This is something that came up in a very big way at COP27 and at the G20 summit in Bali, and is something that the Indian government can really make a major priority in its presidency over the coming year.
Just one point. I think on these MDBs, right? There was a recent initiative by the Department of Economic Affairs led by the DEA Secretary Ajay Seth himself, just very recently, where there's been a very concerted push and an effort to bring down the credit assessment time frame that an MDB takes today, which on average is 12 to 15 months, right? Now, if a borrower has to wait for 12 to 15 months, and if a commercial bank has to wait for blended finance for 12 to 15 months, I think the project will just die its own death. The second element that they're really pushing up is a higher level of participation by these MDBs and MLIs, which as of now is limited to just a couple of $1 billion. And, that too, you can probably just count them. Rest are maybe just hundreds of millions of dollars. They've not even touched $1 billion of total exposure in the country as of now. So one is a stepped up, the second is a stepped up exposure there. And the third is a higher level of risk security. Just one point which actually didn't cross my mind, which I thought it's important to mention from a financing and a bankability standpoint, is that the source of the project essentially has to be green. So you can't have an coal-fired plant producing an EV battery and then kind of consider it as a green project for bank to then consider it, right? So the source has to be green. And I think there's one project which is being worked near the Rameshwaram, belt by two very large UK companies, and we are aware of that, is that they are trying to, with this whole offshore wind piece, they are trying to install electrolyzers for, for production of the offshore wind. So the source is green.
Okay.
And then obviously the transportation is obviously, of no problem, right? So so the point really being that we recently got cases again of, say, providing financing support to charging infrastructures. Now the point is that the power that is relayed by the grid to the charging infrastructure, when that source is not green, then how is that power green?
Yeah.
Right. So the important point is that going forward, I think it's going to be very, very crucial for banks who are going to be, probably amplifying their presence in supporting sustainably, these sustainable projects, that the source of power essentially has to be green, and not only the end output or maybe the final product.
Essentially, you're looking at life cycle green value chain from the start to the final product.
So you can't have it now, but
Yes, right. Thank you for that. Bose, now coming to you. You're an ESG expert. Now, how does this, or rather, let me reframe it. Does this whole sort of promotion, or rather sort of deepening of, let's say, green energy and green hydrogen in particular, how does it tie into the ESG agenda of large corporates? Do you believe that the ESG commitments, or rather the ESG disclosures and targets and ESG framework, do they provide an impetus to the large corporates to move to the sort of procurement or larger offtake of green hydrogen, of course, as and when it becomes available, in addition, and not necessarily limiting to the sort of offtake of green energy or solar and wind energy? Do they sort of complement each other?
Yeah, am I audible? Is this on? Yeah, the simple answer is yes, obviously, but more so from corporates who have hard to abate, sectors under them. They are actually looking forward to this sector to take off and actually banging on the sector, green hydrogen to come along. Okay. We heard that, green steel and green cement,
right?
All that's going to be becoming more and more in demand. The global carbon tax regime, which is probably 1 or 2 years away from us.
Yes.
That's going to drive this whole, commodities based on carbon intensity and taxation based on carbon intensity.
Right.
So these corporates will be forced to, one way or the other, look at ways to reduce their carbon intensity.
Right.
And for the hard to abate sectors, I think hydrogen is the best bet available today. Where they have to use fuel directly, in steel, for example. Pure RE is not going to help them much. Okay. So definitely yes. And for other corporates, they will wait for, like today, general corporates, how they support the EV ecosystem. They are looking at, my company, when I came from Infosys,
yep.
They use a lot of cabs for business and employee transportation. They are looking at the earliest opportunities to plug in the EV, players into that ecosystem. So, that helps in their own, scope 3 reduction. And a lot of these corporations have these commitments already. And they are actually looking at ways to really, tackle that. And they're looking at all options.
So
and
what you're saying,
will play into that.
So what you're saying is that, and Kapil spoke about mandates, and I know that the government amended the Energy Conservation Act just last month to introduce the power to impose what Kapil mentioned, the GNCO or the green hydrogen purchase obligations, where the government can mandate certain specified industries which are large emitters to purchase a certain portion of their energy requirement through green hydrogen. Now, what you're saying also, Bose, is that in addition to the mandates or the imposed obligations, there is also a market, or there is also a demand quarter where there is a self-sustainable sort of drive to meet the ESG targets. Mandates need not be necessary, but there would still be a market for green hydrogen.
Absolutely. But it may not, that demand, the market-driven demand, you may not be able to time it so perfectly.
Okay.
This mechanism will give you demand clarity, right? If you if you put green hydrogen purchase obligation,
Right.
then you have a fair idea of what kind of demand that's going to create in the market. And that can really work in giving visibility for investors and things like that.
Just a related question, since you spoke about carbon border adjustment tax that is being contemplated by EU, and many of our metallurgy sector, for example, or even other industrial sectors, they have large export markets. Is a carbon tax or a carbon trading mechanism, which is also again sought to be introduced through the amendment to the Energy Conservation Act, is that a necessity, both to stimulate demand for alternative energies like green hydrogen, and also to meet the challenge of your export markets where carbon border adjustment tax would be a reality maybe in a couple of years? And do you see that is the Indian industry and Indian market ready to face a carbon tax?
Well, I mean, the whole carbon price, whether it's a tax or
cap and trade,
any of this is a tool that various governments look at different ways or modes of really driving the low carbon transition, and they find the best useful tool. And especially the EU, just yesterday, the UK reported the highest renewables content in their grid, 80% RE.
Yes.
They were running yesterday in the UK grid. So they are at that level. So obviously they have very low intensity from the products coming out of there. So
not necessarily the case with Germany, which is refiring coal plants.
Yeah, I mean that's hopefully a temporary slippage.
Right.
But they see it as an advantage, and they see it as a tool to drive global transition. So people, the whole climate space anyway is a big geopolitical, arena as well, right? A lot of.
So interesting that you mentioned geopolitical. So do you see this as and I think Alka ma'am also touched upon it. Is it some kind of a new form of trade barrier, non-tariff barrier, so to say, or some form of climate imperialism by the West?
I mean,
provocative question.
That is definitely, that's, it could be argued both ways, right? I mean, so just last month, I read about the Biden government actually considering using carbon tax for steel and aluminum, specifically targeting China.
Okay.
And then they got EU to sort of collaborate with them. So it hasn't taken any shape as a formal proposal, but this is a consideration. I mean, they're talking about it. So
it's a legitimate trade policy tool.
It has to adjust for sure, right? I mean,
right.
So I'm going to leave it at that.
Kapil, I'll end the session with last question to you. Obviously, as you said, that the domestic demand and as well as the export, both will form key consideration for, while making a business case or, putting up for FID decisions for setting up green hydrogen project. Now, what specific challenges do you see in terms of meeting the export commitment, especially when there is a, what you say, regulatory disconsonance in terms of, let's say, and Raghav also mentioned about it in terms of taxonomy, for example, that India is yet to evolve a uniform set of standards or rules in terms of what would constitute green hydrogen. Would you ship it in fossil fuel powered, let's say, vessels to EU, for example? Would it continue to remain a green, for example? Or EU says that they will do quarterly matching of the renewable energy generation plus the output into the green hydrogen, which will then move to an hourly matching. Now, obviously, these are significant sort of gap in standards. Now, do you see a case that sort of India should be taking proactive steps to harmonize regulations with the target export markets, where our product can go export without facing these regulatory barriers? And do you see this as a significant challenge?
I would say that these are significant barriers, but we should definitely try to align our policy at this moment so that we can, produce hydrogen in India, and for the world.
Right.
From that perspective. But at the same time, why should India only align its policy to the usage of EU if EU doesn't want to align its policies to the fact that they are saying you have to produce renewable energy at the same time when you are using green hydrogen? We have an open dialogue with them and make them understand that what you are trying to do could hamper the progress of the overall thing.
Now you're
Let's-
talking like Dr. S. Jaishankar.
I mean, I wish I can first, and second, I really like when he said that, when on our imports of gas from Russia.
Yes.
I wish I can do something. I can be of.
No, but you're being very
anything.
candid, and that's an important
Yes.
point.
So, we can always discuss with them, where else EU can get 10 million metric tons from. They also have to understand and appreciate the fact that without India being a partner country for the import portion, what they have kept for green hydrogen, it will be very difficult for them also to get it from Saudi or Oman or any other place. India has to be taking a pie of that. And it's good that we align our policies in the beginning so that we will be able to export easily, and they will also be able to take it from us, and there is no mismatch. But nevertheless, EU is not the only market which would be for export perspective. We could also evaluate Japan, Australia, many other nations which could be looking at India for that perspective. As I said, India has some inherent benefits. Even from an availability of water, I would say, we talked about like 150 billion India, the coastal belt what we have could certainly help us in that aspect also. Of course, we are not as prominent desalination country as some of the Middle East countries, but nevertheless, that can be developed as a skill set, because even in Middle East, companies who are doing this stuff is all Indian companies, where they have their own company to do that. And manpower, which is there to do all that, is all in from India.
But that would add to the per kilogram or per ton cost of the hydrogen, right?
Definitely, we certainly need fresh water, DI water, but that's part of it. We will definitely improve the diesel plants efficiencies as well,
right,
to see how do we make use of that water as well. But that I'm just saying from a perspective that India possibly has good amount of elements present. It does see a 300 days sunshine, unlike EU. It does see, and financing also is not a bigger challenge now for India. So land is there, financing is there, manpower is there, and technology is there. So what else you need as a mix? And other nations needs to probably appreciate this fact.
If I could just add one sentence to that, is what we need is regulatory uncertainty.
Yes.
I mean, what the what the EU ETS and the CBAM does is it gives you the plan of action for the next few years. Here, we shouldn't have things like rolling back PPAs or changing from net metering to gross metering. If we can give certainty to industry, then we can make use of these opportunities.
That would certainly be the ask of Raghav as a banker. Regulatory certainty, right? So great. So then I think on that note, I would like to end the session. I really thank all the panelists, Bose, Kapil, Alka ma'am, and Raghav. Thank you very much for taking time and effort to come here. Thank you, ISB, all the organizers for having us here. And I hope you enjoyed the session. And if you have any follow-up questions from the audience or your other members, we would be happy to sort of answer offline. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the panelists for sharing your valuable views and suggestions with us today. Moving ahead, I would like to invite Professor Anjal Prakash, Research Director at Bharati Institute of Public Policy, to kindly deliver the closing address for day 2. Professor Anjal will be sharing some insights on climate science with us. Professor Anjal, ladies and gentlemen.
Slide change.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a very tough act to follow because we had two very interesting sessions on climate change. And now I'm going to bring you 10 new insights in climate science. This is actually part of a global group called Future Earth, where I'm collating with the group of other scientists across the world. Every year, some advances that happens in climate science. So I'm just going to take you through these advances, and let's just go. And then, because the end of the day session, I'm going to be very quick, and these are going to be 10 points, 10 minutes, right? Okay, so this is part of the research which is there, and it's published in the journal called Global Sustainability. It's freely available for you all to access it. So what are the insights? First is that if you see the entire issue of what we call the adaptation, and what we are seeing is that we are as the global warming happening, we are already breaching the limits to adaptation. And the point that we have come across is that there is a soft limit to adaptation, there's a hard limit to adaptation. We are actually breaching both the limits as we are warming. And what is expected is by end of century, we are supposed to be 1.5 degree warmer. The new IPCC report tells us that by 2050 itself will be 1.5 degree warmer. So we are actually breaching that. So that's number one point that I want you to drive home. The second part where I was more closely involved in this was looking at the vulnerability hotspots. What we found is about 1.6 billion people are actually living in what we call climate change hotspots, vulnerability hotspots, and this number is going to be doubled by 2050. That means that some of the very fragile regions of the world are going to be facing extreme climate risk, as you see. If you look at the South Asian region, we have two areas. One is the Himalayan glaciers. As you know, that with the global warming, the glaciers are already declining, retreating. Same time, we also see that some of the regions of the world, especially because of the global warming, this is going to be under huge threats. We have a long coastline, so there is a predictability that the severity and the frequency of climate-led events, especially the cyclones, are going to be more pronounced, and this is something that is worrisome for us. The third insight is that if you look at the climate and health interactions, and what we found in the new IPCC report, as well as some of the work which is happening on the climate science, and it's the climate change impact on health, there are new diseases which has been also cropping up. The impact of climate change on the health of humans, not only humans, but also animals and the entire ecosystems are increasingly widespread. And the new risk is actually emerging. So this is something which is slightly under-researched area, but thankfully some scientists have been working on looking at the climate change impact on health. And this is something that has come up as one of the new insights, number 3. If you look at the couple of risks that we have in this slide, we will find that there are, the issue of, say, infectious diseases, loss of biodiversity because of floods and wildfires and extreme hits. These are risks which is actually leading to the impact which is on mental health, physical health, and also mortality. And this is something which is being established by the new climate science that we've seen in the new climate report. The fourth part is about mobility. As we see that the increased mass migrations happening, especially from climate risk areas to other areas, and the report is also telling us that the climate change is increasingly affecting what we call the human mobility. The anticipatory action is needed to assist mobility and also to reduce this displacement that's happening. So earlier there was this whole concept of the migration definitely is a multifaceted phenomena. You can't attribute only one climate change issues, but then increasingly we're seeing that migrations are actually happening from climate risk zone, and that is where some of the, if you see the global data is telling us that about 90% of the migration actually migration happening from what we call the weather-related phenomena, be it floods, be it storms, wildfires, drought, landslides, and rising temperatures. So these are attribution which has happened very recently, and some of the reports have actually been copied. Earlier, what we've seen mainly from Africa, migration has been happening from the conflict zone, but that has overseeded the migration which is happening from the disaster-prone areas, especially climate change-led disasters. The fifth point is about human security, and climate securities are going hand in hand. So if you really want human security issues to be upward and in terms of the risk which we have for human security, that has to be tackled. Climate security must have to be tackled as well. And there are and we have seen that the climate insecurity is accelerating the human security insecurity, and that's one point which has been becoming very pronounced. It's pronounced. The sixth point is about the land use, the sustainable land use, and there's a before the sixth assessment report, there was a special report on land by IPCC, which has also brought out these issues of climate change and its impact on land. What we found also that there's an urgent and the radical shift in land use is required to meet the climate change targets, including what we call the halting the expansion of the natural areas into natural areas. So this is something this is coming very, very strongly, the interlinkage between the land use patterns as well as the climate change issues with the target that we have. The seventh point is about the investment, especially the private finances, which is available. This has been, and there have been some global studies which is showing that the finances are not coming up. One is that especially the private finance is not, it's failing to help people in the process of adaptation. Sustainable finance practices in the private sector are actually failing to harness investment that are meaningfully contributing to meeting climate targets. And that's something that, especially the insurance part, which was taken as a big part of climate change, especially the private insurance, that hasn't come up very well in protecting the livelihood of the people. And there's something, if you look at this slide, which is actually showing us how the sustainable finance, the annual insurance in the market outlook, shows that the very small, minuscule part of the finance actually is focusing on what we call the sustainability and the green and the social part of it. So that's something that we have to really look out for. The 8th point, and this COP has been very good in actually telling us about what we call the loss and damage fund. This has been also brought out by the scientists that loss and damage is definitely a planetary imperative. It's an urgent need for people because today's climate change, especially in the global south, is not the creation of the people staying in the global south. It is the creation of the global north, especially the industrialized north, and that means they must pay up for the damage that they have created to the environment, and people are impacting. In fact, some of the economies, like some of the countries like Bhutan and all, Nepal, these are countries which are climate neutral or climate negative, but they are increasingly facing the problem. So, loss and damage fund, now there's a lot of details has to be done post-COP, and probably in the years to come, we'll know what this fund is going to be. But there's something that is an important point that I wanted to bring forward, that the coordinated global policy response is definitely important for looking at what we call the past and current and the expected future losses and damages that we have. There has been issues of attribution. There has been issues of how do you actually decide who pays how much, but that the devils probably would lie in more detail, but we'll deal with that later. But at least we have something that we can actually be slightly proud of, that we have been able to negotiate to bring loss and damage issues on the agenda of the COP. This is, I'll just skip this slide in the interest of time, but I'll just come to last 2 points. The 9th point is about what we call the inclusive decision-making process. See, climate change is a global phenomena, but it actually has a very localized impact. And that means that the people who are directly impacted by climate change must come and be part of the decision-making process. And there, historically, and literature also tells us that there hasn't been much happen in terms of bottom-up planning. There's a lot of top-down planning, but not much of bottom-up approaches. And that's where I think if you really want adaptation to be effective, long-lasting, and we need to actually have more and more people, especially, say, in Indian condition, for example, the panchayat, the ward level people in the urban location, they must come forward, and the political participation of people in actively planning is important, and that's where this 9th point lies. The 10th one is about what we call the breaking down of our the structural barriers and unsustainable lock-ins. Now, some portion of it was covered in the last session as well about the climate imperialism that we see. We need transformative action, but you also have some structural barriers that we, both at the level of global north versus global south, but also within the countries that you have. And these structural barriers could also be talking about what we call the resource-intensive economy. There hasn't been much transition unless you have this transition to what we call low carbon economy, and there are ways and means to do that. That is where the crux lies. Otherwise, tomorrow we'll also, China and India has already been talked about. We're also going to be in the queue of so-called climate polluters of the world. We already are number 3 in terms of the total carbon emission that happens globally. So tomorrow, 15 to 20 years down the lines, we are also going to be in the queue. So I think that the whole charting out of the structural changes in which how we can bring in the low carbon economy and built into our process of achieving growth as well as development, but being climate benign is something that we need to look out for. My 10 points are over. Thank you so much for listening to me at the end of the day. Thank you so much. See you.
Thank you very much, Professor Anjal, for sharing these wonderful insights with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we conclude the day 2 of the dialogues. We will meet again tomorrow for day 3 and the final day of the public policy dialogues. We have some really exciting panels lined up for tomorrow, such as data and privacy, telecom subscription fraud, human learning systems as an approach for improved public service experience, and governance and development. Looking forward to have you all tomorrow. Have a really good evening. Thank you.